I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best
This is Defense Politics Asia, and I'm Wyatt, and welcome to the DPA Open Mic. This is the number 29 episode, episode of the DPA Open Mic. And hello everyone. So sorry for yesterday. I no energy, so I have been working. I've been sleeping like only 5 hours a day, like for almost the entire week. And so by yesterday, usually my limit is usually on the weekend, and by the time I'm on the weekend, I just need to burn out. So I burn out and I cannot wake up. So so sorry for those that tried to stay up and wait for me and everything, and I'm so sorry to make you wait. And I, as usual, I try not to spend time wasting time saying hi. Actually, those talking about my hair is not nice hair. I simply just my hair is getting a little bit long. It's just a bit disturbing, so I just kind of like put a hairband and So anyway, so I go. It's not windy in Singapore. It's just my fan. It's freaking hot in Singapore lately. There's some kind of like a very hot weather, and it's so painful. It's like with the fan, the wind is just warm, and I'm a cheapo. I didn't want to spend money on the aircon. The aircon is kind of like half spoiled. So So okay, let's. I'm gonna drop the link so that we can start and not waste time. And let me put the link into the okay. There's this stream is streamed. This open mic is streamed over on 4 different locations. The DPA main channel on the YouTube, DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube, DPA Open Mic channel on Rumble, and Twitter. So, but the link to join is only on the YouTube's Open Mic channel. Unless you are on Rumble and you want to join, you message in the live chat. Then I think about it. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna drop the link, and the link is in the chat of the Open Mic channel. So the live is in the live chat. I've already pinned it in the DPA Open Mic channel. And for those that are watching on the main channel, I highly encourage you to watch on the Open Mic channel as well. For those that are complaining about my hair, okay, I take down the hairband. You think I really care about what you think? So no. Okay, so I have the first person in. Hi, brother.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Wait, I gotta change.
Hi, peeps.
I gotta get out of
You
here.
mean this? Dan, do you mean this one? Dan. Dan was asking something in the.
Like Prada's already here. I'm gonna change microphones.
Wait, so
In a second.
so let me put on my earphone as well. I can't really hear you
put
guys
this
properly.
on.
Hey, Atreo. Why the mask?
I live in
Hey,
Taiwan.
it's
Masks
over.
are,
Why are you wearing the mask?
COVID
this
is
Taiwan,
over.
man. Yeah. COVID is officially over, but it's not fully accepted. So when I'm in public spaces, I tend to still wear a mask.
And do other
Don't care
people
about
do
their
it as well?
Basically the whole country, and then in certain areas it's still mandatory.
Interesting.
And then I don't know if you can see so I'm next to a police station. So yeah, you know.
Imagine
So
being.
The Turkish elections. That's very good. Very. If Erdogan loses this election, it's a big change, a geopolitical change.
I know nothing much about the Turkish election. I haven't have time to read it.
Well,
I think the election they're still voting now, right?
Yeah.
I think Erdogan is on the lead. I just saw it on the lounge.
Yeah, it's like 53-40, I think. 53-40 right now, percentage Erdogan.
So people in the chat, do let us know about the volume. Which speaker is too soft, too loud?
Vaughn, who is winning? The opposition candidate or?
I saw Erdogan's 53%. The other guy was 40, but that's like 13% counted, so it's not even shit. Erdogan was up by like 2 million votes, but they still got
I find it very interesting. There were some pools, and almost all small pools with 1,000, 2,000 people. They gave always advantage to the opposition candidate, which is a very interesting person, nevertheless. And all the big pools with more than 10,000 people, they gave always quite a bit of advantage to Erdogan. So pools are very misleading. We all know that.
Wow,
And
I was
many
looking
people-
so cool today. I look so cool today. I don't know why. It looks like some
You.
Hong Kong superstar. Like,
Because he's sideways,
movie
man.
star.
Today he's talking
Yeah.
sideways, uber sideways.
Yeah.
You look paler. Wait,
Oh,
look.
I got some fucking beer I'm gonna drink right now, boys. Some
I have,
Russian beer
I
sold in
have some
plastic.
wine. Is it beer? It looks like kvass.
Bro, no, that's not kvass. That's not kvass.
Did you try
need to
that?
Drink,
Have you tried
you need
it?
to-
I
Atreyo,
haven't tried it.
Atreyo, put the mask back on. You look like Bane walking in the dark.
No, he's near a police station. He can't take. He's not allowed to take the mask.
I got a little bit over 2 liters and a
already
half of beer.
passed, but
Are you able
But yeah.
to drink 2 liters of?
I drink like 5 beers. I mean, 5 liters, no problem.
Okay, that's no tequila. That's quite true.
Product,
Is that-
come on, buddy. I lived in Germany long enough. I was trained in the arts of beer drinking.
Oh, it's easier to drink
should-
beer than wine.
then need to drink some of those disgusting Coca-Colas. I saw him.
Oh, don't talk about Coca-Cola.
Bad memories.
Why?
There was a specific brand that was very horrible.
Well, they have something really tasty in Siberia, which is made from pines. It's like from pine juice, like a soft drink. That's very tasty. It has
They
something
drink
a little
birch
bit of-
juice. They drink pine. They drink everything out here.
but it's really good, very tasty. But have you tried kvass, Tam?
No, I'm gonna do it on video for one of my videos because everybody
Wow.
says try it.
Well, it depends. Your body reaction may be, interesting.
Look, I'll tell you this. An interesting thing about Russia is that they drink a lot of warm beer. There's like a bunch of guys, dude. They buy these bottles, plastic bottles, and they just start drinking them out of the store, like room temperature. These guys, they drink way too much of this plastic warm beer.
But it's something very interesting because beer was not drunk until the end of the Soviet Union. It was something a bit not popular. And after the fall of the Soviet Union, it became really popular. Nowadays, I think most Russians drink beer. They love beer.
Oh,
These guys are crazy about beer.
Hi, some guy.
Hi, how's it going?
And if it's plastic, you know those guys are getting wasted.
So some guy is new, right? Are you new?
No, I've never been
I
here
don't remember you.
Dan, you can try something very interesting, which is Imperial beer. Is a ale, a very strong ale from the Imperial times, and which was brought for the military. It's a beer like almost with 9% alcohol. It's very strange. It comes in really. It comes in very strange glass bottles, very thick glass because they can explode.
I'm not gonna try that, Prada.
Oh, you should. It's very unusual.
I'm gonna stick to the plastic.
Some guy.
Like,
introduce yourself,
it's
some guy.
funny though. He says that about plastic. Like in Kentucky, we have bourbon. Bourbon comes in a glass bottle. If you want the cheap shit just to get fucked up, you buy a Kentucky Gentleman in the plastic bottle. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Prada knows his shit though.
They're too busy talking. Okay, leave them alone.
Let some guy introduce himself.
Hi, I'm just some guy. I've been watching your channel for a while, and I just decided to hop on the open mic. Been obsessed with politics since I was, 16, so a decade.
16 decade.
No, just
Another
a decade.
Dracu.
I'm 26, so it was a decade ago that I got into politics. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I thought 16 decade is like 160 years, so it's like you are like the next Dracu.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Son of Dracul.
Do you know
Where
who
you from
Draco
again?
is, some guy?
No, I have no idea who that is.
Don't worry, you'll get used to you will know.
Come in
Where are you
on
from?
the next one if he doesn't come in.
Where you from again? Sorry, I missed it.
Me?
Yeah.
America. No, I'm from the Midwest.
American.
Vaughn's people.
Do you know
somewhere out
anybody
there.
in Do you know anybody in Turkey? Because we need a Turkish guy.
Not
Anybody out there in DPA world? Do you know a Turkish person who would like to come on and inform us?
And educate us about your election.
Well, I mean, obviously
From Europe.
NATO's trying to steal the
How many of
election,
them?
right? From Erdogan. That's obvious. Come on.
That someone is trying to steal the election from Erdogan.
Right. NATO. Come on.
I was just giving the example. If you look at the pools, all small pools, with just for such a big country, with just 1,000, 2,000, sometimes 2,500 people, they only give advantage to the opposition candidate. But if you see the big pools, the ones that have like 25, 30,000 people, they give quite an advantage to Erdogan. But even though I should say the opposition candidate, the guy is really good. And he is not so West inclined like some people would like to give. But the geopolitical change will be great.
Yeah, Turkey is really important for the geopolitics of Russia at the moment, because I'll tell you one thing. When you came to Russia in 2022, everybody coming into Russia from the West had to go through Turkey. Turkey also is a good midway country for all the things that we import. So if we want something like fruits and I don't know, like Nikes or Adidas, it all goes through Turkey for the most part on the western side. And if they decide to cut that kind of pipeline of material into Russia, it would really, really hurt us, because we need our Nikes and our Levi's.
I think in the meantime they were able to find bypasses. There are other important players at game at the moment.
You might want to fix my volume. Did that fix my mic?
Yes, it's quite good.
Okay.
Prada, who do you think is a better midway country than Turkey for Russia at the moment?
Kazakhstan is the most important player. Kazakhstan is a very important player, and they are been playing a bit on both sides, but they definitely need Russia. I think in terms, it depends on what we are talking about. You see,
exactly.
If we're talking about financial service, it's the Dubai. The Emirates is the most important country for Russia at the moment.
Yeah, there's still direct flights from Moscow to Dubai, but I mean in general, like connecting Russia to the West, I think it's Turkey. Maybe it's changed, but right now,
I think also the difference is that Turkey is at the perfect point between Europe and Asia and the Middle East. Plus, if you look at Kazakhstan, it's a landlocked country, while Turkey is at the Mediterranean. So Turkey is
supplies, just supplies.
For supplies, but still, everything that can come in by ship is always going to be cheaper. It's it's pretty much next to the Suez, so it has and then also the Black Sea, so it has a lot of benefits to Russia as a middleman, but also a gateway, like what Dan was mentioning. So I think in this case, Turkey is unique.
And also the other way around, all the oil and gas from Russia that went to Europe, still consumed in Europe, go mainly through Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey's important. I only know because when I came here, they said, "Hey, you have to go through Turkey," and then everything in my stores in Siberia in the beginning of the sanctions was coming through Turkey. Everybody was like, "Yeah, we're getting it from Turkey," and so. This is why the election's really important.
Somebody in chat was saying that Erdogan could lose because the Turkish people might be upset with how the earthquake was handled and the exposure of like a lot of shitty construction. That I guess you could say lies at the feet of Erdogan, but I don't know. I'm not there, so we don't have any, but I just wonder if that would play into it all. People upset about how Erdogan handled the earthquake, and because they were saying something about, I guess, shitty construction, corrupt contracts and inspections. Like, people won't forget that, and they'll hold it against Erdogan, but I don't know. I'm not there, so I don't know if that's playing into it.
I find it so funny how Westerners, especially when they analyze global politics, they always want to apply their morals to it. And then they produce propaganda, right, in favor of whatever their morality is. And in a lot of cases, it's informed by how they grew up. And I used to do Twitch politics and like YouTube politics. I used to debate a lot of people, especially on foreign policy. The thing that I find interesting about, and I always look for stuff like this, Erdogan is facing a competitive candidate in an election, but they had to combine 6 opposition parties in order to even just attempt to usurp the guy. The guy is clearly the voice of Turkey. He's been leading the country very well. He's a strong man. Yeah, it's 6 opposition parties. Yeah, all combined.
God damn.
And they're all various. They all have various viewpoints. So if this opposition candidate, I don't even know his name, and I'm not going to even try to pronounce it, gets elected, Turkey is going to be this bipolar state with all of these warring factions who are part of the ruling coalition pulling in all sorts of different directions rather than focused, calm, and collected. Erdogan's had his bumps. It's not like he's perfect. But the point is that he has a kind of vision of what Turkey should be, right? Playing the West and the East off of each other, basically building a greater Turkey, a new Ottoman Empire, you could say. That's not really what he's doing. But it's fun. It's fun to play around with ideas like that. He's a real player. He's a real player, and if he loses this election, then Turkey, I don't know what Turkey is going to be like.
The other guy is very important.
I did see an interview this morning. I think it was with the Iranian prime minister, and I didn't watch it, but it just said free Iran's role in the world, and I guess he was explaining what he thought Iran was going to be able to do if they were allowed to, maybe if they got out from under the sanctions, basically, and were free. And I was like, I want to hear what he has to say, because I would imagine it's going to be a lot of peace deals and stuff, try to stabilize the region. So it's like, are you going to fight Iran, so they can't stabilize the region, so they can't be part of the solution to the area? Or are you going to, let Iran determine, let the players in that area determine what's going on? Let Iran and Saudi Arabia and Turkey. Those are the big boys in the area. Let them fucking figure it out.
No. I prefer to let Israel and Saudi Arabia make all the decisions. As an American, I think Saudi Arabia and Israel should rule the Middle East, personally.
No, okay, so you have to also see that Turkey.
Sounds like devil's advocate.
No, but from at least the Turkish people. So what they want is a strong leader who has perspective for Turkey, who has an idea on how to handle the inflations and exterior issues like what happened in Syria, but also countering the Saudis and the Iranis. Is because Turkish people are very proud. So having an exterior leadership pushing Turkey around is not going to sit well with the average Turkish person.
I think we have to look at the other candidates in the opposition candidate, which I also cannot pronounce his name. He's a very interesting person. First of all, he's from the Ataturk party. Ataturk is the father of the modern Turkey. And Erdogan came to power promising a different type of, because they were kind of fed up of these agnostic and not anti-Islamic but Islamic military power, and they decided to create, and Erdogan was coming also promising to people not Europe as a reference, because that's what Ataturk did, but as a pan-Turkic culture. And Sam is correct, but we shouldn't bring down that candidate or that party, that part of the Turkish society. She's still very strong. Wherever you go, if you ever go to Turkey, you see huge pictures of Ataturk everywhere. And who places these pictures? The people that support the Ataturk movement, not Erdogan. So it's still very powerful in that country, the vision of Ataturk, a very European Turkey. But you're right. Erdogan promised more. He promised a Turkey that is self-independent, that has a vision into the Muslim world, and has a geopolitical strong stand.
Yeah, and then just as a side note, the opposition, his name is pronounced Kimic Daroglu.
I'm not even. Thank you for telling me, but
you mean the second candidate, the Kemal?
Yeah, Kemal Kimic Daroglu.
That's how they pronounce it. That's actually bad branding. He need to have an easier name to pronounce. It's like,
Yes, it's called. He's called KK. He's called KK. KK is his name.
Yo, just call me KK, man. Just vote KK. Then people will vote him because it's easier to remember. Now it's like we can't even pronounce his name. It's like, how can he win the election? People will vote him out just because he cannot pronounce the name.
I posted in the open mic in the regular DPA chat because somebody's saying there's a bunch of Turkish people in there, and I just posted in there. If there's a Turk in here, get your ass in the open mic. We need you.
Given how stupid the average American voter is, I can only imagine how stupid the average Turkish voter is. So I don't have much hope in this election. So.
No, the Turkish are not stupid. They do have always a very strong.
I'm teasing.
The Turkish have always a very strong opinion about everything. They are never once middle place. They always have a strong opinion.
Well, that's just like Americans.
So does the Naval people. They also have very strong opinions.
I wish I got paid to spend my day on Twitter posting stupid memes.
I don't even think
you can do it.
I know they're not paid. They're just mentally ill. It's
no. You
I
just
feel
have
bad
to lean
for them,
into it.
honestly.
Some guy. You have to lean into it. Some guy. You need to want it. You need to embrace it. You if you wish it for reals, you can find a way to paint your hair blue and go on a posting spree.
I can cut my penis off. I mean,
I thought we weren't talking about that anymore.
Sorry, that was what?
Some guy is a Bud Light drinker.
No, I would. Okay, first of all, I am a sophisticated American. I would never drink Bud Light. So even before the boycott, before all that, I only drank craft beer. Okay, so excuse you.
Oh, you're a post-millennium.
Yeah. I'm a post-millennium.
Let's see.
Here. About the Turkish election, I'm just watching the Wikipedia page about the 2003 presidential election of Turkey, Wikipedia in French. And then you have the result, and you have Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the guy Kemal, and the percentage. And for Kemal, you have 42.01%, and for Recep, it's written fasciste de merde. Like a piece of fascist piece of shit. That's what's written in the Wikipedia page.
Fascist de mierda.
Yes.
Mierda is in Spanish, so yeah, that's shit.
Yeah, that's piece of shit of piece of shit of fascist piece of shit. That's what is written for the result of Erdogan.
It's very easy to manipulate Wikipedia for a couple of seconds.
Otherwise, nobody will believe me.
Well, fascist just means people who disagree with the American consensus. So,
and especially with the guy who was filled that Wikipedia page.
Well, because Wikipedia is edited by left-wing academics mostly. Like, there's I think the stats on it are like it's only like 100 or 200 people who do like 90% of all the edits on Wikipedia. And you have to be like trusted. You have to be like a trusted member in order to edit pages at will. It's a very controlled.
It's an elite club, yeah. Because if you try to edit anything, right, they'll revoke it. Like every time I try to edit even simple things, they revoke it. It's like what?
It's like NAFO. You know how NAFO has all the they're very enthusiastic and they're very they're all part of this cult. Like that same mentality is basically how Wikipedia works. Like it's just a small group of 200, 300 people who basically all have the same narrative in their head about how things should be presented. So
And the
gotta
funny
be
thing is,
more
I'm
than
not even
200.
I'm not even editing any facts. I was
And then
just
I
editing
just,
maybe some grammar.
I just
Yeah,
read.
you're literally just doing something benign, but they don't care. You're not part of their club.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I
I have a
just read
question for everyone.
in the chat. In the chat was mentioned Thailand's elections are either today or for some tomorrow.
Can I
Does
post a
everybody here
picture? I
agree?
just taken a screenshot so you can all see it.
Does everyone here agree that if what's his name, Erdogan? Erdogan?
Erdogan.
Let's. Does everybody agree if this guy gets out as president, it will kind of hurt Russia in a way, in a geopolitical way? Yes or no? That's the question. If the current president of Turkey is not there after the election is over, will it affect Russia? That's the question for everybody. Go ahead, Prada.
No. In a way that Turkey is very dependent on Russia in many sectors, and also because Erdogan constructed a whole position of Turkey within a system of support from the Arab monarchies, Russia, especially these two. And if he loses the support of these two, Turkey would be completely dependent on the European Union, on the US, and that would leave Turkey in a complete chaos because nobody can support Turkey.
Yeah, but the question is, will it affect Russia?
We're talking about the nuclear station that is being built. We're talking about oil and gas that the Turks are not able to pay. They are going to, for instance, almost 800. They just decided $800 million are going to pay next year because Turkey was not able to pay for its oil and gas supplies in time. We are talking about a huge amount of merchandise, like you were saying, Dan, that go to Russia, which they would lose these supports. That's why I said Kazakhstan is a very important country. It's the biggest bypassed. They are ready for this contingency. And last but not least, if Russia, if they lose these plus the tourism, Turkey would lose very fast. A grab on their monetary policy. The country would go very fast into chaos. That's my point.
Okay, so but that. Okay, let me ask the question again because I don't know if you answered it. I'm asking if the current president.
Yeah, I don't think first of all the opposition candidate already said he has nothing against Russia, so he made a stand because that was he noticed when he complained about Russian changing anything involving in the elections in Turkey, the public reaction was very bad. So the guy had to keep back. So I don't think he would have support, political support after that if he goes in the stance against Russia. Because going against Russia at this moment, Turkey would fall down economically very, very hard. That's why I don't think they have the maneuver space to ever go against Russia at any point.
That's not the question, Prada. That's what I'm saying. That's not the question. I'm asking geopolitically, is Russia going to be, look at Russia's perspective, is Russia going to be affected by the elections? Not how Turkey is going to deal with it. I'm just asking how Russia is going to be affected. Is it going to be affected or not?
It will obviously be affected.
It depends on the reaction
that
the
some
Turks
guy
would
we're going
take.
in circles, bro. No, some guy. This we're going in circles.
It depends on the reaction that the Turks would have. So if the Turks have everything to lose in changing the relationship as it is now, but if they change it, Russia has bypasses. And I've been noticing how they have been building these bypasses. They need Turkey, but they could survive without Turkey. So that's my point.
All right, thanks. That's awesome. Thank you.
I don't share that. I think Turkey in the geopolitical ground is even more relevant, even for Russia, because of the Bosphorus, because of the Black Sea. If the opponent of Erdogan came to power, you might see more NATO presence in the Black Sea, more than what we see. And then you have also the new project of building a canal parallel to the Bosphorus, a big canal that will allow technically aircraft carrier to pass through inside the Bosphorus. So Erdogan also is playing a strange game by doing it.
But Ariel, Erdogan, once there is war inside of the Black Sea, foreign ships can't enter inside of the Black Sea. It's blocked. This is a old treaty.
Keep answering the question though, then we get to it. So let's not get out of control here. Atreyu's taking a smoke, so some guy. The question's up to you now. Will the change of would it affect Russia if there's a change of president in Turkey? Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So if you just Google really quick, if you Google the opposition candidate's name and you search up American envoy, you'll find that during the election season, he met with the U.S. ambassador to Turkey, and Erdogan was pissed about it. So the honest truth is that there's some ideological games going on where the U.S. is using its influence in various international institutions to try and pressure certain people to assert different regimes. I mean, it's literally just like their playbook over and over and over again. And this guy is probably no different, right? He's probably got deep connections to Washington, probably has intellectual ties to the university system, to think tanks in Washington. And if he gets elected, then the entire trajectory of Turkey as like this deal maker kind of in between both worlds is out of the picture. It's gone, right? Countries make really stupid decisions to appease the American government. France could be a great independent power if it wanted to be, but instead it chose over the last 20 years to pursue a policy of being America's bitch. So like, I'm very skeptical whenever I see any connection with a foreign opposition candidate to any type of American government. I'm immediately like, oh, so there's like, back channels that are going on here where it's like, this is our guy. We're going to support him in any way we can. We're going to activate all our NGOs that are active in Turkey. And Lord knows there's probably hundreds of NGOs with hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in Turkey that are all in some way, shape or form through their social activism, all supporting this guy, because that's what the American government does. It topples regimes democratically.
Awesome. What do you think, Vaughn? Change of
Why
president?
are you laughing, Naval?
I was just going to say that if Erdogan loses, I think it hurts Russia, because it's a bypass, they might lose. But the biggest thing for me is that if Erdogan loses, Russia's going to war with NATO. So that's the problem. Because like Crypto said and other people have said, if that motherfucker gets in, the Russians really have to take a hard look at bum Russia and Odessa, no matter the cost. So the Americans and NATO cannot fucking get in there. They have to get in there and stake their claim before fucking NATO sends one boat through that fucking strait. And if that motherfucker gets elected, that's the last fucking thing the world needs, is that son of a bitch in office. Period. He's bad for Turkey, he's bad for Russia, and he's going to be bad for the rest of the fucking world. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah. Atrey, you done with that smoke, bro?
He's going to be good for European Union and United States, by the way.
Yeah, so the opposition seems to be more favored towards the West, but I think to just directly answer Dan's question, I think no, because Turkey is too dependent on the Russians too, so Russia can play it off as well.
Oh, nice. I see both points.
I will not count on that, because if the opponent of Erdogan win, just look at what happened with Nord Stream and the Germans.
Yeah.
But also remember, Kılıçdaroğlu is still a Turk.
Yeah, but he's a Turk, which is a kind of pro-West. He immediately stated that he will resume a discussion with the European Union.
But that's something different.
All right, let's hear from Wyatt. Do you want to answer the question?
It's the same package.
No, Errol, because that's not
before we start
the
debating.
thing.
Before we start debating, let's get finished with this. You want to answer the question or no, Commander?
I remember seeing Biden endorsing the opposition. Right, I vaguely remember seeing it on Twitter. So that is Erdogan has gave United States a lot of problems. Like he deliberately buy the S-400s, and then they gave up the F-35s. And then he played both sides. He allows Russia to trade, and they allowed. Erdogan is a big problem for the West. So it's no surprise the West wants him out. and I'm quite sure there is some under table things or underground background things that's happening to support the opposition. But like I said, the opposition name is terrible. With this kind of name, you cannot get elected. All the best leaders in the world, or the top leaders in the world, have easy to pronounce names. You see, Trump, simple. Biden, simple. No, Putin. What is it? So it's like no, he should just call KK. No,
it is his name. It is how he's well known in Turkey. KK.
Yeah, but he didn't promote himself known internationally. So no, I just joking. Anyway, I don't think Erdogan will be overthrown. I think Erdogan's is still too entrenched within Turkey, but he's very old. He's very close to becoming Biden. As far as I can tell, it's like he's getting a bit slower. His reactions are a bit weird. Maybe he got some semi-stroke sometime that we do not know. So maybe like when he was giving that live telecast and then he suddenly they have to stop the interview. It could be something, all these things that is happening. So he is getting Biden-ish already. So it wouldn't last very long, I guess. So
Biden-ish.
Well, Biden's lasting another 4 years apparently. So
for him. But there is also something people shouldn't forget about the function in this world system that Erdogan plays in this conflict. He's the only so-called Western politician that is able to talk with both sides. They have been able to bring both sides to a table. They was able to get out that deal about the grain, which probably will fail, but still that was him. It's the only before it was Merkel, and now it's Erdogan, the one everybody talks to if they want to talk with Putin. The one they talk first when they want to talk with Putin. That was Merkel. That was Germany becomes so intense and important into the global scene, which is quite interesting. How come they let that go?
Well, didn't Merkel literally admit that it was all just bullshit? Like she wasn't.
She's playing the game that suits his country now. She of course she loves her country. She will not tell a couple of true things, but I think she's just playing. People have been really mean to her. It's difficult to explain, but the situation now is whenever Merkel shows up, she's being really restrained to show up in the public political scene. She has been being criticized by everybody.
Oh, you're muted, Wayne.
Wayne, you're muted. Wayne, you're muted, Wayne.
that little laugh.
Politicians get criticized by everybody. That's part of the business. You're being you're a politician, you're going to get criticized. That's the public's job. We got to hold
because she left the political scene. She left the political scene. She is now an old chancellor. Normally they respect this person, but in this case, no. She doesn't even say much until they try to put words in her mouth.
A politician? Are you fucking nuts? Respect a politician?
Well, some politicians are respectable. I think it's because
the Germans think differently. The Germans think differently than we do. So just
you can't base everything off of.
They also
Germans are cannot respect politicians.
Well, Germans are very particular and they're very curious people. I mean, they kind of like their entire nation is it's kind of bound up in this idea of self-hatred, like hating. Like we can't risk any sense of expression of a German nation, because then it'd be like the Nazis again. Like if we like ourselves and therefore the nation of Germany, it'll be just like the Nazis. And they actually institutionally banned right-wing parties. Like it's illegal to be a certain amount of right-wing in Germany. Like you literally, if you go too far, your party gets banned, right? Which is a democracy again in action.
Yeah, we shouldn't go down this road, because the talk about Germany is a sad case. It's a country that shamed itself into the problem that it's having now. So yeah. I don't know if any of you guys have lived in Germany. Before I came to live to Russia, I lived actually in Germany. And what some guy is saying is exactly true. These people will basically they're like the emos of the entire they're like, oh, I'm never going back to that life. And that's a problem because they'll never be able to advance in the right direction. And I don't mean like leaning right politically, but like something that's not ultra crazy left. Now, the chat's asking us to talk about Ukraine, but we have to get over this topic. I want to tell Wayne that not the whole country, I mean, the whole world doesn't think like us Americans. We're fucking very particular about
I'm not
our
American.
politics. Huh?
Wayne
I'm not
is
American.
Canadian. He's Canadian.
You're a Canadian.
A
That's even
Canadian
worse.
is basically an American with a Canadian is an American. A Canadian is an American. A
You're like
Canadian is an
Canadians
American.
are more. Sorry, go ahead.
A Canadian is an American who doesn't know he's American and takes it further than us. Those people are way like if we think we're bad in America, the Canadians take it everywhere further and they say thank you for it. So they bend over and then they say thanks for it. Okay?
You don't know Canada very well. You really don't know
Please.
Canada very well.
Please, buddy.
I've been there plenty of times. I gotta say, the Canadians, they're like more docile Americans. I'm gonna be real with you.
You know what it is? Canadians have a different culture because our country tries to kill us. Like 100% of the time, our country is trying to kill us. So as a result, we tend to work in groups better, as a support. But here's the trick: we fight like maniacs.
You mean during the
so do
First World
Americans.
War, you were real killers?
Drop the hat. You give us an excuse, and we fight like maniacs. It's just the way we are. We
talking
cooperate.
about Americans,
Put on
but-
stuff, but then we fight.
Missing teeth.
Define fight. What do you mean by fight? Like fight in what kind of sense?
Well,
Politically?
it can vary anywhere from literally fists to screaming matches over whether or not this point of policy is correct or whether or not the earth is flat. Canadians are about the most opinionated people on the planet, and they will tell you exactly what they think.
I think maybe the Canadians are really polite with the people outside of Canada, which is why we don't really understand Canada in that. Like internally, maybe Canadians are very fierce to each other.
What do you do with a country whose national game involves swinging sticks around wildly, and whose most popular game involves swinging sticks around wildly?
I don't know.
Well,
Eating
you
the
call it
sticks with
Canada.
each other.
You call it Canada. We're lunatics.
Well, I don't know.
Dan, how do you see the perception of the Ukrainian counteroffensive in Russia now? Do you see any change? And what's your opinion about what is happening in the field?
First of all, I haven't been keeping up with the videos, but I have been seeing the last video on DPA. It's basically what I expected. It's not an offensive that has been building up for a year. This can't be the one that they've been building up for a year because it's so pathetic. Okay, first of all. Second of all, you can't really say that it's impressive even from military point of view, but if you're just somebody who doesn't know war, if you see the DPA map, it's literally a little triangle. And this is land that in war, in battle space, this is a normal thing. This is a normal amount of land that goes back and forth. It's basically no man's land that they captured. This is not land that Russia lost. I will say, of course, they lost it in a battle. They can say that they backed up as much as they want, but battle was engaged. The Ukrainians came, and it's something that they have to deal with. It honestly doesn't feel like the big one. That's the only thing I can say, and we just have to wait for the real one to happen. But the way this one happened is exactly what I thought. They didn't put enough punch into their attack. They also didn't strategically in place this attack because there was no follow-up. And they're doing it while their president's off, like shaking hands with someone else. Apparently, he's like a glorious leader. So this looks bad for Ukraine. It looks bad for Russia, of course, because they lost some territory. But I mean,
but they also made some gains, actually, in some points in the front. They also made some gains. Well, not comparable, but they secured some positions. They made some. They advanced in some of the other
within the
enclosement. Yeah.
Is the only advance within the city where the Wagner is actually fighting. So Otherwise, the entire line is just stagnant, except at the part where the Ukrainians did the Bakhmut offensive, which is a surprising thing that they actually stopped, or maybe they cannot get advanced. Like what Dan said, there's no follow up. So from my point of view, from how I look at it, is that the Russians, after getting engaged, they find that they're going to be overrun, so they withdraw. That's what the Russian military always do. Once they think they don't hold an unnecessary line, so they just withdraw, and then the Ukrainians just got shocked that the Russians are all gone, and then they didn't push in further. They only saw them running on the drone, so they do the artillery strike. Then after that, that's it. That's all we got. And then the lines are secured from Wagner. The Wagner forces reinforced the northern flank. And then the Ukrainians probably did try to go nearer, and then they realized that there's actually now a stronger defense, and then they just stopped. The offensive tentatively is stopped. Maybe tomorrow we have no other news, but at least for the past 24 hours.
It was a minor positional move. They saw an opening, they took it, and they got a little bit. Nothing big. If they move 10 kilometers in a day, then you've got the offensive.
So, but of course, it's just 1 day pause. Maybe tomorrow continue, the offensive is still ongoing. So I'm just saying. Hi, Nunya.
Hey guys, how are you?
Where are you from?
Hello.
Canada.
Damn it! I thought you were going to
Canada.
say Turkey.
No,
I don't like all these Canadians here. This is getting a little uncomfortable for me.
I am following the Turkey election pretty closely today, though.
Awesome.
Can you share more about it to us? Because we don't seem to know a lot. I don't know.
Well, right now, basically, President Erdogan is, according to the pre-election polls, it was looking pretty tight. It looked to be about, from the last polls I saw, I think his main opponent, whose name I cannot pronounce, he was about 49%. Yeah, he was about 49%, and Erdogan was 47%. Now, the latest I saw, real-time polling results, I think Erdogan's at about 52%. Let me just check the polls. Yeah, he, as of a few minutes ago, he was at 51.7%, and his main opponent's at 42.5%. So he's in pretty good shape now. There's about 58% of the ballots have been reported. So there's a lot of, it looks like a big lead, but with only 58% of the polls reported in, there's still a lot of room for movement. So I don't think he's necessarily safe yet, though it certainly looks good for his re-election if he's at 51.7%. The thing about Turkey as well, they have, as part of their election process, if a candidate doesn't hit 50%, they go to a second runoff election. So if either candidate gets below 50, then it has to go to a second runoff. So if Erdogan holds, it looks like he'll win, or could be a runoff. It's really tight at this point, though not as tight as the polls indicated prior.
If they already counted Istanbul and Izmir, and that's the figures you have, then Erdogan already won.
Right.
That's the point. These are huge cities, especially Istanbul. I think almost 10 million or even more. But these are very liberal cities, especially Izmir. But as I said, if these cities were counted, then Erdogan has it.
Yeah, and there's nowhere where I could find that they had regional results, only the aggregate. So it could be from anywhere. But to your point, if it was outside the Istanbul region, outside the major cities, then the other guy seems to have more support in the rural areas.
Why do you want Erdogan to win? I'm curious.
I don't know that I do. I'm kind of indifferent, to be honest. I think that for stability right now, given where we are with the situation in Ukraine, situation where we're at with China. I think that the status quo might be better for Turkey, because if you have another candidate coming in and promising really different things, that could blow up. And I'll give you a perfect example. So the recent gas line hub that they were talking about building in Turkey between Russia and Turkey, what becomes of that if he doesn't win, right? I don't have a dog in the hunt either way. I don't have Turkish roots.
So you
I'm
want
in Canada.
more strategic power for Russians in the region, or influence?
I think, in short, probably, yeah. I think that we're moving towards a multipolar world. And if Turkey has a broader voice, I think that the general consensus is that if the other guy comes in, then the West has the opportunity to influence that person. Whereas Erdogan, he's pretty set in what he's going to do, and there's no change in that opinion. He's like Orban in Hungary, right? So I think that actors like that within NATO is not necessarily a bad thing, because it sometimes gives a voice of reason, as opposed to everybody else just getting on board with whatever the latest war du jour is. So I would probably be more inclined to, if Turkey/Russia has more influence in the world, or China has more, or Brazil, or who, to me, that's not a bad thing.
How is that a good thing for
I
Canadians?
would like to toss in one philosophical point.
Okay.
Have you guys heard of the concept?
We just
called
have a new guy. Let's just a second. We have a new guy. He probably wants to. He's from the neighborhood of my neighborhood. So, Luis Aldamis, it's your best country. My God, what a country!
Spaniard?
Not a Spaniard, the Basque.
Wait, there's no
Tell
sound.
us, Spaniard.
Oh my God, this guy's a freaking
No,
Basco.
you're no sound. Your mic
But-
has no sound.
Some guy to answer your question, how does it benefit Canada? I'm not sure that it does. I'm not sure that it does, because as we all know, Canada is more or less a vassal to the U.S. as Western Europe is. So as the power base of the West starts to decline, I think it's pretty clear that, standards of living are going to decrease, costs are going to rise, all of that stuff. Is that necessarily in Canada's best interest? Probably not. Is it better for the world's interest? Probably so. Now, with that said, too, I'm also going to put another point in there as well. Right now, the U.S. has a pretty vast grip on power in the West. If we move to a more multipolar world where smaller countries have bigger voice, that could potentially be better for Canada in the long run, because, like Russia, we've got a lot of resources. And I think that in a lot of ways, those resources are being extracted from Canada, either from the U.S. is a major customer of ours. If we can leverage our resource base to the rest of the world in the long term, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but definitely in the short term, to answer your question very long-windedly, it won't be good for us.
Yeah.
I have to say something. I agree with Nunya. Is it Nunya or Nunya?
Nunya.
Nunya, all right. Listen,
Do you not understand his name?
None of your business. I'm not paying too much attention to his fucking name.
None
Anyways,
of your business. I see.
the problem that we have in the West is that every election is every 4 years. So you have a president who starts, and then by the time his next election happens, if he happens to lose, it's going to start over a new cycle of craziness. So what I think he's saying is, look, let's keep this concurrent guy in because it helps stability in the world. If the next guy comes in, can you imagine? I live in Russia, and what I like about living in Russia is the stability that comes with having a leader that's been in for so long. I think we're going to have elections. I don't know when, but the thing is this. If somebody else comes in, I can only imagine politics is going to change. the well-being of the people, their mindset's going to change. And this is one thing that destroyed my native country. I'm an American, of course, but I live in Russia. But every 4 years, we're like switching from like, I like gays, I don't like gays. Oh, I like colored people, I don't like colored people. We don't think these things, but the media starts pushing these things out because of politicians and whoever's in charge. Whoever's in charge, the opposite is usually in charge of the media, blasting. So now we have a Democratic leader, and it's just the right wing just pushing out so much information. When we had Trump, it was the left pushing out so much information. So in a sense, with this guy in Turkey being leader, I appreciate it because I know nothing's going to change. Give him like 5 or 4 more years, however it's going to take. By then, the war will be over. Special military operation is going to be done. And NATO is just going to calm down. We need this guy as like the level-headed guy. Even though he plays both sides, you need someone like that. It benefits Turkey, but we need somebody playing both sides. And so, Nunya, I totally agree with that. This is why I want him to win, because I'm tired of this back and forward. I've had enough of it in my country, and I don't want to see it in the rest of the world.
Typical Yankee viewpoint. Typical Yankee viewpoint. You keep on turning around and saying presidential administration. Yeah, Yankees have presidential administration. Guess what? The rest of the English language world doesn't. We have a thing. We have this concept called stable instability, where
you're confused. It's the same in your country too. You don't know Canada. You don't know Canada. Get out of there.
24 hours. You can end up with the party.
What Stan is talking about is executive power. It doesn't matter if the executive power is called president or prime minister. It's the same. Sorry. Wait.
Or Putin, they've been in too long. They can screw up all they want and get away with it. By changing over control, you keep control in the hands of the people.
Maybe with the microphone.
Now it works. Okay.
Wish can talk now. Let's present himself. Best country.
Okay, my apologies. I had problem with the headset. I wanted to have a mic, but now I'm using the mic of the computer as such. Maybe, hopefully it works. I hope there is no...
Sí sirve. Vale, venga.
No. Okay, what you were talking about?
Where are you from? Now, present yourself.
Trying to get it working, so go on, I'll catch you up.
Que te introduzcas, tío. Habla.
Okay. I'm Luis Aldamid. I'm from the Basque Country. I used to be a blogger with some influence back up all the way to 1918 when I just closed. I still keep some lesser blogging in Spanish, but that's about it. I follow DPA and other channels because I'm very interested in what is going on in Donbass, Ukraine, and even Russia, and all about Europe in general, and all the world, of course, but especially what affects Europe, because after all, it's like my big country, you know. I'm pretty much Europeanist, even if I'm critical of the EU very much. I think Europe is a continent that needs to stand on its own. Thank you.
Luis, I have a question for you. I used to live in Asturias, okay? I lived in Spain, and we have an idea about the Basque people who are a little bit crazy. And your guys' spirit is like, you guys have a very revolutionary mind. But before I ask my questions, I want to ask, do you know what a burrunchu is?
Burrunchu? Ni idea. No idea.
You know what aita is? Aita. Aita.
Aita is father.
Okay, good. Okay, you're a boss.
Burrunchu, I haven't heard it. Okay. I don't know. Yes, of course, the Spanish and the Asturians are Spanish for most senses. They have a rather hostile attitude towards minorities like the Basque or the Catalans who want our self-rule. But well, that's important to this discussion, I believe, to this day. So yeah.
Oh, it's all politics. It's all part of the DPA. It's nice to have you here, by the way.
Or at least the case for the Basque in the Catalonia, it has some relevance. It's because they have been trying to separate from Spain for as far as I can remember, especially with movements like the ETA and or the ETA and such. So Spain is not very, very satisfied with the current condition in what's that called, in Ukraine. Same like the Kosovo events. They are one of the few European nations that didn't acknowledge the what's that called, the separation of Kosovo and the independence. It's because that would have made because that would have major impact on Spain as well, as far as Catalonia and the Basque lands. So I think there is some relevance to it too.
Yeah, sure. It's quite important. Now we have another guy. It's William Dye. So, William, present yourself. Go on.
Just your typical American college grad.
Another Yankee. Sure. Great. Thanks so much. So, going back to Skera, just for a personal interest, we haven't heard about ETA for a long time now, and we haven't heard about the tendency for more Euskera inside of the Spanish kingdom is the region that has more autonomy, their own police, their own stuff. Still, I'm very surprised because there is such a strong identity. The percentage of people that speak Euskera Basque language is so small.
So where's the sense of identity? Of the population, but of course, I mean, you have to consider that. Let me speak. You have to consider that there's been repression against the Basque country since around 200 years ago, because earlier we had the self-rule, full self-rule, almost full self-rule. Let's say like that, the so-called fueros or charters. But after the French Revolution in the north, it was completely destroyed, the self-rule. And in the south, it was not completely destroyed, but there were two wars in the 19th century for self-rule, for keeping the historical rights. The second one especially, both, but they were devastating for us. I've read that about half of the Basque youth had to emigrate to Latin America after the second or third Carlist War.
My point was more because Treyot was talking about Catalonia, and for instance, I understand that Catalonia, the language.
I can finish the historical thing in a minute. Then came Francoism, so to simplify. Francoism was brutal against the Basque language and the Basque identity. Reduced also the self-rule, which was more or less restored after Franco died, but it was very, very brutal. So in the end, the Basque language, which is very old and probably was spoken in much of Europe,
right.
Thousands of years ago.
I understand.
Well, not the Basque language, but
I was more interested. I was more interesting. Wait. I was more interesting in the way that the Basque country produced identity, but it's okay.
It's not just about language. It's also about freedoms, because the Basque language exists because there was a revolution in the Basque country back in the end of the Roman Empire, the so-called Bagaudae, or Bagaude, or whatever you want to call it.
Those guys they're serious about their stuff.
And that's how the Basque language survived. And that I had to research myself, because it's not well known.
Amazing. The question was not about that. The question is about because the trail were picking up Catalonia, and I wanted to have a better picture for people, because also Dan brought some things up, is that in Catalonia we see some kind of paranoia about the language. I'm very surprised that the Basque country has a lot of intensity in their sense of community, but they don't focus it on the language, and that was my point. Also, Carlos is from Madrid, which is a great contribution. He can give us a more expansion perspective on it. I'm from Portugal. I know a bit about Galicia. Galicia is actually the most strong identity inside of Spain. It has the biggest number of ethnic homogenic place in the country. Most people speak Galician, and even though it's very interesting, they have no complaints. They feel very well inside of Spain. So this is very interesting. Why Catalans would have more economical power? We have a lot of their institutions in Catalan complain a lot. Why does Basque country, that has a lot of sense of community, of them being Basque, so they lost the language?
Can I answer that?
why they are so combative. Yes, so go on, Castro.
So when I lived in Spain, we have like in the Spanish people think that the Basque people are just animals. Like they like to for one. No, it's true.
Yeah, we
We
do.
believe this. I'm from Asturias. Like I consider myself from Asturiano. So it's like, oh, those Basque people are a little bit crazy. They like to do riots. They like to protest. It's in their genes.
Terrorism.
These people, like they build they have an ideology that they think that they're more different than anyone else, but like it's true. The people from Galicia, like they have their language and they speak it. All of them, los Gallegos, Jesus Christ, those motherfuckers are always speaking Gallego. The people from Catalonia, they speak their own language, and hey, why are you speaking this language? But the people in the Basque country actually don't retain their language so much. And I know this because one of my best friends, an Asturiana, had a baby with the freaking Vasco. She had a baby with this guy, and I asked the guy, "Hey, are you gonna teach him Basque? Like, are you gonna teach him the language?" He says, "Oh no, it's too hard." And my father, my grandpa didn't teach it to me. So it's mostly an ideology of protesting and being against the grain. Like Basque people love being against the grain. And we'll move it on to Carlos to see what he says.
Hello, guys. I'm
guys,
Carlos,
can
I'm
I
from Madrid.
Sure,
I did politics in London, and I'm currently studying in Israel. I'm doing national security as a master's. So I am probably like a very opposite point of view to Luis, in the sense that, like, I don't know, we're probably going to be in very opposite sides. So it's good for a debate. The way I say it's pragmatic, you know, like the Asturians, they think, I don't know, it's integration, you know, like, yes, they speak their own language, but like they're, I don't know, separatist movements are marginal. It's like in the Canary Islands. It's a very, very like fringe element. And my question to Luis is, okay, there is a Basque nationalist sentiment that like Basque should be like their independent country, like in Catalonia. Is that what the majority of people think, or is it like most people might agree, but they're like, we rather stay in one country, EU, Euro, like stability?
It's complicated. I don't think I can address everything, but in general, it does exist. Most people, at least people who is Spanish citizens, because there's been a lot of immigration as of late, and those people don't have the right to vote, as most of them. Feel Basque, first of all. Some are in, well, we're in Spain, okay, we have to deal with it. And others are saying, no way, we have to leave. This was stronger a decade ago, 2 decades ago, because after this self-dissolution of ETA, which I basically consider the unilateral surrender because there were no concessions by Spain,
They were pulling, like, they are in governments now, and they get
the
money,
conflict
so
fell down a couple of degrees or so. I mean, nowadays it's more not just peaceful, but also integrated in the system. We do feel European. So we're not against Europe. Maybe we are against this Europe, the European Union, if you are from the left, typically. But we do feel European, and we think we best exist in a federal union, which could be like a bit like India, maybe, or maybe something less, but not in Spain and not in France, because those countries are hostile to us and to our language, to our identity, to our self-rule in general.
I don't think it's like a real hostility. I mean, like under Franco, yes, I'll agree. Under Franco, there was active repression, but when Spain became a democracy, we gave, like, as you said, we devolved most of the powers. And right now, the Basque country, they have their own, correct me if I'm mistaken, you have your own tax system, your own education, your own healthcare, your infrastructure. It's almost full devolved powers. What do you get from Spain? The army, which has no role in Basque society as far as I'm concerned. Like, it's not like in Israel or like in Singapore where there's like conscription and stuff. So, I don't know, you have your own police, like, you live pretty well.
The post-Franco situation is not truly devolving everything. It's devolving what the Basque country had in 1936 or so, but not what it had in 1800, when we had a much bigger self-rule. The border was in the Ebro Valley, the economic border. I mean, you had to pay taxes to enter the Basque Country, and then you didn't have to pay taxes to import and export by the sea from the Basque Country. It was completely different. And the self-rule was a lot greater by provinces, not the whole the Basque Country, but it was a lot greater, and it was at least as democratic or maybe even more than now. And also, for example, also there were a lot of communal goods like the forests, but including the mines, which were expropriated in the Second Carlist War and privatized and given to basically to the English, so they could build up their industry. That was, I mean, it's a history, but the situation is that we want our self-rule, and in general terms, I mean, you just have to look at the elections. The Spanish political parties are minority, very much minority. It's the Basque Nationalist Party, which is theoretically independentist, but in practice is autonomist or semi-autonomist, the Volvist or whatever you call it in English. And then there is the EH Bildu, which is the opposition. Nowadays would be something like Social Democrats. And that's it. I mean, there is a little bit of the Spanish Socialist Party, but not much. And a little bit of some other minor Spanish parties, which basically have almost no representation. So in Navarre, it's a bit different because, but well, let's not go into that right now.
Nice. Should we have a look at the votes in Turkey? Because the thing about Spain, like we can be talking about this for like hours and
and who cares?
I agree.
What a marginal country, you know.
No,
we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about countries.
That's not true.
We can talk about America.
Sometimes, wait. Sometimes Spain plays quite a role inside of the European Union. They prefer to stay, especially after 2011. Spain decided to be a bit more contracted, but they play a very big role inside of the European Union. And I may say, guys, we're going a bit to the geopolitics of the European Union because things are going to get very rough. The center of the European Union is moving to the east, and when the war is over, the West Europe, especially with Spain, France, and Italy, is going to have to make a punch on the table because things are not getting into the direction of what we understand as European Union. The European Union that we have nowadays is not the European Union that Portuguese and Spanish in 1986 dreamed about. This has changed. It's not the same thing anymore. Sorry. And we have someone new, Herman Singh. Go on. Do you want to present yourself?
Herman.
Herman. Strategies, Herman. Mr. Singh. Are you there?
He's not listening to us. So, Carlos, you wanted to say something about Turkey. Go on.
Why is everybody?
No, I was just wondering, like, if there's been any like official results or anything like.
As of 5 minutes ago, Erdogan was 51.2%. His opponent is 42.9%, with 68% of the ballots reported.
Those are opinion polls, right?
So he's got about an 8-point lead with 68% reported.
But Nunia, those are opinion polls, right? They cannot.
No, these are the results coming in. The actual results.
They cannot be the results. The polls have the polls closed already.
Yep.
Okay.
Closed. Yeah.
Okay.
So they're starting to report now. Yeah, I think
because it's 9 o'clock Turkish time. Because we have the same time zone here as Turkey.
Yeah, I think they closed at 6.
It's just Portugal in the European Union has another timeline because we are special. We are very special.
What do you think of possible election rigging? I would ask, because in past elections, especially in Kurdistan and the crypto-Armenian regions of the east, there was a lot of ballot stuffing. That's pretty clear as far as I know. Do you expect that the Kurdish pseudo vote will go to Erdogan again?
Yeah, for sure, because he's been there for 20 years. So like he knows who's gonna be counting the votes, and with how close it was, and knowing how Erdogan is, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I have no evidence, but I wouldn't be surprised.
But I mean, Turkey's been a pretty established democracy for a number of decades, so I haven't read or seen any evidence. What's that?
I have read. It's impossible that the Kurds vote for Erdogan. They hate him. If Erdogan is getting like 90% of the votes in Kurdistan, in northern Kurdistan, that's rigging the elections. That's very clear to me, and it's a lot of votes.
Also, has anybody had a look at this third guy, Ogan or something like that? The guy that has like 4% of the votes.
Yeah, he's at 5.3%.
Like ideologically, because I had a little bit of a look, and I don't know if he's really like a neo-fascist, like very like paramilitary type, or whether it's more like a secular nationalist technocrat.
I don't know enough about him. But that's the results as of 5 minutes ago.
I will see. I'll stick to my guns on what my opinion that I had last time about how I hope that guy wins, Erdogan, and that's all I'll say about that. Hopefully, because it is 9 p.m. where I live right now, hopefully everything gets counted by tomorrow, and I will know soon if the world's gonna go down to hell if someone else wins. Because living in Russia, I'm scared, truthfully. Because I don't want things to change. I've been very comfortable knowing that Turkey's in line. I'm okay with them playing both sides, but I'd rather them do that than have them lean any one way. So I'm really hoping, because I live in Russia, that he wins. So, yeah.
Well, like we were saying earlier, there's something to be said for stability sometimes, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if I was a Turkish voter, I'm not sure that I'd vote for change at this point in where everything's going with the conflict in Ukraine, the mess over in the Pacific. I'm not sure that I'd be voting for immediate change right now. That's just me.
Yeah, but there's stability.
You don't want to go to the front. You don't want to go to the front. But I should also remember you guys that Erdogan is a guy that plays too many games at the same time. And he's a guy that you can't trust that much. He has shown that historically in his dealings that he changes position as he thinks it's more reliable for him. But it's very interesting, though, how he's changing his position on Syria, which is amazing.
Well, I would say to that point, though, if as a Turkish voter, he's making decisions based on what he thinks are in the best interests of Turkey. So that's actually a good thing. I'd see that as a positive thing. The fact that he can play multiple sides and get better deals for Turkey, I'd see that as a strength. And that's what I'd look for in a leader.
Yeah, it's either that, because it's either that or you become like Ukraine. No. So.
Okay, so sorry guys. Quick one. I just wanted to mention there's a bunch of naval historians who are trying to crowdfund for a trip to Australia. If anybody wants to support them, the location is ship-shape.org.uk. I know these guys are really nice.
I just wanted to add about Turkey.
I would like to mention the Kurdish issue, which is... Okay, go ahead.
Please. There is two elections actually in Turkey. First, the presidential election with Erdogan against the other guy. I'm not able to pronounce his name. But there is the second one, which I think may be more important than the first. Everybody is looking at the presidential election, but there is also an election for the parliament. And for the election for the parliament, Erdogan is going to win very easily. Okay? So maybe Erdogan is not going to be the next president, but he's certainly going to be the next prime minister. Okay, so
That's a
in
good point.
Turkey, they are not going to be able to vote a law if Erdogan didn't agree. Okay, so we may have some sort of stability that way.
Yeah, I wanted to mention the Kurdish issue, which is the elephant in the room, both in Turkey and Syria and even Iran, to lesser extent maybe, because I don't know which is the actual policy that the opposition candidate may go along with, because there was a time before those 2011 maybe when Turkey was negotiating with the Kurds, even under Erdogan, and afterwards they just imprisoned Öcalan, which was sold by Syria, by the way, and they broke all negotiations. And the issue is hot. It's hot in Turkey, and it's hot in Syria, where the Kurdish-led North Syrian Federation is a major player under supposed US protection, but they don't really protect them so much. I don't know. I mean, I think it's a big issue. To me, it's more important than Turkey as such.
Wait,
No
that is really
opinions.
cool. Great. We have live actualizations of the Turkish election.
I will not leave it there because it's just very disturbing.
Yeah,
But
I would-
from time
I
to
would
time I
just-
will update the latest information.
I would say that Turkey is at the moment a key moment, a key event. We need that. That's like everybody said, and I think we all agree somehow. Although Erdogan puts a lot of people into jail, he's someone that is really very anti-democratic in a way, the way that he deals with the opposition. But I would say that at the moment, if we don't want this conflict to escalate, the Ukrainian-Russia conflict, we need stability and we need the Bosphorus to secure. The worst thing it could ever happen is NATO submarines or ships to come in. It would be really conflictuous.
But
sorry.
it will not happen because it's not the Black Sea supposedly neutral and no country without
As long as there is a war, as long as there is a war, Turkey is obliged to block the entrance of nations that don't have border in the Baltic Sea, in the Black Sea. So that we know that, but we know that, but we never know what Turkey will do that is not conform to it.
So
we
you
hope
think that
Turkey will keep
if the opposition guy who is more open, more clearly pro USA, pro NATO, wins, he might activate the Turkish army or the Turkish navy and air forces against Russia somehow. I mean, I don't think they will go to war right away, but maybe hostigate Russia in the Black Sea.
No, we talked about it at the beginning. Dan made a really great question. And we talked about, I think I presented a couple of issues that I see there is no way Turkey can really antagonize Russia at this moment. Doesn't matter if it changed government. Well, there could happen bad things if Turkey really wants to, and the West is so desperate and use Turkey as an instrument. And that guy was so stupid that would completely put in question which I don't believe because he's from a very nationalist party. But if he would do such a stupidity, but I don't believe so because Turkey would have so much to lose. And Turkey is looking at the position inside of local that is very important. So that guy would destroy all the work Erdogan made, which for better or for worse is actually a good job. Not intern. I'm not talking about domestic politics. I'm talking about.
I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna log off. I'll be back on the open mic. I'm just gonna leave you guys with what the environment is right now in Russia. May 9th just happened, and I've been streaming a lot for you guys who are in the DPA chat. So like a lot of guys in this open mic, I've been showing them the streets in Russia after May 9th. If you haven't already volunteered for open mics, do volunteer, and you get access to the open mic channel on the
lounge,
Telegram,
the chat group.
Yeah, in the lounge, exactly. So I encourage you guys to join the DPA lounge through this open mic. The reason is because I live in Russia and I've been streaming for them the streets, the decorations, the basically how cities look like. You know, it's something interesting to see because a lot of people on the outside don't understand the culture of the Russian people. And I think by seeing how much they believe in May 9th, how much they take care of the streets, how much they promote, I don't know, it could be a play of the war or something like this, the advertisements for recruiting. All these things are very interesting. And I will tell you now, Russia is, I was telling them, Wyatt, that Russia is like on a reborn of encouragement. Like the people were a little bit down after mobilization, but their spirit is back up. That is what I see in the streets in Russia. And I'm very happy about it. I think that a country that's at war, no matter what country it is, it should be in high spirits. And right now, Russians in high spirits. So I'll see you guys later when you guys are talking about the war.
Then where are you now? Moscow?
Cheers, Dan.
No, I'm actually in Kirov. Oh, this is really interesting. This city was a closed city, Kirov city. It was closed during the Second World War. They were building a bunch of stuff in this city, man. It's a very interesting city. To this day, they're really proud of their contribution to the Second World War. Kirov is a very old city. So I'll be back. Yeah, this guy's
No,
right on the
damn.
chat.
I wanted to ask you something before, because we were talking about the war, and then we changed the matter, and that was the interesting thing that we're going to talk. It was about what I wanted to ask you. What do you think about the amphibious preparations that Ukraine is doing? If you have some time.
Okay, so I'm a Marine. My MOS is combat engineer, and amphibious landings are very hard. Amphibious landings should be supported by enough firepower to get your men on the beach and landed, and preparation. So if you don't have the firepower to land those men and actually set up their plan of attack, landing engineers, landing infantrymen, landing logistics, you're going to have a hard time. And I just don't see Ukraine being able to pull off an actual amphibious landing. Speaking only from like a military brain, whose my job was to train for this kind of stuff, you need a lot. Amphibious landings are very hard. If you see in past history, some of the biggest battles America's had, like in Second World War and the Korean War, a lot of amphibious landings are very idolized because of how much effort it takes to land on enemy shores. And I just don't see Ukraine being able to land.
Question: Where would they actually be landing to? I'm struggling in my head to figure out where they'd actually try to land. In the Black Sea, like Crimea.
I have no idea, but I'll be back later, guys. Thank you so much, guys.
See you then.
Like there's not a whole lot of
quick point, guys.
They want to cross the
I
river.
think the landing will be in the west side of the Kherson Oblast.
Oh, okay. So it's a river.
There is a small
crossing.
part of
but
the
the
land
river-
was a sponge farm on the west side.
But the river, they have two places where they want to cross it, or they present it like they would like to. One is in Kherson, in the south, with the city, around the city. And that part, the river is extremely bright with a lot of islands. But the islands are completely flat, and it's open field. So everybody from the other side of the river, we completely see it from upstairs. The other position is around the Energodar, the nuclear station, and the river is extremely bright there. So that is the Ukrainians start going, and they will see it on a distance. It's like they don't have the surprise element.
Novakhovka, that would be the other target, not in Hodar. It's narrow enough there.
Yes, but it's still very deep, and the water will be very cold. I don't know. If they do it, they have to do it on the night, and I don't know. They already tried.
That's the only place they could land. I don't know that they would. That's the only place they could. But a quick dodge back. We mentioned the Turkish Straits. And you guys, what if the Turks open them up? What if the Turks did open them up? What use would it be for any NATO navy to sail into the Black Sea at the current time, who does not actually have bases on the Black Sea?
True. Right.
I mean, there's really no advantage to anyone.
They have bases.
Same surveillance assets in place with drones.
They have bases in the Black Sea.
There is a treaty.
Turkish naval bases on the Black Sea can be naval bases.
No foreign nation to the sea can legally get military ships in the area. Only for very limited purposes and not under the current war conditions. Only Turkey or other NATO countries like Romania could do something like that.
And Bulgaria.
So what Luis is saying that no, during wartime Turkey will actually close the strait. There is no naval ships can go in and out. You can go out, but cannot go in. So
it's not just that. That's true.
Only
that's
for
true,
the Russian fleet, unless they are going
Luis.
back to their home port, they can go in. But if it's the fleet, the ships is not supposed to be based within the Black Sea, they cannot be let in. So, which is why we don't see more ships coming into the Black Sea, because it's blocked, because it's a wartime kind of thing.
But even if it wasn't blocked, there's no advantage.
That's correct.
I mean, there's no advantage to NATO putting more ships in there. The Black Sea is just too small.
The legal possibility of non-Black Sea countries like the US or Britain or whatever getting ships into the Black Sea was limited, I think, to 2 ships and for a few days.
So but when he's trying to introduce, we understood, Luis. Wade confirmed it. Wayne was trying to introduce a kind of a scenario, a probable, improbable scenario, and he was saying, well, there isn't even a real use for NATO ships to be there, other than crossing the Russian waters and being shot at.
So the what I would imagine is the Russians were not there to shoot at the naval ship, the NATO ships, because they wouldn't be at war. So, but the thing is that by going in, and if the NATO ships sail into the middle of the Black Sea, that will impede Russian Navy operations. Like, they will not be able to move freely within the Black Sea. So that's how I imagine the NATO ships will be able to influence the war. But if Turkey actually does open the strait, it will create one hell of a shithole of a geopolitical drama. So I don't think so, because once the Turkish do that for one time, they can never close it anymore. Then Turkey will lose its influence over the Black Sea. I don't think Turkey will want to do it.
And worse than that, wait. The treaty was made to give Istanbul back to Turkey. Istanbul was already in the hands of the Western countries and was ready to be delivered to Greece after the First World War. And they gave it to Turkey for the reason that they would respect these rules. So, in a way, Turkey would like saying...
They never gave Istanbul to Turks. Turks fight, and they won.
What are you talking about?
Yes.
They gave the Istanbul back to the
want
Turks.
To say something about
and they expelled all the Greek population from there.
They won the war, that's why.
I would like to say something about shooting ships. There are at least 2 historical examples of non-NATO countries, specifically Israel, shooting NATO ships. One civilian, the Mavi Marmara recently, is 10 years ago or 15 years ago, and the other, the famous USS Liberty, which was a US military ship, and nothing happened. So it's not that automatically such an incident triggers NATO. It depends on what NATO wants to do.
Agreed. I mean, even the United States has shut down commercial airliners in the Persian Gulf, and it doesn't trigger a war. Sometimes these small things happen. I mean, we even had it in the war when this missile that S-300 air defense or Russian with GPS that crashed in Poland.
Yeah,
So,
Carlos, the problem is that the thing, when which country does something, it needs to calculate, even if it is by mistake, it needs to calculate what kind of response we'll have. Most of the times we won't know about the response. We know about the killing of that Iranian general and how the Iranian reacted, because they wanted to be loud and they wanted to be clear, like they just now took to tankers after the US got a tanker with Iranian oil for China. But the problem now, which is a very interesting story when nobody is talking about, I was reading the Chinese actually order the seizing of the two ships by that the Iran took it, but it was ordered by Chinese officials, and Chinese officials were inside of the ships before they being seized, which is amazing. You know, so there is always consequence. We not always know about it because there is a humiliation, and you don't want to escalate this too further. No, I remember, for instance,
Malakas, when the Greeks decided to seize Iranian ships, and the Iranian decided to seize Greek ships back.
Of course, yes, great. But this one was worse, Ariel. The cargo was for China, and the US also knew that it was for China. And that's the point.
Yeah, but it was the Greek authorities who made that move on behalf of the United States, because United States asked the Greek authorities to seize those Iranian ships. And then when the Iranians seized the Greek ships, in the Persian Sea, the Greek private sector of shipment were very, very unpleased with the Greek government. Why did you have done that? Yeah, because we as Greece, we have no meaning of pressure on the Iranians.
I think they released the ship, but not the cargo.
Technologically and economically quite powerful. Most people don't realize how strong they are. But anyway, so sorry. One quick thing before I have to run. I'm still annoyed at the Turks. You know why? They scrapped the Sultan Yavaz. They didn't turn it into a museum ship. And everybody's sitting there going, what? Sultan Yavaz was originally the German battlecruiser Goeben. And if they had it saved, it would have been the only surviving battlecruiser made into a museum ship. And, well, I'm a historian as well, so.
Yeah, I know that Canadian, Australian, and New Zealanders talk a lot about Turkey because of Gallipoli.
Well, yeah, but we also have a lot of Turks living here. There are a lot of
you have Turks living everywhere. A lot of Turks everywhere.
Canada's a crazy place. We have the second largest Ukrainian population on the planet, besides Ukraine.
Yeah.
Anyway, see you later, guys.
Cheers.
Bye, Win. And we have.
The Turks are the biggest minority in the majority of continental European nations. Netherlands, France, Germany, Austria.
Not France. Germany, yes.
Well, there's more
Arabs. I think there are more Syrians now.
There are way more Arabs in France and in Belgium. But you have also many Turks in France and many Turks in Belgium and many Turks in the Netherlands. But in those three countries, you have more Arabs, even more.
No, in the Netherlands, the Turkish took over.
Oh, yeah? Really? And in France, the first foreigner community are the Algerians.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they don't exert that much internal political. I mean, they're important as a immigrant minority community, but they don't have that much political influence.
Well, in Germany, they have a minister.
They can
now.
vote.
As a parallel society which is not integrating, yes. They have a lot of influence amongst themselves, amongst those who are not seeking to integrate.
I know
because here in France, here in France, the mosque.
I mean, the current
mosque
setup
in
in
France,
Europe is you don't have to integrate. You could maintain an Islamicist lifestyle in Europe without
but you have to understand why. because
Well,
it's a
because
political
multicultural.
will. No, it's a political will. Because if you look at French laws that was made by General de Gaulle and before him, you have specific laws that, example, forbid the use of first name that is not in the calendar,
Yeah, I mean,
Gregorian
France is the
calendar.
one exception.
And that law was never applied.
Yeah, but saying France is an exception like that. In Germany, Netherlands, Austria, you can maintain an Islamicist lifestyle within the country without assimilating. France is really the exception in Europe that requires assimilation.
On paper.
In the Netherlands,
There
it's
is
not
a lot
true.
of social
Assimilation on paper, but it was never applied.
There is a lot of social pressure for people to integrate, and directly or indirectly, they do that pressure, especially in schools. But in Germany, at
different than
least.
assimilate.
In France,
I mean, like,
particularly, the
can
Muslim
maintain your
community,
language,
the Algerians
your
and
religion,
Moroccans and
your
such,
separate lifestyle and integrate.
is very
by-
old already, from the time of the colonization or a little later, and they are more atheists than the mainstream French population, the whites, so to say. and France is probably certainly the most atheist country in Europe, along with the Basque Country and Catalonia, which are also very atheist, but are not recognized.
Czech Republic is.
Well, I think France is the exception where integrating
France is much more atheist than any
away from Islam.
It's not true. Sorry, David. It's not true.
It's not
Integration.
In the Netherlands, you don't have to.
In the Netherlands, it's mandatory. No, so in the Netherlands, you are allowed to hold dual citizenship, but integration is mandatory.
Yeah, but integration is different than assimilation. I mean, saying integration does not mean any stopping of Islamicist practices.
Yeah, but you were talking about integration.
Integration are different.
Because in France,
yeah, but you were talking about integration.
I mean, you could wear hijab, you could be a fundamentalist Muslim and integrate into Germany and Netherlands.
Yeah, and not assimilating. Yes,
it depends on. It depends on who is in the power. You have two big movements: multiculturalism that likes to have people looking cool and very exotic, or cosmopolitanism, which imply you have to respect the laws of the country. Both want a kind of integration, but none explain what you were saying. Sorry, the word you were saying. Assimilation. None of them wants assimilation. This is very interesting inside of Europe. Nobody wants
assimilation.
Everybody wants to have.
France wants assimilation.
No.
No, on paper only. On paper only. After the Second World War, assimilation was the big word of French integration about foreigners. But in practice, they never applied it. And here in France, each Muslim communities have its mosque with its imam, and the imam are sent from the country of origin. That means the French state have no grip on the Muslim religion.
Educational norms. Assimilation would mean something like you're changing your names to sound more Western, giving up practices that aren't the norm. So you could integrate and keep your foreign-sounding name, speak a different language, keep your religion.
Which happens absolutely nowhere, not even in the US.
It was never, the law was never applied. Yeah? You have a law in French, in the French laws, you have a law that obliges people to use first name for their children, which is present in the Gregorian calendar. And that law was never applied.
Yeah,
so they allowed people of Arab origin to name their children Mohammed, Aisha, Ahmed, Khalid, whatever you want.
So it's like even
I think the concept of assimilation is misunderstood. It doesn't make any sense. What do you mean? You can keep and retain your name and still assimilate into a local culture.
No, it's like Wyatt is your actual name Wyatt, or is Wyatt the name that you do?
Obviously, you are from a Muslim background. You are not going to put a Christian name.
No, so what was the question?
I asked
don't
Wyatt
know.
if Wyatt is your legal name, or that's
Yes,
just
it's
the name you use when you speak to Westerners.
no, it's my legal name.
You have a Western.
I actually so my
Why then
original
coming
name.
to France? That was the goal of assimilation. You come to France, on paper. Yeah, you come to France, you assimilate, you give to your child a French name. That was
I'm
on
so
paper, never applied. Yeah, that was
I'm
never
so sorry,
applied.
David doesn't know
There's
there
no
is
such thing as a French
chart of minorities in Europe, and that would never be possible inside of the European Union to make something like that. This simulation, like David is saying, that is forbidden by European law. You have to respect the ethnic rights of everybody, and so on and so on and so on. Even if they achieve a certain amount of population in a certain place, you have to offer them language courses and everything. So that's not possible. And assimilation, let's talk the truth. These people came, most of the foreigners inside of the European Union are invited guests, Gastarbeiter. We now have forced immigration. Yes, it's true. But most of the immigrants inside of European Union actually were almost invited to come in. So we have to respect people. And assimilation looks like a kind of neo-colonial stupidity of the past. We don't have to force people into concentration camps and make them Spanish, Portuguese, or whatever. This is over.
I beg to disagree from
Many
the
places
left.
enforce assimilation.
Societies need to be more or less homogeneous. And that means that people coming, for example, to the Basque country needs to integrate and become Basque. And some do, others don't. Others don't care. They may be Spanish, they may be Moroccan, they don't care. But there's people coming even from Senegal who become Basque. They learn the language, they learn the customs, and they, with whatever difference they might have, for example, they may not drink alcohol or eat pork, but they integrate very well. It depends on the people, and it depends on the policies.
We're confusing word games. So it's like integration as opposed to segregation, and then there's assimilation. You say if you move into another culture and you obey their laws, you follow their systems, you follow their rules. However, you maintain your own culture. You could set up a little Muslim community in a European city, keep your names, keep your practices, but follow the law. Assimilation would be a larger step where you have to give up your foreign practices. You have to change your names. You have to, so to say, white pass. And generally in America and many places in Europe, you say like, no, I don't care that I'm a minority. I have the right to call myself Muhammad or do whatever the hell I want. And I'm an equal citizen.
And you do have the right to call yourself Muhammad.
The law will protect me. And it doesn't matter if you're white or you've been here longer. No, you actually you have to give up your ways.
What is your point?
By the way, in France, by the way, in France,
Ariel, let's wait, speak, please.
Oh, you were talking.
So no, just now I already hear what RL say. So RL already, he did say that by law, by right, they are supposed to assimilate, not just integrate. They are supposed to change their names. They should be French. So what RL say is that, but that in practice they never really do it. So they only allow people to just live in France, maybe integrate because they have to learn French, but it's not assimilation. So that's what RL was saying.
Well, I think the whole concept of a melting pot is kind of outdated a concept. So back 100 years ago, let's say, you think of United States as known as the melting pot, and that was a term that was used, and it was, you can come here from Ireland or from Italy or from China or wherever, and that's great, as long as you're American first and you assimilate to our culture. That was the thing.
I mean, white or European.
You got it. You absolutely. That was the thinking back 100 years ago. Now that whole mindset is just, we think about it and we say, oh my God, how racist is that? Because our mentalities have changed about towards what's appropriate and not, right?
Well, different nation to nation. where you say "our."
Well, there's that too.
Let's-
There's that too. Yeah, absolutely.
I would
Let's
like
change
to
the
point
topic,
out
man.
something. I would like to point to something very short, because after what Louis said, most societies in Europe for thousands of years, most countries in Europe, with perhaps one or two exceptions, Portugal, for instance, are not ethnic, homogenic, were never. There are always other communities there. The cleansing of the Second World War is a thing that is happened. That is a shame for Europe. The cleansing. David is Jew. What we made in the Second World War in many Eastern countries, where 30% were Jews, where 20% were this or that, doesn't matter. They were never ethnic clean. Spain is not ethnically clean, not even the Basque Country. This is a joke. And we have to respect people that come to our places so that they feel, if our society is attractive enough, people will integrate in our culture. If we keep telling,
Russia,
we have two things that is really horrible. One is multiculturalism, that is, I like to live.
If you're in Russia, Jewish is still listed on your passport. If you're a Russian Jew, it says so on your passport that you're a Russian Jew.
So let's change the topic to something more relevant.
Who go to Russia in their passport, their nationality is French.
Trey is right. Let's change the topic because we won't
because
bring us
they have
nowhere.
an imperial mindset of doing things.
It's
how
nonsensical.
How do we get?
I don't know. I don't know. I think it's nonsensical. It's a never-ending story. No one will agree to shit. And then there are things ongoing. The Turkish voting counts and war. So maybe let's get back to topic.
About the Turkish election. It's like in France. It's a two-round election. This is only the first round. So don't be too excited because you will see the second round.
Just get out of this topic.
One, because people are scared to talk about race.
It's because the concept of race is already shrewd. So don't bother.
This is not interesting. And time to discuss that. Anyhow, I want to say
every country is different. So I
some people think that European identity is Christian. No, it's not. It's secularist. See, at least since the French Revolution.
So because when we talk about race and culture and everything, it's very tricky because every country treats it differently. For example, in France, you are not allowed to put your race. Everyone is French. That is in their ID. Even if you look black, you're French. If you look white, you're French. If Chinese, you're still French. That's what is on their ID. So, but in Singapore, it's different. In Singapore, your race is listed. If you're Chinese, they put you as Chinese. In India, they put Indian, Jew. Everything is listed. So in Russia, it's the same because Russia is a massive place. Not all Russians are white. Some Russians look like Chinese. So every different part, they have their own minorities. They have to be listed so that they know how to treat these people because maybe they have different laws for them. I do not know. So there is, I think, we cannot apply our own imagination of or understanding to all different countries. It's just different. Like you go to China. China have no freaking idea of what is race.
Isn't this part of the war in Ukraine and Russia? Isn't this different? Isn't this difference like one of the huge reasons of the war between Ukraine and Russia and why the West is supporting the Ukraine over Russia in the Turkish election and why what it would mean to move Western would be to get rid of this racial classification that still exists in Russia and many other places?
It's all about money.
It's all money. It's nothing to do with race.
Yes, in Russia it has nothing to do with race. In Russia it has nothing to do with race. In Russia is ethnicity. You are from the Chechenian Republic, you are Komi, you are Chacha, you are whatever. But it's not about race. It's not written there, yellow skin, black eyes, or blue skin, or blue eyes, or blonde hair. It's just
part of your Russian
ethnicity.
Citizenship. Your citizenship
and that ethnicity, give me a second, and that ethnicity is chosen by the person. This is something people don't know about Russia. If the person looks like a really Mongol person, but he feels himself like being Russia, he still can be classified. He decides he wants to be classified. He can change that. Their parents or himself can change that in the books. but it's just like to say, is it an ethnic recognized person inside of one of the republics, which is something different. So let's not expand. Let's really get out of this matter, because this is so. We get out on. We do. It's very offensive. We have people here from all races. It's just like get out of this stupidity.
It's definitely not possible.
That's
to go
what we're
to war
fighting
because of
over. That's what
race.
the war's over.
No.
It's not.
No, it's not.
I mean, like
The whole concept of race is already.
In Russia,
The whole concept of race doesn't even make sense.
Ukrainian.
Can like
In
somebody
Russia,
just take
Zelensky
turns
would be
talking?
classified as a Jew. In Ukraine, he's representative of Ukrainian nationalism because they're moving towards the French U.S. Western model as one citizenship for all people.
That's what in
This
Russia
is Babylon.
all
This is
people
Babylon,
have
David.
one nationality, Russian. It doesn't matter which race you are. You're just Russian.
That's
No, they have
Russia
a
is
different
not
aspect.
racial centric. Russia is nationalist centric. It's about nationalism.
I may I explain something?
Russian.
Wait, there are two adjectives. There are two adjectives in the Russian language for Russian. One is Ruski. Ruski means Slavic Russian. The other is Rossiani. Rossiani means all Russians together. We don't have this explanation, but we have for instance, Malay and Malaysians. Malay is just for the Malay ethnicity inside of Malaysia, or even outside of Malaysia. But Malaysian, it's all people that live inside of Malaysia are Malaysians. This is to give you a kind of idea. And then, as I was trying to explain to David, in Russia, you can actually choose your ethnicity if you want to. It doesn't appear in any paper anymore, but you can change it in your birthplace. If your parents, which look like Mongol, decide to call your children like being ethnicity Ruski, they can, and nobody will question them. Sorry there.
Well, to bring it back to the
It's very open-minded. It's very open-minded. And
you're Turkish.
you're
German,
talking about the neo-Nazis in Ukraine calling the Russians not Slaviansky, not Slavic enough. That's something different, and that is really disgusting.
Guys.
For all the respect I have for the Ukrainians that are really suffering a horrible war because they are being puppets, explored by the most horrific thing that should have never happened again, which is exploiting a whole nation, such a big nation, just for a geopolitical objective. You see, killing so many people. And these guys in Ukraine, they are disgusting when they all the comments they do about the Russians. And going to that, I'm sorry, I don't know. And that's also something I always wonder, why the European Union even accepts Ukraine, their ideas inside of their camp, knowing that these people would never be accepted in the European family. They can't be.
Well, that's an easy answer.
They won't be
They
accepted.
don't have a
But
choice.
Turks are accepted. Why wouldn't Ukrainians? It's saying that that's the change society. You could be a Turkish German.
Turks
You're
are not
Turkish
accepted.
German as a German. A German person that's pure German blood has no more rights or privileges than a Turkish German.
That's in front of the law, and then you have the practice, everyday practice, which is different. But just one thing, the official stance of Emmanuel Macron, the French president, there is no neo-Nazi in Ukraine. Okay?
Right.
And we have to swallow that.
You could even put it back. You say, like, do people have the right to be racist? Do people have the right to say we want this nation for just this kind of people? And obviously that's a big divide across the globe. There's many places that do feel like that. And almost every nation has an element of nationalists that are fighting for their nation to have a racial character to it. It's part of every single election in every single country.
No, that's not the point. In here in Southwest Europe, we follow the French model, more or less, of what there is no racial identity in principle. Of course, there is a historical racial background, if you wish, but
Rambo
the
Gamble.
idea is that it's a citizen of the society. In Basque, with Basque, for example, we say that Basque is whoever lives and works in the Basque country, or someone who is not just a bureaucrat they sent from Madrid. You know,
who's the we? You're talking about, it was a contentious election. Like Le Pen, there were strong nationalist elements that almost won the election, like 20-25% of French people. That's the
25%.
nature. I mean, so you say like
25%.
we,
That's
because
not a
the
majority.
majority won the election, and that's the current law. However, there's a large sentiment in every single election, including France, that the racial character is a central issue to the election.
But that's not how the majority sees it. You say 25%, but you are dismissing all the people.
I think you are too obsessed with race, man.
% or something like that. Yeah, there is racist people in Europe, even probably in the Basque Country too, which is not a very racist country. But that
I'm not self-assessment.
the overall idea is that integration should happen, assimilation or whatever, different points of view, but the general idea is that there should be a single society with where everybody is basically equal or at least equitative.
I also think it's important that the media tends to throw out the word nationalist a whole lot, and they never define it. But if they want to attack somebody, they automatically say, "Oh, this person's a nationalist." So whatever political party the media is on board with supporting, the opponents, if they're right wing at all, they're nationalists. All of a sudden, yeah. So regardless of what their policies are, they're just painted with that brush. So when you talk about Le Pen, for example, do I think that 25% of France are a bunch of Nazis? No, of course not. But
you just said that. Nazis just meant that they want French to have a racial character. They want the ethnic group to be the majority.
But what I mean is the media. They're the ones who link nationalism with Nazism. Right? So when they're saying nationalists, what they're really meaning is a bunch of Nazis.
Excuse me, I'm cutting you. Excuse me. That's not what the media says. That's what the dictionary says. Okay? The dictionary specifically says, I just watched and I post it, that a nationalist is a person who strongly identifies with their own nation and vigorously supports its interest. Virgule. Comma, especially to the exclusion or detriment to the interest of other nations. That's the last part is the true problem. Okay? Not the first part. The last part is the problem.
Yep.
At the detriment of other nations.
Problem. So I agree. I had this argument within the DPA Open Mic Lounge before, so I have to come in. Nationalists, it's like when they put especially to the exclusion to and the detriment days. Especially if that happens, nationalism simply means that you love your country and you support your country. You want your nation to exist. That's a nationalist. It's very similar to patriot. When you go extremist, anything can be extremist. Communist can be extremist. Buddhist can be extremist. Muslim can be extremist. Everything can be extremist. Even nationalists can be extremist. So then that's where you get Nazis. So if you use that definition is actually wrong.
But why
if a person's an ethnic nationalist, it's automatically pejorative. That a person can't reason. You have the periphery issues like immigration, where I don't want more immigration because I don't want the demographic character of the nation changing. You're saying that those are Nazis.
Yes, that's a real thing.
That's not reasonable ethnic nationalism. That people are concerned about demographic change.
But I can tell you, it's a very interesting thing. Is that exists because the governments do need to maintain the certain stability to the society. I can tell you, Singapore is actively doing that. They are trying to maintain the ratio between the different races, but they don't mind having more non-major. We have 4 main races, or rather 3 main races. They don't mind all the small, funny races coming in, like Jews, Filipinos, Thai. We don't mind that, but the 3 major ones, the government is trying very hard to maintain the percentage that to as much as they can. But the majority is Chinese, right? Nationalism. Yeah, majority is Chinese. But the thing is, it's not about the race that is leading the nationalism. It's the entire idea to keep that.
You get around, brother.
Is to keep the society stable.
Guys, so far,
nationalism when you want the majority race to be maintained.
What's a race? What's a race? Define race.
It's a complicated issue because it's not. Can't
No,
really-
it's not.
It's because it's very simple.
You are using this stupid word all the time, and you don't even know what it is. Then
Well,
you
it
just
doesn't
tell
have a
it. Why
precise-
do you
if
use
you mean-
race? Why this stupid word, race?
Define race. So everyone is talking about race, but okay, define it first. Because
So
there is a very
So I want to explain. I can explain further. Let me talk first. So what Europe is experiencing now is exactly what's happening to when you allow the ratio in terms of the racial makeup of your country to change. Once this composition changes, your country changes. It doesn't matter what you want to think about it. We are more liberal, we are more progressive. It doesn't matter what you think. It will change. It will definitely change. The feeling, the memory of your country when you grow up is no longer there. It just changed. Suddenly you have mosques, they will have sirens, or maybe you have a lot of Turks, talking to Turks everywhere. It will destabilize your society. This is why Singapore they try their best. Sometimes it's not possible to do it. But they try their best, and it actually backfires sometimes. Like for example, once upon a time, I tell you about Singapore tried to import a lot of Chinese. They gave them citizenship freely because they want to maintain the Chinese percentage. What happened is that it backfires. The Singapore Chinese voted against the government because we don't want the Chinese to come, or we don't want the government to anyhow give the citizenship to these people who we think is not qualified for it, because usually these are all very poorly educated people. They just simply anyhow give out the citizenship. This is not about the race. You see, we Chinese vote against the Chinese. You see, when it's not the race. It's the stability of the society. Imagine if because we are so different. Singaporean Chinese is so different. We are Southern China Chinese. The Chinese that is coming to Singapore is not from the southern part. They are from the northeast. They are the Liaoning people. They are like really, like the Ukraine of China, very far away. So when they come here, they are very different. They speak in a different accent, and they don't integrate. Chinese never integrate with overseas Chinese. Usually they always stick to their own people. And when you start to realize every single train that you take, like the public transport that you take, you will definitely see at least one of them. Something is wrong, because that means there is too many of them. It's not natural anymore. It's just weird. It's like, why everywhere I go there's Chinese everywhere?
We always have
it's the biggest issue facing Europe.
We always have in our society.
You can't necessarily say it's weird. You say, like, you go to the city and there's Chinese and there's Muslims.
No.
It's not weird that there's there's a Chinatown. I'm in Detroit. There's a Chinatown in Detroit. Every major city has a Chinatown. It's not weird.
It's as different as you telling the Spanish that the Portuguese is Spanish. It's different. It's just different people.
In your culture, but saying here in America,
I think that all societies have a titular nationality.
You can't even say it's weird.
All societies have a teacher. All societies.
I'm literally telling you it is weird.
But Singapore.
It's weird.
Yeah, but wait. Singapore is a very special country, and we shouldn't forget that. Most societies have a titular ethnicity. Sometimes they were even a minority. So many times in history, when the Mongols ruled over India or ruled over China, they were a minority, and their culture was all over it. Sometimes they mixed more, sometimes they acculturated. Actually, they acculturated. That was what happened. No? Like the Portuguese
been that too far in the past.
Yes, but it doesn't matter. What we mean is that all societies have a titular ethnicity. The Portuguese, the Germans.
Make a point, though.
The point is the Germans. I think that definitely we won't go further with this, because this doesn't bring us anywhere. This is a problem that exists everywhere.
Yeah. So this is just a matter.
I would just reiterate something. Immigrants have existed for all over the time. I give you this. I give you an example for Lisbon. I give you an example for Lisbon. Just give me a second. Just an example for Lisbon. In the 1700s, we had people coming from Italy. In the 1800s, Lisbon was invaded with people from Andalusia in Spain. In the end of the 1800s, 30% of the Lisbon population was from Galicia. They all acculturated. They're all Portuguese now. All this
Sorry.
but there was always immigrants.
Wait, Nunia.
There was always immigrants.
Guys, I'm completely lost at what we're talking about. I'm sorry.
Oh yes,
I want to explain something.
I think you noticed with the trio, we are on the beach lunch for immigrants. What this discussion is a witch hunt for immigrants.
Talk about this without,
So no, wait. Let me speak first. I've been waiting. I've been shouting. I've been screaming. I want to approach.
Walked and driven a car to a different spot while we've been talking. That's pretty impressive. So the floor is yours.
So very different approach from an anthropological perspective is that the concept of race is not based on how you look, like black, white, Asian. None of these are concepts of race nor an actual reference of race. This has been popularized by pseudoscience, particularly in the US. If you want to look at race, you want to look at the actual main species that branched out or diverged into different subgroups. So for the Homo sapiens, so that's the step before the Homo sapiens sapiens, which what we are, the modern humans, the Homo sapiens branched out into 5 branches. 4 of them are African. So they have the East Africans, the West Africans, the Central South, and the Khoisan. The other branch, which is the Eurasian, referred to as the non-African. If you want to refer these two as these sub-branches as races, you actually make sense. If you want to go a step further and look at hominins, so hominoid species like the Homo sapiens, you also have other species like the Homo sapiens. You have the Neanderthals, the Denisovans, and the Floresians. These can be considered races because they all show a very similar phenomenon, like the Homo sapiens that branched out, the Neanderthals branched out, and the Denisovans branched out. So you can categorize these as a hominin race individually. Yes, there is actually interbreeding between. No, but this is so the thing is
evolutionary history. Saying, but like, but this agrees, and you're just like, I'm going to define race for you, and that's the point. Just mentioning race, it's almost
no, but this.
Violence. I'm just like,
no, but the thing is, let me finish. Let me finish. The thing is,
you're saying I'm going to define race.
Blah. Come on, man. Let people finish. I've been waiting for this just to say something. So the thing is that there are so many points where you can identify points of races or identifications or references of races. But if you're just going to shout white, blacks, and all of those, and then not accept the concepts between them, then you are not really talking about races. You're just segregating people based on their looks. So that's why I've been asking to drop out of this conversation, is because everywhere in the world, there's a different concept of the so-called race. It doesn't make sense. It is only going to lead to further discussion. So let's just focus on topics that matter.
Like, of course, we can't discuss it. We're already fighting a war over it.
We are not fighting the war over race. Ukraine is fighting Russia, not because they are a different race.
Can I tell you my
NATO is
theory?
fighting Russia because they are Russians. That's how I see it.
But that's not a race.
It's about history.
It's David, to resume it. Stop using the word race and begin to use the word ethnicity or ethnic.
Okay, so Nunia wanted to say something. Sorry, David, we are going to change the topic. David, we are going to change the topic. Stop there. Nunia wanted to say something. Nunia wanted to say something. Nunia wanted to say something. We'll go back to Turkey, please.
No, I'm pretty stoned right now, so I don't really remember what I was going to say.
It's Turkey when we speak of Turks in Germany,
could you tell us now? Sorry, David, stop. Vaughn, can you tell us how do you understand these promised of amphibious landing on the other side of the river? Do you think it's makeable or it's just a joke?
I think it's an idea they want to do, but I don't think they can do it. But that doesn't mean that idiots won't try and do it, because every time they do something, it's the dumbest decision you can make. Let's start an offensive with Russia with no air defense. Let's start an offensive with Russia with, if they want to do an amphibious operation, go ahead and do it. I mean, I feel sorry for all the families that had sons that'll be sunk at the bottom of the Dnieper. I mean, like I've said before, if I was those guys assigned to that shit, I would shoot that motherfucker that told me to go, because every fucking one that's been done has failed. And there's nothing but dead guys laying on the beaches around Zaporizhzhia or wherever the fuck they try. Sorry about the language. I'm just saying it's either a joke or it's a suicide mission, but it's not going to work. It's I don't care if you put no fast tugboats on them and those stupid barges they were showing, like, oh, we could put a tank on a barge and float it across the river. Yeah, and I can mag dump with an AK for the next 20 minutes while you do it and shoot all the guys on the boat, and then go walk down the road and get a RPG and come back and shoot you, and then go down the road and call some guy on at the Air Force Base and come bomb you, and then maybe 3 hours later you'll finally land on the other side of the Dnieper and save us. I mean, it's just stupid. I mean, it's just like if Russia has to go for Odessa. I mean, they might have to do it. It's bad, and they're going to lose a fuck ton of shit, but they got to do what they got to do. But that makes more sense doing that, because you might have to go for Odessa if NATO tries to go into the Black Sea. But crossing the Dnieper just to try and like kill 3 Russians that didn't retreat is stupid.
Maybe it's just me, and maybe this is sounding a bit sinister, but it seems to me like the West has basically said, listen, we've given you everything you're going to get. Throw whatever troops you have left at whatever offensives you can, because quite frankly, we've got other things to deal with. And it seems to me like they're trying to back away from it. And they want to get some sort of offensive on the books to say that, okay, they did it, didn't work. Ukrainian army's wiped out. Now it's time to, negotiate.
The other thing I'd wonder too, in some of these like big operations that are seemingly suicidal, I'd like to know if those guys are from the Carpathians, or were they from Kiev? I mean, I'd like to know where these guys, the suicide squads, are that they're drawing all these guys from, because I mean, we've already seen the story. I mean, did y'all see the thing where they're sending credit reports? If you don't pay this bill, we're going to send your son's data to the recruiting office so he gets drafted. I mean, yeah.
Russians even.
I'm just curious. I'd like to see where all these guys that are getting killed are from. Seriously, like the ones that are put on these dipshit missions that have no chance of success. It's like here we got 10,000 guys from the Carpathians. Hey, cross the Dnieper and retake Kherson. Or retake the Zaporizhzhia. I'd just be curious to see where those guys are. Are they wasting well-trained NATO troops on these stupid missions? Or are they just sending conscripts with a life jacket and an AK in a rubber boat?
Yes,
sounds like it is.
I wanted to say that I watched a video in which people from Bakhmut or Artemis, however you want to call it, were evacuated, and they said, hey, my son didn't want to get recruited in the Ukrainian army, and we resisted in the basements. That's it. I mean, I think they are mostly getting minorities, like ethnic Russians, or as you say, Hungarians from the Transcarpathians. But of course, they are also getting ethnic Ukrainians, because that's most of the people in Ukraine. And they are just being used as cannon fodder. You get recruited, you get
Russian-speaking
Ukrainians. But a few months ago, it was like that. 3 days training, go into Bakhmut, die.
Yeah,
that
but
was like that.
But who did they use these tactics with? We saw it. It has been more or less spoken with us all over the open mics. Russian-speaking Ukrainians, mostly. They are making ethnic cleansing this way. And then you have a couple of real Ukrainians from the Azov inside of one of these unprepared platoon. And if you don't go to fight, they themselves kill them. Horrible. But the Hungarians are pissed off.
That's propaganda.
All these group identities are very hard to define. Even if you say like Russians, Ukrainians, and like, what do you mean when you include people in a group? And if it's involuntary, like, well, citizens, and then, governments change, wars change borders, wars change definitions of identity. I would say identity is the central issue in most wars and conflict.
two things: language.
You create
Obviously, a lot of
identity.
Ukrainians have Russian as first language. And secondly, self-identification. You can speak Russian, for example, as primary language, but feel more Ukrainian because of whatever other reason. So it varies, but self-identification may be what matters most. But
So wars require an us and them. However you're going to define it, a war is between.
Oh, sorry. David, the identity politics is a very well-known science. Creating hypernationalism is a very well-known phenomenon. There is nothing new. You can use any type of traits. You can use language. You can use blue eyes. You can use curled hair. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but for a
you
war,
can use always identity based on something. We and the other. You create the idea that the Russians. You create the idea that the Russians are orcs, and that's it. You don't need anything else. Don't come with race. There is no race on this. This is purely identity politics. The Russians are orcs. The orcs are violent. The youths are superhuman. The words are not people. So there was a super chat. There was a super chat. That was really interesting.
I would like to answer it.
Wait. First thing, David, you have to let someone finish, then you answer, because if not, your cross talk, basically nobody can hear you actually. Then another thing is, Rata, let David reply. You don't just suddenly talk finish, then you change your topic, and then nobody can react to it.
Well, it's like you're being prescriptive and saying your understanding of things is the way it is, and saying it's not so clear how people define identity or understand it. And by definition, wars are group battles. There has to be a group identity to have war. There has to be a group us and a group them.
Yeah. So one is one country, the other one is another country.
What's
depends.
special?
It can be also like in a
Sorry,
football
David,
match.
where do you see the special thing here?
No, wait, Pratap. You are supporting one team or another. That's why you have so many foreign fighters alongside the Ukrainians. They choose their team.
Yeah.
So and maybe they choose that team specifically about ideology or other things.
And then you create propaganda. Great.
You can just keep it simple.
Identity.
You just keep it simple. Let's just use the terms that both sides use: orcs and pigs. There. Now nobody's race is offended. Orcs and pigs. That's who's fighting.
Oh,
watch the Russians put out with a little pig that runs around begging for money, and then watch the stupid cartoons they put out with some orc-looking dude with a Russian helmet on, rampage in a village.
It's so simple like that.
With orcs and pigs, that's all it is.
Yeah, David, you want to read too much, guy. There is nothing there. There's nothing there.
In the case of
no,
Ukraine,
there isn't. No, there isn't. This is not a micro-identity.
In most cases.
There was a more comprehensive sense of nationality as a bit diverse. There was centered in the Ukrainian language to some extent, in the Ukrainian identity, but because of historical reasons and such, the Russian and other minorities, they were also considered Ukrainian, and at least under Yanukovych and such, and earlier before the so-called Orange Revolution, there was a more integrated way of being Ukrainian. Like, you could speak Russian, but you also speak Ukrainian, which is not that different. And people got along more or less. But after the 2014 coup, the Maidan coup, then it was like all has to be Ukrainian, exclusively Ukrainian. There is no tolerance for Russian speaking, particularly because much of the goal was not just murdering socialists, as they did in Odessa, but also murdering or genociding Russians as much as they could. Russians, I mean Ukraino-Russians, or whatever you want to call them, the people in Donbass and Kharkiv and so on.
So, to follow up on that point, why is it that it was only after 2014 and the Maidan coup that we started seeing this split, right?
Propaganda.
You got it. Waged by who?
Yes, but it's very simple to create. It's very simple to create.
You got it.
Look, guys, it's very simple to create an anti-identity. It won't last for long. That's the true thing, because their historical identities, they last longer, but it's very easy for a short time to create an IT identity. Very easy. It's amazing. It was just like Fawn was saying, it's a team. The pigs and the orcs, and that's it. The Greeks had all the time. The Greeks were so stupid. They had the blues and the reds, and they let the Latins inside, the Crusaders, and the Crusaders killed everybody. But they were so against each other, all Greeks.
But this comes back to, I think, the point that David was trying to make was, 20 years ago, I never would have thought that a war between Russia and Ukraine was possible, right? But they built that wedge. They needed that catalyst. And what they did was wedge ethnicity, language, and culture. That was the catalyst that they now had built in to these two factions. And then they lit a few matches, and here we are.
Yeah, but Russia made a mistake. It annexed Ukraine. For me, it was a mistake. They just needed to wait a few more years, and the Ukrainian population who had changed their minds. It was the West. This is our empty promise of the West, and the Russians went to it. It was really stupid to invade Ukraine, and invading Ukraine.
People were dying
in the Donbass, not in Crimea.
Yeah, but can I say something, Prada? The problem is that a lot of people, even as far as Siberia, they have siblings in Ukraine, in the Donbass. So the people, you're talking about the people who give the most soldiers in Siberian territory, having their own people being killed. It's really going to stir some pots, man. I don't think that it was going to be an option other than war for Russia. If they waited a few couple of years, it's basically like I showed Vaughn a person with blue hair in Russia, which is very unusual. Where I come from in Russia, like Eastern Russia and Siberia, you rarely see this in towns, like people with blue hair and like I'm like lesbians and stuff like this. It's not so common in Siberia, but because
the invasion has begun.
Because I'm in Western Russia.
European value.
The blue hair brigade is in Russia.
That's what I'm calling it, guys. So like if they waited a few years.
LGBTQTB. Yeah, we got to add a B to it for blue hair.
Well, it comes that wars are fought between groups, and groups have boundaries. Groups have social, cultural boundaries.
Please.
Let Dan finish.
No, all I was trying to say is that if, just to Prada's point, if they waited a few years and let Ukraine follow this trajectory without intervening, it's basically a recipe for disaster, because even inside Russia, like in Western Russia, you have like cities like Moscow, St. Petersburg, with their ideologies are way different than the Eastern Russians. So you can only imagine what's happening in Western Ukraine, which is basically Western Russia, as far west as you can see now. I don't see a possible way for Russia to let this go without actually going to war. It's actually scary.
I beg to disagree.
The problem was the Donbass that nobody speaks about. The Donbass,
or more.
When
Ukraine is pretty much in the same page. Eastern Europe, for reasons probably because of Stalin worked a lot with the church and things like that, never got modernized culturally. And that we can have different opinions about that, but it's the same in Poland and in Russia or Ukraine. It's the same. There is no real difference. It's more different in Western Europe, for example, in Britain or France or here in the Basque Country. But in Eastern Europe, it's all more or less the same. It's like, they are 20 or 30 years behind us in cultural terms. If you think that
not cultural terms, they are behind us in economical terms. They are behind us in economical terms. That's it. They haven't had the development that we had, and even we Portuguese in Spain. I'm really sorry. Even we Portuguese in Spain, we are still very much behind Central Europe. We don't have the development they have. We have to find much more. We have to work much more hours. We have to fight much more for our recognition. than the Central Europeans have. But coming back to the point, to them, my point is that what happened in Slaviansk when there was people in that city that occupied the city hall and saying we are against the coup in Kiev. The Russians shouldn't have occupied Crimea. They should have waited. They should have waited to see what the Ukrainians were going to do, which they did, bombarded civilians in the city of Slaviansk, and after that came in and saving, just like the Indians in Bangladesh. And that was
I
the
misunderstood
failure.
you. Hey, I misunderstood you. I thought you meant like the war in Donbass, product. By the way, I thought you were talking about the Donbass thing, like the actual beginning of the special military occupation. Yeah, in that sense, yeah, it could have been interesting.
Such a military
there was a super chat.
Military operation.
There was a super chat mentioning an alternative amphibious assault. If y'all want to read it and answer it. They're talking about, some guys said they could do it in stages, like scuba guys swim across the river. I mean, what's that going to do? You're just going to infiltrate some guys in scuba gear.
Yeah,
I mean, and then he's like, and then they fast strike with mechanized in the rear. It's like you still got to float everything across the river.
Guy. For a through military strike, military attack, you need a lot more than that. Just think about logistics.
Oh yeah,
what do you need for a brigade to fight for
swim across
1
the
week?
Dnieper, and then
You need literally a train for each brigade.
There was a
Literally.
video.
So,
There was a video
what
with
would
the
you do?
guy. Yeah, but there was a video with the guy diving with a military uniform that was shown in the Western media. Ukrainians with military uniforms with gear to dive through the waters at night. Imagine at night, the water is probably at 5-10 degrees, coming out completely wet, and that was a special operations thing.
Yeah, and
You
then,
think they would dive at night?
very special qualification.
These people are trained
Diving
for
at
that.
night is a very special job. That's not any kind of diving. Very special task. So, not possible. Like I said, even if you send, let's say, 1 brigade of troops, what are they going to do 1 week later? They're going to need a lot of supply, a lot of shell, a lot of food, a lot of
yeah, well,
everything.
that's the thing with the whole idea of these guys infiltrating by scuba gear, then doing a fast strike with mech. It's like, okay, well, the mech's
they're
got to
going
come
to
across
strike
the
and fall
river.
back.
Unless you're going to
Special
steal
operation.
Russian stuff and use it, which I doubt that's going to happen. I mean, who knows? Their plans are so whacked out. They probably think, oh, we're going to sneak some SEALs in there, and then they're going to steal T-90s and then go attack Russia and save
Yeah,
them.
They are
But
selling
it's
us
good,
Hollywood.
it's good. That's good for the propaganda, you know. It's gonna be
Yeah,
on media.
they are selling
Yeah,
us
exactly,
Hollywood,
propaganda.
Josh. They are selling us Hollywood with these stupidities. Even the you remember the Russian supersonic missile that looks like a Second World War. It's all Hollywood.
Yeah.
So for
They're
amphibious
still
landing, I
reporting
think.
that as true.
So I think the amphibious landing is not going to be in Kherson region. Most likely, it's going to be just maybe on the western part of the Anohoda, where the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is. So they're going to land there. Then they're going to have another punch from Kanyamske, which is actually the westmost point, the westmost town on the Zaporizhzhia line. So they're going to meet. So the force will push through Kanyamske, and then there will be a landing because the Russian troops will be drawn towards the attacking force, and then they can land on the other side, and then they can pincer and capture the nuclear power plant. I think that's the only one that I think is most feasible, because if you're too far away from reinforcement, it's like you're asking the airborne troops to parachute into a territory where there will be no land force to meet them. Then they will never be relieved. Then they will die. They will all die. So
what type of casualty rate? If you're saying they'd have to take like a 30-50% casualty rate, then you'd have to find the type soldiers that are willing, care so much about the operation that 25, half of them are willing to sacrifice their life for it.
Yeah.
I
mean, that's what I'm saying. All these guys have been stuck in these amphibious operations. I would think at this point they'd be like, "Nah, we're not doing that again. It doesn't work."
Normandy or
but I guess they don't have. They obviously don't have a choice. But
from a Marine standpoint, because I'm a Marine sergeant, an engineer Marine sergeant, whenever we trained for amphibious landings, you would not believe the amount of people. Like, I'm just a simple engineer. The amount of people that were on the other side, logistics, supply, cooks, infantrymen. So like, it takes actually an entire battalion, even a regiment, to get ready for an operation like this. You don't simply just send infantrymen. This is why I'm telling you guys that I don't see no amphibious things happening. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me.
I think it
It's
could
like
be
a
some
fairy
kind of
tale.
decoy to divert some troops from the main front in this area. Maybe some decoy, but not a very through attack.
Yeah, but I'm not.
It
I'm
couldn't
like, I'm
be.
not an intelligent person. Okay, Shadowy. Like, I'm not smart. All I did was go to Afghanistan. I served the Marines, and a lot of the
That's
things
enough.
we've talked about it. We've talked about it in the DPA Open Mic chat. Like, the Ukrainians do absolutely the contrary of what they should be doing. For instance, this offensive that they took, it shouldn't have been this small energy push. They should have actually punched. They should have never started without their full force. Why? Because now it shows how they will be fighting. Whenever there's a battle, you have to understand that Russians are calculating, hey, this is the distance where they attack from. This is the armament that they have. This is how their troops reacted when they came under fire. All of these things are written on a database. There's an officer writing, hey, there was 50 guys. This is how they reacted. The military is very well structured. All this gets documented after action reports. Even a simple shooting a rifle has to get documented by an officer. He has to say, on the, I don't know, the 14th of May, my infantryman shot at a Ukrainian. This is how detailed military intelligence goes, man. It's very detailed. So the fact that the Ukrainians attacked and then they stopped all of a sudden, this is very good for the Russians, because this is not the main attack. This is my opinion, of course. It doesn't work for Ukraine at all that they're doing these stupid little attacks. I don't have a dog in this fight. I do live in Russia, and Slava DPA.
Can you put an estimate
what
on
I
how many
think-
lives would have to be sacrificed?
Okay, go.
In the sense, if Ukraine actually was going to have a successful operation, that they would have to sacrifice 2, 5, 10,000 lives. That so if they did go all in and 10,000 people were willing to die, that they could break the line and do something serious. But it's going to have to be this acceptance of mass casualties.
So
which is why,
in my you need to
report,
be fucked up in the head to agree with that.
What I think about this offensive
element of the military strategy, that they have to accept a mass casualty event to make a military progress.
That's fucked up.
Please. I think this
you're
offensive is
missing the
political.
point. You're missing what is happening in the offensive. In my operational report, I did mention the key point is actually to open up the reinforcement route. The two roads is actually too choked up for them to reinforce. So when they push out the Russians backwards, now the road, at least the Kromove road, can be used. And in fact, the road in the south, the highway along the Ivaniske, that is also now open because the Russians are being pushed quite far away. So unless they are using artillery, you can't really hit. You can use drone or artillery, but no, you can no longer use small arms or use your tanks to fire at the roads. So the Ukrainians is desperate in the city. The city they kept losing ground on the city, which is why they need the road open. So I believe this is a limited offensive now that they just want to open, because for me, I agree with Dan. There's no follow-up. That's the problem. You see, you need to route the Russian forces if you really want to push.
Wyatt,
and if
what
you
I
stop
think-
halfway, the entire offensive is you're just stuck in the same place.
Excuse
They
me,
are
Wyatt.
literally where they are 2 months ago. There is no difference.
Can you answer the casualty question? I mean, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, they sent in people knowing that 30% of them were going to die. And is Ukraine, you're saying, what would happen if they were willing to do that and go into an operation knowing that 30% of them were going to die in that operation?
I can answer that.
I think they
But they are doing that. They are doing that all the time. Ukraine has lost 2 armies already. And they say that's what some people say.
I think
Ukraine has lost 2 armies
this is a
already to
political
the
attack.
war, and it's going to lose the third one probably. With offensive, without offensive, probably because they really don't have the capability to fight Russia because Russia has air power, basically missiles and
Luis, please.
air power. And I want to say one thing about the what is going on around Bakhmut or Artemis, because I think this is not really an Ukrainian attack. Well, there is some Ukrainian attack, but basically Shoigu has opened the gates to let the Ukrainians attack the Wagner group. That's my opinion, and this is part of the saga of Prigozhin versus Shoigu intestine conflict that has been going for months. Some people doubt that the Prigozhin was being honest. I think he's being mostly honest. There is a strong conflict within the Russian military.
There is propaganda. There is no conflict.
Shall
Please.
we?
Gaining positions along the roads, only along the two roads that lead to Bakhmut. All the rest remains static. Why? Because Russia is not retreating from there, only from the roads.
Shall we talk?
I wanted to say that I think this is a political attack. Let me explain. It was the result of a negotiation between the army and the Kiev government. The Kiev government would like a very through big offensive, something enormous, okay, to please the NATO allies. But the military knows they can't do that. So they have discuted and they have choose a middle way, okay? So a small offensive who could maybe, if everything go in the good direction, become something else. I think it's the result of a negotiation between army and the political government.
I agree with Shadovi. I even say the attacks inside of Russia that we saw last week were so positively received in European capitals that Zelensky, which with all these offensive, instead of staying in Kiev, went traveling around European capitals, getting huge amounts of money. 3 billion from Germany. Great.
One for
That's
him.
it. You already
Three for
got
the
it.
rest.
And he used what? 2-3 brigades maybe?
So
very efficient result for the Ukrainian army.
So I wanted to add on what Luis said earlier, about the troops, about how many armies have been lost. If you look at, if you guys are following the Ukrainian military, or their so-called their propaganda, put it that way, they now have this new tagline, this new storyline saying that now the army is being the army now is all accountants and farmers, or engineers, whatever. So they say that the professional army is gone. Now it's the normal people that is now defending Ukraine. That is a bit funny, because that is the admittance that they have lost their entire army, and then now they are being the troops that is now fighting is the mobilized troops. So it is some kind of admittance that they have already lost sufficient army to the point where they now are defended by their mobilized people.
Wyatt, are you implying that the Ukrainian government is not truthful? Is this what I'm hearing?
They're always very honest.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to say this, guys.
They still
Let me
training.
just go, Prado. When the war started and people said, "Hey, the war's not over. It's been 3 weeks." I said to you guys, even if you line up 500,000 guys, let's say Ukraine had 500,000 soldiers, even if you lined them up, it would take at least half a year to shoot them each individually, okay? So let's put that into perspective. Now, let's move on. Let's say the regular army is gone. Now, let's say they have 300 men left in a trench. Even killing those guys is going to take more time. Even killing those guys is going to give casualties to your side. I want to now continue with a new point that I was thinking about when you guys were talking, was this Ukrainian offensive. When it finally does come, how far can they push? Can they push through the whole territory that Russia has gained? I don't believe. Like, they've already lost a majority of Lugansk Oblast and a lot of the Donetsk Oblast. So their win condition is take Crimea and take these 2 oblasts and take everything else. So according to Ukraine, the war is going to drag on much longer. Do they have the manpower for this? I doubt it. Do they have the strategic help from like other NATO countries? I doubt it. Why do I doubt it? Because more and more Westerners in the beginning, like veterans like myself, they were open to joining the Ukrainian side. Now there's a lot of Westerners dying in this war, guys. There's less and less guys going to volunteer. What do you have to say, Luis? Doesn't you have something to counter me or not?
Yes, I have to say 2 things. One, that Ukraine has mobilized every single man between 18 and 80. That's
Not every
millions
single.
of people.
Not yet.
I mean, they are not mobilized, but they are in reserve. They can theoretically be called upon at any moment.
Okay, and then what? And then what?
So Ukraine,
And then what?
in principle, has almost infinite manpower. And the other thing,
And
I
who
forgot
is going
to
to who is going to make food? Who's
It's
going
very-
to work on the electricity dams?
Let him
money.
finish the second point. Still got
My
one
money,
point.
brata. My
If they
money
go
is paying for the food of Ukrainians, and your money also.
We still got the second point, right? Second point, Luis, you got a second point?
I forgot,
still got 2 points.
sorry.
So,
Well,
No, please, Nunia first.
So I
You
was
have 7 million
and I-
people in
If I
reserve.
remember,
I
last month.
But your point seemed to be like they have potentially millions in reserves.
yeah. So
But
I was
are
speaking.
they going to allow a bloodletting of hundreds of thousands of people to try to make a push? I mean, hundreds
Yes.
of thousands, even tens of thousands of people to make
Millions.
a serious push.
Of course, why not?
Well,
Why not?
It's a total war for them.
Well, it's
Just
easy
to
for you to
follow
say.
up-
I mean, there
I'm
really
gonna
hasn't
finish.
been a
I'm gonna
bloodletting
finish.
like that yet in the
I'm going
war.
to finish, and usually I don't interrupt anybody, but I'm going to start interrupting people. The reason why I let Luis talk was because I made some points and I wanted to hear his argument, and now I want to hear Nunya's argument about what I said. Go ahead.
Well, just to follow up on Dan's point, one thing that I haven't heard yet from this whole Ukrainian offensive is, when Dan was saying, well, what then? Yeah, what's the objective? And then what? And I go back to my original point. If they've got somewhere in the area 50,000-ish troops, last I heard, that were ready to go, I got to believe that that's the last push that they're going to give. And I go back to my thought that NATO has basically said to them, we've equipped you with everything we have. You've got 50,000 troops. Go on the offensive, where we don't particularly care because we want to wash our hands of it, right? And now,
I think
they
he's
haven't
right.
said that exactly to Ukraine, but that's what they mean, right?
Genocide.
So so going back to David's point, and I forget who made the point that they have infinite soldiers. I got to believe that this is it. The army that they have formed now, that's the last one.
I think it's very quite true. And David is preoccupied with the moral heaviness the West has to deal with so many people killed. This will come, David. Don't worry. It will come. But now it's not important. But it will be very heavy. And then I'm going to Nunes' point, which is very true. At this moment, they really want to get out of this war. They are very scared about the reactions of the non-aligned countries. They are getting more and more voices. Brazil is talking all the time about this. When you have a real summit and the Brazilian president starts telling you bellicist, you warmonger, in front of the cameras, you have to be careful about the streets in the Western countries, which will try to think about it. So they are getting careful. They want to go to a kind of a solution. Even if Ukraine loses, this is a great moment to say, let's go to the negotiation table. But there won't be any negotiation because Ukraine is not politically Zelensky has no political power. He's a puppet. And the guys that really control the things are the extremists. It's a Pandora box.
If I can jump in, David, when you say are the Ukrainians who want to send 10,000 or 100,000 guys to a certain death. That point of view might be realistic if the people who are in charge of the Ukrainian army are the Ukrainians. But I believe, that's my personal point of view, the people who are in charge of the Ukrainian army, and not only the Ukrainian army, are not Ukrainians.
Everyone knows that.
And that might give you an explanation, a factual, rational explanation on why they are sending fresh troops that just got picked on the street, and I don't know, 3 weeks of training, and then up in the front line.
Okay, I'm gonna get off, and I'm gonna leave on RL's point. I'm gonna talk about the last time I was in Afghanistan with a 19-year-old, 18-year-olds, and how it's relative to the Ukrainian war. When you get somebody off the street and you train them for, say, 3 months, and you send them off to war. Let's say they send off 2 friends to the war, and then one of them dies in the trench. Boop, just disappears. The mental impact it has on his friend, man, it will last forever. You don't have to kill him. After this, he's already mentally dead. He's just waiting for his own death. I don't know if anybody watching has been to war. I've been to war in 3 campaigns in Afghanistan. I fought in trenches. I fought in very nasty conditions. And I can relate it to the Ukrainian war in a sense that you were sent over the top, fighting in very close combat from 50 to 100 meters against the enemy. So I imagine, when I think about the reports that the commander posts on the DPA channel, I know how it is, guys. It's 100 meters apart. You could see the enemy. You can see their entrenchment. You can see their fortification. You're always playing with each other, guys. You have to think. They're always shooting at each other. They're always mentally messing with each other. There's drones. There's artillery. You don't have to kill someone to kill their soul. And there was a point in the war where some of my friends just wanted to die. You're playing against 2 sides. One of the sides, which is Russia, has a very proud culture, very proud history, and it knows where it stands. The Ukrainian side, it's a little bit mixed. It has a lot of interests. You can see the president of Ukraine going to all these different countries. The civilians in Ukraine are a little bit more divided than the civilians in Russia. In Russia, there's 2 sides. I support the war. I don't support the war. You have to imagine, in Ukraine, you have the same 2 sides, but you also have the soldier in the trench. Do I want to fight today? Do I feel like dying? This is the truth. The war is going to depend on not the next fight, but the fight after the counteroffensive. I've told you guys, this war will be decided in 3 to 4 major battles. Why? Because after Bakhmut, the bloodshed is going to be amazing. And then Ukraine will will launch its counteroffensive, which will be the beginning of the end. The battle after that comes after the offensive will be the battle that actually starts deciding who's going to win the war. Bakhmut is not the final straw for anyone. The counteroffensive from Ukraine is not the battle.
Dan, do you still think there's gonna be a counteroffensive?
Yeah, there has to be. There has to be, because after this,
after what happened last 2 days, I don't think so, because Russia.
So you have to understand the number of troops.
Them.
So because you have to understand the number of troops they have raised. They
raised
12 brigades.
Did.
No. Bonds. They raised 12 brigades. 3 of them Ukrainian formed. 9 of them NATO formed. The offensive at Bakhmut is not the NATO force. It is the Ukrainian force. That is the Ukrainian force. Because if it's the NATO force, you will have seen videos, footage, drone footage of the Leopard tanks or something. It's not. That is the Ukrainian force. Which means there is still another 11 brigades. Each brigade has 3 battalions. Right. We are talking about a lot of troops. So we haven't seen them in action yet. So the Ukrainian offensive is still ongoing.
What Russia did in the last 2 days, they were attacking in West Ukraine. This is far, far away.
But that's just a missile strike.
They assume used to it. but
That's like
they are
brushing the teeth.
destroying everything Ukraine have.
No.
Yeah, but Vos,
That's
all
what-
I'm saying, all I'm saying, Povo, is that what the commander is saying, what Wyatt is saying is facts. You have to imagine a lot of these guys that are recruited, they've been trained by NATO. Their idea is they have the ability to fight the Russians. They're going to battle. When you get trained and you get set to fight, that's it. They will be employed, which means they will be put into a battle space. And when the real counteroffensive starts, they will fight. Then after this, we will see, Vos. This is after when these guys really fight, these regiments that the Wyatt is talking about. After this happens, then the real war, you will start to see it more clearly. Why? Because you will see the actual NATO training and armament versus the real Russian armament and training. That's going to be the real first modern, like, Bakhmut is just the meat grinder before it's a prelude to the real big battle. Trust me. There's going to be a counteroffensive. Who knows how it's going to turn out? And that's going to be me signing off, guys. My name is Dan Castle. I'm an American living in Russia. If you want to see how Russian life is from an American perspective, you can see Wild Siberia. That's my channel. And I'll see you guys later in a future open mic.
Channel with a lot of propaganda.
Take care, man. All right. So Mr. Lumber is in the house.
Hello.
So I just want to continue on my point just now. The Ukrainian offensive will still ongoing. It's already started. I just want to emphasize it's already started. It's just that it's not what people imagine.
Where?
It's everywhere. They different fronts do different things because different front lines have different needs. So in the Ukrainian front, they're doing the Russians are dying too. Both sides are dying. There's no such thing as only one side is dying. Both sides is dying.
Yeah, I know.
What I don't report is,
but
for
they
example,
still die like 3-1.
Just because it's a bad offensive doesn't make it not an offensive. Just a really bad one.
They're just
Never
probing.
assume-
What you're saying, eventually they're going to break a line somewhere, and they could send in 50,000 troops. They might be able to push all the way to Crimea, and it would be
And
a
then
bloodbath.
what?
Well, I mean, you're
and
saying
then
it's not
what?
Crimea, but like eventually they're going to probe and make a weakness in the line, and they'll have the opportunity.
You will not be able to probe that
to
long.
make a serious
because the
offensive.
reason why they cannot go all the way to Crimea is because the Russians have already built more than 5 lines of defense. It's basically like 8, 10, 12 lines.
I shouldn't have said
which
that,
means-
but they will be able to find a weakness and make some sort of serious offensive that will likely be a bloodbath on both sides.
But the thing is, now both sides is entrenched. The front line is fixed. This is why, even the Ukrainian offensive, they broke the first line. They cannot get past the second line. And or they don't dare to go after the second line because every line of defense is death. So you need to be prepared for it. So which is why, talking about attacking all the way to Crimea, we are talking about years of fighting, most likely. Even like if you talk about for Russia to conquer even Kramatorsk or Sloviansk, it might be next year's matter. It might not even.
There hasn't been a serious bloodbath yet. There hasn't been like a battle where more than thousands of troops have been lost. And
Bakhmut city, only
Bakhmut.
Bakhmut city.
Yeah,
but
is the
not in
Bakhmut.
one time. It's been a slow
And a bit
trickle of
Mariupol in the
people every
beginning
day.
also.
So in Bakhmut city, both sides is claiming that they are killing 1,000 troops of each other per day. Like you're talking about between 500 to 1,000 troops dying per day on both sides, because both sides is claiming the same thing. So for me, my guiding principle is never assume one side is killing more of the other side. It's always 1-to-1. So that is the most sane way to look at it. Because if you believe any side talking about, you are killing 1 to 3, 1 to 5, then you may skill your analysis to thinking that one side is actually doing very, very well. So that's why I prefer not to think that. If you look at pro-Ukrainian sources, they will talk about they are killing the Russians 1 to 3 or 1 to 5. If you look at Russians one, they will say that they are killing 1 to 5 to 1 to 7. Come on, man! It's like if you divide them, if
one
you
to
do
10 from
if you
Ukrainian
balance
source,
them
1
out,
to 10.
it's 1-to-1.
Wait,
You balance
But
it out,
is the
Why
counteroffensive going to be an escalation, or is it just going to be the troops are going to be able to continue the grind at is, or are we going to see a major
Wyatt.
battle with an escalation?
Wyatt, with one precision, the most of the casualties of the Russians occurred in Bakhmut area. And in Bakhmut area, the most casualties of the Russians are mainly Wagner.
Yeah,
It's
I do
not
not deny that.
That's a good point.
It's not per se the Russian army.
And Ukraine
Yes.
million.
Yes.
It's impossible
I mean,
that if Ukraine has lost 200,000, Russia could still be fighting. It's impossible. Clearly, the Ukrainian losses are much greater overall than the Russian ones. I don't know exactly the figures. I've seen
let me
supposedly
explain.
more figures that say Ukrainians have been lost in last year, like almost 10 times the figures of the Russian losses. So
It's
impossible
the
that
triple.
one to one. That's okay.
Can I? So from the Ukrainian side, is the losses compared? They say the Russian died like 190,000, and from their side, the press says 19,000 maximum Ukrainians. But there is some guy called Mr. Kennedy, that's candidate electoral for the Democrats to be president. He said in an interview 300,000. So yeah, difference between 19,000 and 300,000.
Well,
Because it was too much RT. That's why.
Yeah. He's a Kremlin troll.
And also, Louis, about the Ukrainian casualties, we know that in Bakhmut at least, but also in some other fronts, you have foreign fighters. You have people from Poland, people from France, people from Brazil, people from I don't know where, from UK, from Canada, from Australia. They are fighting alongside the Ukrainians. We don't really know. Because those guys are put in the front line. They are sending in the front line. So among the Ukrainian casualties, you have many which are not Ukrainian also. The Georgians,
the figures I've seen for foreign
Romanians,
fighters are very low compared with what the Ukrainians are fielding. And
maybe
about
not.
half of them just went back to the West because they found they were not fighting the cause they imagined they were fighting. They found themselves in the Nazi battalion with who told them, "We are the Nazis, not them."
Just check how many
people they deserted to the West, or they deserted even to Russia sometimes. And many have been killed too. But the figures I've seen, at least for last year, because I haven't seen figures for this year, is that most of the volunteers are out, and the brigades they have are pretty much nominal.
I don't know. My understanding is that there's sure.
Luis, we are keeping discussing this thing about how many people died, didn't die. Okay, it's an old story, and this will be like David was thinking, claiming all the time. This is something that this will be a kind of assessment for the end of the war. So let's not take too much questioning about it. We keep all the open mics discussing how many Ukrainians died. Okay, it's interesting, but it's not so interesting. What would be interesting, because you're an economist, Luis, is how can they start? You were saying that they can't. Give me a second. They keep recruiting people, but many people are not prepared to be recruited. They don't have the guts. So how do you work with that? You said
they've been arrested.
Definitive thing, but think about in an economist way. Also, because of war, the country needs to keep working. If you take all medicine, all engineers, all the medicine personnel, how are you going to win the war?
You're right. Yeah, I'm just saying that in principle they could recruit every single man in Ukraine. That's the law. That's the current situation. Just that.
But then they will lose the war.
They are going to lose the war. That's unavoidable. Ukraine cannot win.
No, that's also not true.
Russia would have to make horrible mistakes to not win the war.
there has to be a surrender. I mean, for the war to officially end, there has to be some party that actually surrenders, and that might not even be feasible. That there'll be some sort of front where the Ukrainians could actually surrender.
Yes, I actually what I had in mind before I forgot was about the issue of end of war, or which are basically let's just say the Russian goals. The Russian goals are recognition of annexation, second, strict neutrality for residual Ukraine, and three, a purge or however it's pronounced, of all the deep state, which are basically Nazis obeying the NATO and the USA, which is what they euphemize as denazification, or they call it denazification. These are the three goals of Russia. Ukraine cannot concede to them, because Ukraine or NATO cannot concede to all three of them. That's why the war is going to be extended until there is a real victory. Also, Russia is doing relatively well in the global economic situation, so they are okay with letting the West vote in the non-sanctions. They can continue on the war almost indefinitely.
For now, they are doing okay. For now.
Wait. Shadovi wanted to talk, so he has been waiting for a long time. Shadovi, sorry.
What I think is that it doesn't matter. We are never going to know the soon casualties numbers. What is important is what is happening on the home front. Actually, in Russia, as Dan showed us, there is nothing special, okay? And in Ukraine, in the home front, there is a lot of problem with the recruitment of the draft, what's the word? Mobilization.
Draft.
Okay? I think that's what's important. Because the true number, Wyatt is right. Everybody is lying, and even in the history books, they are going to lie. That's too important for the deep state in each country to tell the truth about this conflict. Maybe in 50 years, the historians are going to know the answers. But after the wars, we won't even know that. We have to understand that what is important, and I think Prata is right, it's the impact on the economy. You can continue if you want.
Ariel, go on. You were saying
Russia is, in an economic point of view, is doing quite okay for now, but they will have challenge in the near future. One of its challenges because actually it seems that Russia is living its lowest lowest unemployment rate is in history. So they've reached a goal where they can't reduce anymore the unemployment. That means if Russia wants to continue to grow economically, they have two possibilities: import labor, example from former Central Asian Republic. But then there is a problem because those guys, most of those guys from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and so on, are low-level, low-qualified people, generally working in construction or working for restaurants and so on. And the other possibility of Russia they have is to invest in their machinery, invest in their production tools. And that's something that needs sometimes and need also a big amount of investment. So we will see in 1, 2, 3 years how Russia will deal with that.
Nunia, what you were going to say? Sorry, I cut your voice. Okay, then Nunia, you cut yourself. Drew, go on.
Yeah, okay. I have a fairly long thesis on everything that's been happening in the last couple of weeks. So hopefully you guys can give me some time to just lay out the whole thesis, and then I have a
Let's
kind of
give
a
him some
scary.
time because he was out for a long time as well, so he has extra points.
Yeah, kind of a scary prediction that I think may or may not happen. So basically, I will start off with what's been happening between Prigozhin and the MOD. Right, they are having this quarrel. So the way I see it is that the quarrel is real because the MOD, the Russian way of fighting the war has always been, okay, I'm gonna shell you, and then if you are decimated, then I'll move in to this area. But if you concentrate a force and attack me, I'm just gonna run away, and then you take up my old positions, and then I'll just shell you again, right? That's basically what they always do, going back thousands of years. Even during Napoleon times, they ran all the way to Moscow, and then when they are weak, then they attack. So that's what the Russians do. Whereas Prigozhin, he wants to take territory. He keeps saying he wants to take Bakhmut. Before 9th of May, he was saying that, oh, I promise to take Bakhmut by the time I'm done. And he wants the glory. So the reason that the Russian MOD is withholding ammunition from Prigozhin, Wagner, is because they've already taken a lot of Bakhmut, and the Russian MOD wants Ukraine to keep coming. They don't want Prigozhin and the Wagner to actually conquer Bakhmut, because once they conquer Bakhmut, the Ukrainians will stop coming. Then they can't keep shelling them. Then the Russians have to go to the Ukrainians, who will be in Kramatorsk, which is a huge defended city, or through open fields. Or worse, if they manage to take Kramatorsk, they have to cross the Dnieper to get to the Ukrainians. And in the meantime, the West is sending more and more equipment. So this is one point, right? So that's why we see what's happening right now. That they are basically stalling. And I said this months ago. Anybody that's looking for a big air offensive from Russia is going to be disappointed, because that's not how Russians fight. They are just going to keep stalling. So why are the Ukrainians attacking now? Okay, from the Ukrainian point of view, from Zelensky's point of view, right? You can see in what he's doing. He's sending his troops in to attack, and then he runs off to the European capitals to collect money, right? So that's, from a Ukrainian point of view, they're not fighting a land war, they're fighting a media war. They can only win if they can gather resources from the West and trick them into feeding them weapons. So Zelensky flies off to the capitals, his guy goes in, they also know the Russians will run. Every time they go in Kherson, in Kharkiv, they push, the Russians run off, and then they just stop. But that's enough for the Zelensky to justify to his Western counterparts that, hey, see, I can win, send me more weapons. So the two sides are thinking in a very different way. But so now what worries me is what the Americans are thinking, right? Russians want a forever war, because if they don't fight them in Ukraine, they're going to fight them in Syria. If they don't fight them in Syria, they're going to fight them in Afghanistan. From the Americans' point of view, it's a forever war, just in different locations. They started in Iraq, they went to Syria, they went to Libya, they went to Afghanistan. After Afghanistan closes down, they started another one in Ukraine. When the Ukrainians are defeated, or this thing comes to an end, they are going to start some shit somewhere else. And that's the scary thing. What's happening now? Turkey is having a very contested election, right?
Next stop, Taiwan.
My scary theory is that if Erdogan wins, you will see all the propaganda coming out. This was a rigged election. There was stuffing of the votes, and then there will be civil war in Turkey. They will start a civil war in Turkey. Everybody will forget about Ukraine, because Ukraine was yesterday's story. They don't care if they win or lose anymore. Turkey becomes the shit. And then if there's a civil war in Turkey, things are going to get hot. So that's my scare. That's why I think it's the scary thing that might happen. If not Turkey, then I don't think they can get Taiwan to move, because Taiwan kind of got stalled already. So the next place to fight is Turkey, I think.
So, guys, so you're not first. So the thing is, here we got amazing things from Errol. Let's try to keep it very short, with strict ideas of how you wanted to comment what he said, because this was very good what he said, and I agree with most of what he said. So Luis, you were first, and then we go to Errol, and all the other people that want. Go on, Luis.
Okay, I just wanted to say one thing and another one on the Turkish issue. On the question is that I don't think Prigozhin wants so much the glory, but he represents a group of people in the Russian politician, military, etc., who wants actual wins, especially in Donbass, rather than the glory. It's a question of liberating Donbass, which is one of the stated goal of the special military operation. And on the Turkish, I don't think there will be civil war, or it won't be easy. Although maybe the Kurdish front is reactivated somehow. I don't know exactly how, because the US is not investing on that at all. Because Erdogan made one thing that the rest of NATO didn't, which was purging the secret army of NATO, the Gladio network, which in Turkey was called Ergenekon or something like that, and taking under control. That makes impossible that the Turkish military makes a coup like the ones they used to make in the 20th century. We saw that in 1916 when there was an attempt of coup, and there was a counter coup by Erdogan that was very dramatic.
No, I don't think it'll be a coup.
And the USA,
let
me finish. And the USA, which was then in the last year of Obama, I think, totally got out offside, as they say in soccer. Totally got out of the situation, and they actually moved against Turkey by supporting the Kurds in Syria and by destroying the Daesh, the Islamic State, which was a Turkish puppet, basically.
Okay.
So,
Drew, okay. Yeah, Drew, do you wanted to reply?
Yeah. The only thing I wanted to say was I don't think it'll be a coup type of situation. Like you say, Erdogan has a good grip on his military. I think it's more going to be like a Syria type of situation where there's a like civil war, not coup, civil war, as in the losing six-party alliance is going to get a lot of US dollar funding, and they are going to again get fighters, and then they're going to take out a few cities on the east of Ankara, and then start something that way.
Let's hope it doesn't work. Let's hope it doesn't work.
I hope it doesn't happen.
Yeah, Errol.
Drew, you stated about the American goals. Yeah, you gave the example of Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan, whatever. It's far from their country. They mess there, and no matter what's the outcome, doesn't matter if it's not going wrong. If it's not going like planned, they just put chaos there, and that's it. But not for Ukraine. And people who are in charge in the United States didn't expect that. Is the lose or the potential loss of the US dollars in world economy, world exchange and finance. And this put at stake the position of the United States as a kind of hegemon or future bigger hegemon as it was before in the 90s. So actually, United States is also playing big money in the Ukrainian war and in its outcome. If Russia, let's make an hypothesis. If Russia won this war without losing too much in a human point of view, in an economic and financial point of view, then you might see other regions in the world try to begin to mess with the United States and its goal of hegemony.
I pretty much agree with you, Errol. I pretty much agree with you, Errol, because it's really very dangerous, and the Russians can't win. They have to have a kind of relative winning.
I don't know. Wait. I don't know how United States can manage to make the Russians not winning without being directly involved in Ukraine. And even if they got directly involved in Ukraine, I don't think Russia will be an easy piece to take.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Drew, do you reply?
This
Yes,
is
yes.
this is sound like a nuclear war.
Yeah. Okay.
Hopefully
I
I
only
hope
half
so.
agree with what Ariel is saying because you see what right now what the Europeans and Americans are doing is different. When Zelensky went around Europe, he's still getting funding, but American funding is just trickling off now. They are from an American point of view, they don't see Ukraine as a war. They see Ukraine as part of a series of wars that they've been fighting since the 70s. Since Vietnam against the Russians. It's a continuum of fights. So this is not an isolated thing. There are many hotspots around the world that they are still engaging each other with, like in the African countries, which we don't hear about. So the US has always maintained its hegemony by fear. They maintain the largest navy, they maintain the largest army, and if you go against them, they're going to invade you. And now with Russia kind of winning in Ukraine, there is already the process of de-dollarization, already the process of countries basically moving away from the hegemonic powers of the US. So if the US stops driving this fear forward, it will fail. The process has already started. So they cannot stop. They have to double down. How do they double down? Doing the same thing which has led to their success in the past. Threatening a huge army, threatening an invasion,
or moving the war somewhere else.
Moving the war somewhere else so that they have they perceive they have more advantages.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where.
Let's hear Nunya. Nunya, you wanted to. You are.
You're muted. Yeah, I can't hear you. No, I can't hear you. Your headphones could be. Yeah.
Mr. Lambo, do you want to make some comments about Drew's point of view? Otherwise, I will make mine. Okay, David. David, go on, David.
Yeah, just the question how this ends, and for the U.S. in terms of like a global geopolitical strategy, how long the U.S. could continue to do it. There might be an issue with student loans in the U.S. If the Supreme Court overturns the student loans, that's going to affect tens of millions of people in the U.S. and it might change the politics. You're saying that they're not willing to spend the money for people here in the U.S. in education, although they're spending the money for war in Ukraine. So that's going to come in a few months. It could change things. And I think it comes in relations to how does the war end, and even if Ukraine loses, the U.S. could keep funding, preventing Russia from taking it over for decades. Or Ukraine maybe doesn't have a party to surrender, and there might be factions, even if they can't raise an army, that will prevent Russia from forming a new state or stabilizing the area, even if it's guerrilla war or terrorism. That the U.S. could probably fund, like in Syria, like
we have to allow Drew to be able to answer. If we go around, we don't go anywhere. Go on, Drew.
Let David finish.
Then finish.
He's halfway through his point.
Yeah, I was kind of building off what Drew was saying. Like it might be in Syria like that, where it's like, okay, we weren't able to get rid of Assad, but we were able to build up opposing armies and maintain a civil war in the country for over a decade, and we may be able to do the same thing in Ukraine. And so that could be an unfortunate situation that this could really go on another decade like this in Ukraine, with Russia failing to build up a new state and the U.S. Funding a civil war, even terrorism, guerrilla warfare for another decade. And presumably the U.S. could afford, on a low level, to just fund enough to not like at the level it's going now, but just to prevent Russia from stabilizing control of the majority of the territory that it's taken.
Yeah, I agree. I think that after okay, what I think will happen if and when this offensive starts and then fails is that the US will pull most of its funding. It would still fund it through black channels, like through the CIA and whatnot. And basically what the Ukrainians will do is they go into guerrilla warfare because they don't have enough funding to sustain like a state army anymore. And Russia also knows that. So they're not going to want to take too much. They might take Kyiv, they'll definitely take Odessa, and then that's about it. Because if they go further west, they're going to face a lot of like guerrilla strikes and
yes, exactly.
and whatnot.
I don't think
So
Russia want to take. I don't think Russia want to take Kyiv and Lviv. These two towns are definitely going to stay in Ukraine. Okay,
Well,
but I
Lviv
think
has
Ukraine is going to
historical-
lose everything else.
Yeah, Lviv
That
definitely
was my
not.
point.
but-
It'll be like Syria. Will there be some sort of ongoing warfare for probably another decade?
Yeah.
Not a decade,
until the
but a few years,
nationalist,
yes.
Elements are eliminated from Ukraine, then Russia might then move in.
I think it
I
is
don't think-
naive to think that this war is over, even if it is over.
Sorry?
David, there is an
I don't
end
even see
to
a scenario
everything.
where it ends. I can't even
The
come up with a
conflict
scenario how it ends.
It is,
David.
yeah, it doesn't end, David. It doesn't end.
I
It is
think
to think that this conflict ends with Ukraine. It is not. It will, like Drew was saying, either move some way or double down the conflict and so on. And Luis wanted to say something, and I wanted to go back a little bit to the beginning of the Drew speech, and it was amazing. It was very good. But I wanted to say, I doubted a bit that the conflict is very profound. You see, Drew, at the beginning of the conflict, there was a kind of a traditional line of people that were very engaged emotionally at the Donbass conflict. And they were very disappointed with the behavior of the Russian army during the first phase. They couldn't understand what's happening here. We need to secure the places. This needs to be Russia. And I think what they did is that they put Perezhin as the face of these people. They are disappointed with the advances of the Russian army. And he plays this game all the time. He's always the hardliner, if you look like. And the Russian army doesn't really... Do you notice that the Russian army doesn't answer? Which is impressive. So in a way, the Russian regime or government was able... In a way, the Russian government was able to silence this very unhappy section of the Russian society that was so engaged at the beginning in 2014 for the war. And if I allow myself, I would pass my voice to Luis because he wanted to talk and I cut his time. I'm sorry.
Not much. But I just mostly agreeing with you in the sense that Russia did abandon somewhat the Donbass people. They did not support them enough. They signed the Minsk Accord precisely when the Donbass militias were winning the war. I mean, if they would have signed it a month later or 2 months later, maybe half of the territory that now is being fought, like Mariupol, for example, would have been in Donbass hands already. I don't know. In any case, it's true that clearly Russia abandoned Donbass. Maybe some say it back in the day because the Donbass republics were too leftist leaning. There was a lot of leftist leaning. Yanukovych himself was leftist leaning and was abandoned by Russia. And I think it's reasonable to think that Putin himself was invested into negotiating something, naively, in my opinion. But because he's right-wing, clearly right-wing, and he prefers something more capitalist, more strictly capitalist, and keeping the relations with the European Union, with France, Germany, and so on. That was definitely an issue, and it's still an issue. If probably in the Prigozhin mode, Prigozhin-Shoigu conflict. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to respond to what Prata was saying about Prigozhin. I think that's what they used him for. Prigozhin, at the end of the day, Wagner is a tool of the Russian government. So
Yes.
they have used him to but
For propaganda.
it's not like he's like a fully controlled puppet. He has his agenda, people, and they just use him for that. And when he got to almost taking Bakhmut and almost crossing over the line, which they don't want, then they just stop all the ammunition and say, okay, stop. You don't stop. We just cut your ammunition. So they used him for what he's useful for, and now that he's not useful for the Russian government anymore, he's just gonna get cut off and maybe replaced. You already got a general under him right now, and so yeah, I think he's outlived his usefulness, unfortunately. Yeah. Why is point?
Go on.
So go on.
I was just going to say real quick. I mean, I don't think Russia will go west. I think they hit the Dnieper and stop, and then they're going to cut across from Zaporizhzhia to Odessa. And if I was the Russians, I would completely obliterate the Ukrainian military, industrial complex, and all, and I would leave whatever shitholes left on the west side of the Dnieper for NATO to deal with. I mean, I would leave a fucking no infrastructure, destroy the power plants, destroy everything, and let NATO pay for it. Let the EU pay for it. If you don't want to be in the new Russia, drive them out. Let the West deal with all the people that don't want to be in the Donbass or in the new part of Russia.
That's why there'll never be a renormalization. I mean, what does the world look like if there's never some sort of renormalization of international ties?
Well, there'll be a renormalization when the West decides to stop being a bunch of douchebags. I mean, it's going to happen. Yeah. You can either negotiate with Russia and China and work something out, or this is going to continue, and it's probably going to end up bad for the West and the United States with the de-dollarization and everything else. So, I mean, we could work it out, or we could just flush it all down the toilet. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's going to hurt Russia as bad to flush us down the toilet. And China's not really going to be, oh, well, gosh, we lost. I mean, I'm not saying they're gone. I'm just saying it's.
I just want to jump into what Duvid has said about the United States bringing mess in Syria, kind of permanent chaos there with different armed groups and prolonging the civil war and so on. Everything has an end. Look at Afghanistan, 20 years, and now it's finished.
Is it?
Yes. Look now at Syria.
It's finished for the U.S.
Look now at Syria. Now Bashar al-Assad is meeting with Erdogan, which is the only one who can really destabilize Syria because he's just next to Syria. It's a matter of geography also. And the Iranian with the Erdogan going to Moscow to talk. Now the Arab states decided to accept Syria back to the Arab League.
But they're still destabilized. I'm saying there's been some sort of renormalization, but Syria still has a civil war going on.
It's still stabilizing, but now the Syrian regime, Bashar al-Assad, is seeing the light in the tunnel. He's seeing the exit. He's not reaching the exit yet, but he's seeing it. Something that wasn't the case 2 or 3 years ago.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think the U.S. could fund military, terrorism, guerrilla warfare in Syria and Ukraine for decades, maybe for 100 years even.
Yeah, so I want to add on.
Everything has an end. Everything has an end. Whether you reach your goal or not, everything has an end.
Agree. So I want to add on the Prigozhin and Russian MOD differences. So I will do a video, some sort of a video on this as well. So there is a difference between how Wagner fights and how the Russian military fight, and I think that is the main problem that is causing the conflict, because the Russian military apparently or clearly do not want to lose troops when they fight as much as they can. So if they feel that the Ukrainian offensive is a bit strong, and they do not have enough troops to deal with it, they start withdrawing. That's what happened in Kiev, what happened in Kherson, what happened in Kharkiv, and they will withdraw like as far as needed to a more defendable line. So that's what we saw, when the Ukrainians start to launch their Bakhmut offensive, like they just withdraw. They just like after a while, they cannot hold the first line, they just give up. They just go to the second line of defense, which is along the lake. So, but that's not how Wagner fight. Wagner fights more like the Ukrainians. They do not like to lose grounds, and they will fight and hold a strategically important point, whatever it costs. That's a different kind of a logic, because Russia is a huge country. The military operates on a different timeline and a different time scale and a different space. They look at space in a way that most countries cannot like comprehend. It's like in World War II how they deal with the Germans. They literally just take out the entire industry, put it into the Urals, and they just play with that space. That is something that most countries cannot comprehend. And Wagner fights, like they do not like to lose ground, but the Russians are just like, okay, it's okay, we just withdraw, it's no problem, as long as we don't lose as many troops as we can. And this is the conflict. And there could also be a possibility where the Russian Defense Ministry have a much bigger plan. Like, for example, what many people have said, is the meat grinder kind of thing, where they just don't want to move. They just want the Ukrainians to come. And this contradicts with Wagner's plans, because Wagner want to push. They want to conquer Bakhmut. They want to go to Sloviansk. They want to go to Kramatorsk. But perhaps the Russian Defense Ministry's plan was never to go to Kramatorsk or Sloviansk until the entire Ukrainian offensive capability is mostly destroyed. And this is a conflict. And the Russian Defense Ministry cannot say it. They cannot tell the Wagner this. They cannot say this. They say this openly, because this is their strategy. So, because if the Ukrainians know that that's the plan, the Ukrainians can just do something different. Like they might actually just hold the line and draw this out in a different way, or the Ukrainians can do something else. I do not know.
They
So I
can't
think
say
this is
because
a
they're
conflict.
purposely sacrificing the lives of Wagner troops. I mean, why can't they say it?
Yeah,
You
but it's
figured
not.
it out.
Wait,
You're saying it seems obvious. Why can't they say it?
There is a political
So,
issue.
yeah, but so since everyone is jumping in, I just wanted to quickly come back to the point earlier. Luis, so sorry to jump in. I'm just jumping in real quick, jump out after. So to come back to the point earlier, Ukraine will most likely not be in forever war. Consider that already a very big proportion of the population has fled the country. Particularly the male population won't ever come back, because then they will be sentenced to the meat grinder. But what also consider is that the big proportion of the male population who is in Ukraine will try to flee when possible, because nobody wants to fight. And then this tiredness will have an impact on Ukraine eventually. And then the Easterners who are now fighting, at some point they will be forced to surrender or die. So there is going to be a point where at least Ukraine is going to get closer to an end game. I don't think the US will be funding a terrorist war, as it will be futile. They would rather start a new war in another region, simply because it would be more beneficial and financially acceptable on American terms. Then that's it. Checking out.
Yeah, I am agreeing with that to you.
Can I finish
I
the
was
issue?
first.
Because the question is not just tactical.
Guys,
It's political. If Prigozhin and the Chechen leader, his name Kadyrov, wrote a letter criticizing this resulted in the appointment of Surovikin as general, and then
you have to wait.
There
There is other people.
This is the root of the conflict between Prigozhin and
Are you muted?
Hello.
Let's Mr. Lambo speak. He was first. Let's give a bit of respect to everybody. It's not too hard. Mr.
Thank you,
Lambo.
Pat. Yeah, so I'm completely agreeing with Trio, and you already see a lot of footage about guys being arrested, even in the fucking university. by the Gestapo of Ukraine. So they don't want to fight, they want to study, and they need to go to the battle. They don't want to do it. So they're going to end it by a lot of guys trying to escape. So that is a very good point. Also about Wagner, you're never going to believe that a guy like Prigozhin going to do all day, every day, critiquing Russia, and nothing happens to him. You're never going to believe that. That guy is just playing with the propaganda, playing with everybody. The rest is falling in his trap. So funny. Look, I gave you one example. Luis, before you're going to say yes in 2 minutes. If you are working for a boss and you're complaining every fucking day about your boss, how it's going to end after a few weeks? You're going to get a letter from your boss to say, just fuck off and go home and never come back. If you're doing that with a guy like Putin, he's going to kill you.
I just want to jump in very quickly. I got a theory for this because I think Prigozhin is clearly one of the best friends of Putin. Clearly, no one can have military equipment and everything and go all around the world and kill people.
Read that
without Putin's. But the thing is, Wagner is not. Wagner Group Prigozhin is not part of the Russian Defense Ministry, and the Russian Defense Ministry is a massive organization. Putin do not have full control of it, which is why he needs someone he trusts. Shoigu is not a military guy, but he is a trusted guy. So with him there, the Russian military cannot do a military coup. That is the point. So Prigozhin could be a spy, you see. He could be there to force a revamp of the Russian Defense Ministry. Putin cannot just decree it. It doesn't work that way. The hierarchy, the bureaucracy is just too heavy. They need to force the Russian military to revamp via humiliation. And I think this also might be one of the things that is happening behind the scenes, because what I said is still true. Russia MOD have their own way of fighting. Russia military have their own way of fighting. Wagner is the modern way of fighting. But Putin needs to revamp the military somehow. So I think this might be the possibility.
Yeah.
Sorry for cutting in. I
am thinking Prigozhin is playing bingo with Putin. Every day gets a number, you're going to list on the list. Yeah, I need to say that today. Put that on Twitter, Facebook, blah, blah, blah. And he's going to complain. There can be difficulties during the war with getting weaponry or something like that. But just look at Bakhmut. The guys were there, sitting in their trench, very well protected, with the artillery behind there, and a good settlement. They keep everything they can do. And they just shooting, the thing is coming back. They continue
sorry, mister.
Draco, hello for you today. So let's let Shadovis jump because he has been waiting.
Shut the fuck up, Frodo. Yeah, I didn't talk to you.
Okay. I would like to add something to what Von said 15 minutes ago.
I am here for 2 minutes. I am here for 30 seconds, and Prata is already schooling me.
Yes, he is. And I thank him for that. Thank you, Prata, to let me speak. I was saying, if I could.
Let Mr. Lambo finish his point,
okay,
please.
I couldn't. I tried.
No, Shadov will talk. Shadov will talk.
Hi, guys. Hi.
So I was saying, I would like to add something to what Von said earlier about the end war scenario. I think he's right when he said that the Russian army is going to stop at the Dnieper. But I think we could add something that Russia wants Odessa. What they are going to do is they are going to wait to be invited in Odessa. Maybe because the population want to join the new Russia because they have just power, and it's good to have power. Or maybe it's because some corrupted politician is going to have a new big Swiss bank account. Or maybe it's because the Ukrainian army is going to leave the place. Or a mix of these three reasons. But they are going to be invited sooner or later in Odessa at the end of the war, when all the Ukrainian state is going to be dissolved and everything is going to be chaos in Ukraine.
It never happened.
Do you want to
know? I think it's going to happen. in these 5 years, you think the West is going to pay for 5 years the Ukrainian bills? I think they are not going to do that.
Yeah,
and when
no.
the money stop, the Ukrainian state stop. And
No,
then
no, no.
Odessa is the same.
As long you have a kind
Okay.
of von der Leyen at the helm of the European Union,
So
everybody will
let's
follow.
give Von the right to reply. Yes, Von, that's you. You have the right to reply. You don't want to?
I didn't hear what was said.
Oh, Shadohi was talking about you, guy.
Basically, I was agree with you, except for you forget Odessa, basically.
Okay. So, Rael, go on. Rael, and then let's have Mr. Lambo. Rael, go on.
No, Mr. Lambo, go on.
Go on, Mr.
Because he was
Lambo.
interested. Okay.
Then
No, I think people from Odessa will never invite Russians to lead their region, because in the beginning of the war, the Russians made some capture some Ukrainian soldiers, young, about 20 years old, from Odessa and Russian speaking. So the Ukrainian regime managed to take them and to put them on the front line, and those guys were fighting and dying. And the presence of the SBU and the Kiev regime in Odessa is quite long for now. So they managed to structure the society, they managed to brainwash them, they managed to select those who are problematic to them and put a level of collaborator and so on. So they've made the cleaning in Odessa already. So I don't think if Russia wins the war in the east and the Kiev government crumbles, that the people of Odessa will say, "Oh, Russia, please come. We are waiting for you." I don't think so. Maybe, but I don't think so.
I speak about three things, okay? The people, the military, and the corrupted politician. So it could be a mix of the three.
Okay, Mr. Jambo, I think Luis wanted to talk. Luis? No? Okay, Nunia, go on.
Oh, your microphone is
Leave your
muted.
mic on, please.
Yeah, no, his mic
Does
is still
someone
not
wants to
working.
jump in?
Check the cable.
Take
Check
out
your
and plug
cable.
in again.
Check
Do you
your
have a
cable, or
is your Bluetooth not on?
Was Lambo done?
Hear me?
Ah, yes. Right now, yeah.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. No.
Let Lambo know why he fixes that.
Fix it.
But I guess what I wanted to just say really quickly is my initial thought of the war was exactly similar, that the Russians would take it down to the river, and then they would sort of leave it there. Or initially I thought maybe they'd take Donetsk and a certain portion. However, with that said, now that, the Ukrainians are employing longer range missiles, I think Odessa's in play now. So I think that Putin don't have much of a choice but to take the whole country at this point.
No.
They can't.
Not directly, but they are going to be able to do that if the Ukrainians continue to play with the mean grinder. No, for the moment they are like this, like everybody's saying, they are just focusing just to the river because it's a difficult part to take in from the Ukrainian side to the Russians. They just gonna. I think they just. We are every week we are saying when going do we know that Bakhmut go to fall? It never fall. Why? Because Wagner doesn't advance also. And they are also given terrain, like Wyatt say in one of his previous videos, here we have a present for you, take that for a while. So they play with tactics. If you can make a big group of soldiers that's easy to get with your artillery, you can make a lot of casualties on places where you already have the coordinates to hit. You already hit that place, so they know where to hit now. And if you look into the videos that passed the last days from ammunition depots that exploded, and I mean exploded, big kabooms, awesome to see, they are losing a lot. So even starting to talk about the counter-offensive, we're going to start to talk about maybe a winter offensive for next year, I think, if they continue to hit like that. Now is Russia is targeting everything that they can find and see that's arriving from the NATO. You're easy to do that now. You're looking what's arriving and they're attacking it directly. You see the biggest explosions the last weeks that we never saw before. They are taking very big targets. You're also finding some maintenance garages where they are repairing tanks and vehicles, and they're shooting everything down. So that's more the priority of Russia, is just weakening the Ukrainians more and more and more, and playing games with the NATO about the new weaponry that's coming and the new ammunition that's coming, and destroying everything every time they see it.
David, jump in. David, jump in.
Yeah, because I think it comes to other factors like how much the West doesn't want Russia to win, and like the Syria situation, where even if Russia takes to the Dnipro, they're going to have to attempt to set up some sort of new government. They could have a referendum. However, if the West wants, they will extremely likely be able to find pockets within even the east of the Dnipro where they could fund terrorists or a civil war. So, it's going to be part of this larger geopolitical strategy of how, assuming that you're right, that Russia will go to the Dnipro and they probably will have some sort of referendum and try to set up some sort of either annexation or puppet government. But presumably there will be pockets there that will be willing to fight. And if the West continues to give them weapons, the war will go on as long as they do.
That's where I don't agree with the fact that Russia has to take it all, because Galicia, well, the eastern part of Ukraine, would be too hard to hold.
Yes.
I think Von wanted to reply to what Mr. Lambo was saying. Sorry there. Von, are you okay? No? Then Errol?
I don't remember what I was going to say. Don't even worry about it.
Draco, how are you
RL
guys?
taking psychedelic
Yes.
mushroom? Wait, is RL taking psychedelic mushrooms? Was that what that
No,
was?
it's not psychedelic. It's called pleurote. It's a very good champignon, very good mushroom for cooking,
Austerlinger
preparing.
in German.
Nothing to do with hallucinogenic.
Austerlinger in German. Draco, I wanted to ask you, what do you see?
Mine too.
How do you see the elections in Turkey? What is your opinion? What is happening?
No, Brata, I want to ask you something.
Me? No.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I want to ask. How the fuck did you get the moderator of this channel here?
I didn't.
No, he didn't.
Are you the moderator?
Hey, it's kind of working, so let's not fuck it up.
No. Yeah, it's kind of working, but I just wanted to know how.
Well, I wanted to give you the way to talk. I think you have amazing. Ideas, and I just wanted for you to have an idea. I think you have a very good idea.
No meaning about Turkey. No meaning about Turkey until tomorrow. Until the election is to the end.
Fair enough. And what do you think?
I refuse to make future premonitions, because this is, in my opinion, stupid. It turns out that we all have no right. We are all wrong all the time. So
yes, obviously.
Yeah.
But so making prediction is fun.
I heard someone said Russian is not making progress. How is that? Is not making progress? In Bakhmut, there is the Ukrainians still have 300 meters of Bakhmut for them, 1 square kilometer. So they don't make progress. Okay, don't make progress.
Don't have. They lose all the outside. No, they lose the outside.
Yeah, but Bakhmut is still in their hands. They lose.
No.
They lost outside of Bakhmut, not in Bakhmut.
Cannot. The pro-Ukrainian view must see the whole thing. They must see like the outside. Like the inside is not important.
No.
Must
Only the outside. Yes. That's Bakhmut.
Yeah, the outside is not important. You must rub it.
I know Bakhmut is outside of Bakhmut. Bakhmut is not inside of Bakhmut. Bakhmut is outside. Yes, I understand that. I understand. So
yeah, outside, inside very dangerous. No, inside, not
yeah,
safe.
I understand.
They gave a bit of land for Mother's Day. Here is Mother's Day today.
Yeah, you must be inside, then you can have Mother's Day.
What I can tell you as an older guy, you know, I'm an older guy. I allow me to give you some advice. Guys, look for the truth. Don't look for shit. The truth is in the facts. The truth is not in someone is saying or someone is believing. The truth is always in the facts.
It is quite true. We tend to speculate too much, and which is a problem sometimes.
Yeah.
But to add to what Draco just said, he's kind of right, because Ukrainians just have several buildings in Bakhmut, less than around 1 square kilometers left, and the roads connecting, giving resupplies to Ukrainians are becoming less and less relevant.
No, they reopened them, I think.
Yeah, but for resupplying who? Because the corners of the citadel are under the Russian control, so it can't anymore reach the Ukrainians which are inside the citadel. So those roads are becoming less and less relevant as much as Wagner is taking more and more the citadel and encircling it.
It's very ironic that actually the fight for Bakhmut right now is between Shoigu and Prigozhin. Shoigu is saying, Ukrainians, go in. And Prigozhin is saying, but we'll take the citadel before they can reach us. And that's basically the war, or at least the main front of the war right now, in my opinion.
I really think in Moscow there is a team of people who are organizing all the public relations stuff about Prigozhin, Shoigu, Wagner, and so on. There is some guy who was really good at what they do, who are doing the job. I think they may have even hired the same guy who do the work for Zelensky. They are very good, so why not take the same guy?
Yeah, it's quite true, Shadowvin. It's amazing how Prigozhin always comes out with in the perfect moment to say the most surreal things. And as I said before with Drew talking, I think first and foremost, Prigozhin has two functions. One of these is to shut up the more militaristic side of the Russian army that is very disappointed with the war in the Donbass and was the most engaged in the war in Donbass in 2014 and 15. And secondly, like Shadov is saying perfectly, he makes public relationship. It makes the West become crazy. Look at the Western news. They pick up everything that Prigozhin says. Whatever Prigozhin says is sacred. They immediately write it down. It's amazing.
And there is more important. The more we speak, and the more the West media write about him, the less they write about Zelensky.
True.
His main job is to be more present in the mainstream media in the West than Zelensky.
No, that is wrong. Because you don't choose what the Western media are telling.
Give me a second, Errol. I'll give you right
they know
the
what
voice.
they are doing.
Luis, did you listen what Wade said? Prigozhin is the best friend of Putin. He's not there to make Putin look bad in the picture.
Nobody is friend of Putin. It's I stand for Donbass because I think the cause is just, but I don't like Putin. I didn't like Putin much. I have already made several criticisms about Putin and more about Shoigu because I think it's a weak link in the Russian
There's
military.
no
Hold,
weak
I'm
link.
pretty much in agreement with what Prigozhin has been saying. I don't think he has been bluffing. I don't think he has been doing any sort of propaganda thing that people say. He's risking a lot, and he's, I think,
So
too old.
we have two
to care.
perspectives.
And
We have two
he's giving
perspectives.
voice to those people who want something better in terms military. Especially in
Let's
Donbass.
Errol answer. Wait for Luis.
Let
Let's
me finish.
Errol answer.
If I'm correct,
we are repeating.
the Wagner
We are coming
group
back to what
actually
you
was
said.
formed, at least that's what their discourse says, as patriotic investment by some oligarchs who were less selfish, less, so to say, more idealistic, in favor of Donbass specifically.
I don't think there is
Nearly.
oligarchs in. I don't think there are oligarchs here.
During the
Errol.
Prigozhin is an
don't
oligarch.
interrupt when. No, don't
Prigozhin is
interrupt
an
when
oligarch,
she was-
and there are other people who invested in Wagner. I mean, it's politics of Russia.
Okay, then give me an answer, correct answer in short, so that Errol can mix it. Where did you
I'm going to
see?
go. God bless.
Where
Thanks
did you
for having
see?
the conversation.
I know. Where did you see any oligarch invested in this war? I'm sorry. Where did you see any oligarch making a comment about this war? I don't see them. They never talked about it. Most of them are very, very quiet. So let's not. We are not seeing them. So Errol, go on.
Prigozhin
I've
is
heard-
an oligarch.
Sorry, I have to say something here. I have to say something here. So
Yes, but ask me a question and I want to answer it. Prigozhin is an oligarch. I know that there are other more discreet oligarchs investing in Wagner and have been for years. I don't know their names. I'm not that invested in the thing, but I know that this
That's
is a thing.
speculation
Of
then.
course, there are
That's
other oligarchs,
speculation.
the one of Gazprom or things like that, who have been criticized by Prigozhin for investing in alternative PMCs or mercenary companies and not investing enough, just sending people to die almost like if they were Ukrainian army. But there are people who are in the more, so to say, nationalist, idealist camps. And Prigozhin acts as a speaker for that sector of Russian elites.
To finish, Gazprom is a state-owned company. There is no oligarch on it.
Shall we?
There is a part of Gazprom who is owned by shareholder. And I wanted to say one thing. I think it's a belief. It's not no proof or whatever. I think that all the money who created Wagner come from Putin directly. I think for Wagner to have so much power, so much military strength, so much weight in society, it means that it belongs directly to Putin. Prigozhin is just an employee of Putin. That's what I think. It's a belief. I have no proof, I have no information. That's what I think.
Okay. You have the right to think and you have the right to express your thinking. It's no problem. But what I see from the facts, who the fuck is actually Prigozhin? Prigozhin is from the facts the guy who is taking Bakhmut. This is Prigozhin. He is doing this his own fucking private army. What are the undergrounds on this thing? We will never know, and we know it now less than ever. So when we are talking about facts, we actually should be like, fuck man, this Prigozhin is great. He's beating Ukraine all by himself with his own fucking private army. This is Prigozhin from the facts. When we want to fuck Prigozhin, then we can fuck him. But I don't want to fuck him because he's a man. So
you want to fuck Baerbock?
No, this ugly.
Oh, she has a nice boom.
There are other names in the Wagner thing, especially now that he has been recruiting high-profile Russian generals and such.
Oh, I just wanted to add something. I just wanted to add about Wagner and Prigozhin. Yes, he's a friend of Putin, but there are other oligarchs who have talked a bit about the special military operation or the war in Ukraine. One of them was Deripaska. He talked about it in the media to say, that war should not last very long. It's better to avoid that war and so on. He was just saying that. He was not for the war, and I think he's the kind of guy who don't want to be implicated into it. But he's the boss of Rusal, the biggest aluminium company in the world. So maybe he's making a business behind it.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
aluminium is really needed for aircraft.
And I don't think that PMC Wagner is led by Prigozhin, and above Prigozhin you have Putin who is giving his order to him. I don't think that, but it's clear that PMC Wagner is closely tied to Russian interest, Russian state interest, and of course they need their approval when they go to Mali, when they go to Central African Republic, and so on, like a prolongation of Russian foreign policy.
Maybe
so yes,
FSB.
they are clearly tied together. It's not
It's like the
something
CIA of
independent,
Russia.
Of course, it's not independent. It's
The
closely
nuclear-
tied to, and they can't do what they want. Also, they can't make deals with whatever. They have to respect some approval from above.
All right. Do we know? Do we still remember on the Switzerland as an army? The Swiss had in the Middle Age. I mean, they had a very, very good army, but they were never fighting for Switzerland. They were always fighting for someone else. So they were like,
Mercenaries.
yes, Prigozhin is a hired mercenary. So officially, we can think we can think in our heads what we like, and we can make premonition about what we like. But officially, Prigozhin is a mercenary army which was hired by the Russians to fight for them.
Wagner was started by
No,
the
but
GRU
they can't
and the other
fight for
security
Ukraine, for
services in
example.
Russia, and
can't.
and Prigozhin got hired later on. It was started before Prigozhin was around.
Of course,
They
but
got
now
started
he's
by
in charge.
he got fired. He could get fired too.
Yeah, but you
I
can't
don't
do
know
what he
if
wants. Also,
if he can
I
get
mean-
fired. We don't know. We think he can get fired because we actually don't know which is the real relationship between Prigozhin and the PMC Wagner. We think there is something else behind the scene that we cannot see and that we cannot know. So we are just struggling with some thoughts. Why don't we take what we see?
That's what RL is saying. That's what RL is saying.
Yeah.
Wagner is supported by something.
I
Can be
didn't
by the
contradict
Russian
him.
state, but can
I
also
didn't
be by the
contradict him.
oligarchs, by the big bosses of the big state companies of Russia.
Yes, but yeah, Mr. Lambo, but this is not what we know. This is what we think. What we
Yeah, but we
know.
already know that Gazprom has started his own military also, so it can be
Yeah,
more logical.
it can be how is he saying these guys in American whence but coconuts? I don't know. There is something like
Roman.
Yeah. So I'm saying that we are discussing. We are fighting all over the place about things that we don't know, and we are not talking about that what we know. That's in my opinion wrong.
We know that Prigozhin is speaking for Wagner, is directing Wagner, is the CEO of Wagner.
Yes.
And not the commander, because the commander is Utkin. And then second in rank is now Misintsev, who was a vice minister of defense for logistics and was probably, almost certainly, giving ammunition to Wagner behind Shoigu's rear and undercover, or whatever you want to call it. We know that kind of thing. We know that he has acknowledged Surovikin as the brain of the Bakhmut operation. So there are more people than just Shoigu at the military level. Prigozhin at the military level, but at the CAO level, it's Prigozhin. That's it. It's very clear.
Yes.
Maybe the sugar daddy of Wagner is Putin. We don't know.
I think so.
Mr. Lambo,
Putin
Putin is the chairman, Prigozhin the CEO.
Yeah, but I didn't. I also know when Prigozhin said we're going to leave Bakhmut on May 10th. Who is it? Peshkov, the speaker for Putin, said it ain't up to you. It's not up to him when they're going to leave. I mean, that's what he said in public.
Yeah, but they're misleading with all this thing that they're saying. We're going to leave 10th May, and the Ukrainians, they're going to leave, so we're going to start to attack. And then they're coming to the front. They're not gone. They are playing. Yes. They are playing with what they are saying. So some things going to be right what he's saying, and other things going to be very wrong, just to mislead everything, to mindfuck the people, to mindfuck the rest. Wagner is playing that game, and Prigozhin is like the master class in that. I don't want to play a quiz against this guy because he's very smart. I know to play mentally the game with the rest. I like
I have very clear that if Prigozhin and the commanders of the Wagner group they would have retreated already, because the Ministry of Defense of Russia is playing very dirty with them, and they are not. They don't want to sacrifice their men for a government that is not backing them. Actually, is backing them.
That's what I said. We have no proof.
Opening the road for the
we don't know.
We don't know.
Yes, we do know. We don't. We are seeing Prigozhin telling you exactly
what they are telling.
We're seeing it. I've been following the saga since.
It's just a show.
What was then? Autumn. I don't remember if it was November or October. It's very clear. In those days, Prigozhin and Kadyrov made a criticism of the war effort, and that caused some political reactions and military reactions, because there were changes in the command chain. And afterwards, beginning in February, I think, they began to complain about ammo shortages, and not just ammo. They said they weren't getting.
Do you know how much ammo they had?
It's really good, Louis. Did you saw the footage about the salt mines full, but I say full of ammunition?
No, I didn't, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Of course, they have got some reserves of their own. Right? They are not playing just only with the provisions that they're
never going to let them down.
They also declared, Prigozhin declared that he was getting some ammunition from other sources, private sources, generous, patriotic sources, unknown, who knows. But it's clear that the Ministry of Defense, Shoigu, and probably Gerasimov as well, are playing dirty on that. That's clear.
They are just fucking your mind with stupid things. He's complaining.
Nobody knows what is this
right way. No, wait, by the way, I'm going to speak to you after me. They are going to some complaint. You're never going to do that publicly. It's like I said before. If you're working for a fucking boss and you criticize him all day long, and that's like he's doing now, all day long he's criticizing him, you're never going to keep working for your boss for a long time. After a while, your boss is going to be sick of it. If you do that with the Russians, with a guy like Putin, with a guy already beneath Putin, I don't care, they're going to get rid of you. It's like in the West, they like to say,
the question is and also what needs Putin and the government,
Wagner
government of Russia needs in Africa, for example, in Bakhmut itself, etc.
So, Mr. Lambo,
Yeah.
now we have to understand after you that the life of Prigozhin is in danger.
Yeah. If you think no.
Do you
No,
think the Russians
listen,
will kill Prigozhin?
Listen, if you take it, if it's really like that Prigozhin, so like the propaganda says, that is true that he's complaining, and it's true that he doesn't have any mission, and he's complaining every day. Yeah, of course, they're going to take credit of that.
But it is true that he's complaining. We saw it with our eyes, and we hear it with our ears. Because he done this on the TV. He didn't comply behind our backs. He complied in front of all over the world. All world know. Yeah. So why don't they kill him? They don't kill him.
No, because he's playing bingo with Putin.
Oh, he's playing bingo. He's a stupid idiot, which has nothing better to do. So he's a billionaire, which is so stupid that is playing with his life. Okay?
No,
he don't know.
Draco, he's saying the same thing as you are. He's saying the same thing as you are.
Yeah. Draco, listen. Just let me. No. Just let me finish speaking before you need to. He's playing bingo with Putin. What I mean by that, like tomorrow we're going to call Putin. Putin, can you throw the roulette? So Putin is like, tick, number comes out the machine. Okay, take the paper and read number 35. And Prigozhin going to take his paper, reading number 35. People are going to say that I have no ammunition left. Okay, so we're going to put on Twitter, I have no ammunition left. I put it, very good.
Mr. Lambo, you are losing the voice. You're losing your voice. Let's finally let Shadovi talk, because the guy has been being interrupted all the time. Poor guy.
Like me.
Shadovi,
No,
talk.
basically, I agree
Don't
with
let
Mr.
him-
Lambo. I agree with Mr. Lambo. I think
but it's just to say they are playing a game. Of course, everything is told with Putin. You're never going to criticize Putin publicly. They're never going to do that.
If you do that, you fall from a window. We all know that.
Of course,
You fall
they're
from the
playing
window.
games. They're playing games. They're doing their own propaganda to mindfuck everybody. I was doing it. They copy and paste the text of Prigozhin. They put on the news. Prigozhin said you don't have any ammunition left. But they still have an ammunition. They're just fucking with everybody. They're just playing a game.
I understand. So may I answer this, or is or this is forbidden for me? May I answer this? Okay.
Yeah.
I think you are living in a science fiction world, my friend.
No.
Yes, this is science
You are
fiction.
medieval.
Hey, please, I didn't finish my answer. So why? What are you talking about this science fiction? Because these guys also, you just called Putin a killer and Prigozhin a stupid guy. Because let me explain you. You said if you say something against Putin, you will end up dead by Putin.
Yes.
Putin is going to kill you. So
That is
Putin
the
is
reality.
a killer.
The system.
Putin, that's the reality. How many?
No, the
how many?
reality is,
I don't know
like
what you're talking about.
No, but you
For
just
me,
don't
this science
understand,
fiction, my
because
friend.
I am agreeing with you and what you are thinking about the trust strategy of Wagner. So if in reality, if it's the truth, like he's complaining for a real reason every day because he's getting nothing, but he's complaining publicly. So he's accusing publicly every time
So what?
the Russians. So if that is a true story, Russia never gonna accept criticism like that publicly.
So you mean?
Can I add something? Give me a moment. Guys.
So let me see if I understood you. So Prigozhin is not complaining sincerely. They are just playing the game for us to see that there are conflicts between them. And when we think that there are conflicts between them, we are more more attracted by this theater. That's what I should understand. Okay, Mr. Lambo, this was what I said 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
that's why
so
I
guys, you actually agree all the time with what you say. It's amazing. So I wanted to add something
you
to
guys
confirm.
trigger Craig to come on. You
Yes.
guys are you cannot connect, right?
Yes.
Craig is so angry. Craig, come on.
I wanted to just, from my
I love you,
analysis of the Western
I have 2
media,
points after Prata. I have 2 points.
from my analysis of the Western media, it was not immediately, but after a certain point, the Russians never had voice in the Western media. Sometimes when Putin talked, they analyzed his speeches, and that was pretty much it. But since Pirogin talks, they put everything he says, sometimes even without no malicious comments, which is amazing. With Pirogin as a figure, they managed. The Russians managed to come inside of the Western media, and he's a puppet in the whole scenario. Not a puppet, sorry. Is a personage, persona in the theater of the Western media propaganda, which is amazing. And then
I'm first.
Jump
I'm
in.
first.
Exactly.
No, I'm first.
No,
Wait.
Draco, it's a trial. Draco, it's a trial. He wants to go out.
Yeah. So 2 points. So for Dracu, the first point. So if you criticize Putin in a super negative way, Putin is not going to kill you. It will be done by the FSB. And then to Prata, you won't suddenly fall off the stairs. You will fall on polonium. That's it.
Oh, it was from the window.
Okay.
It's something from the window.
Prata, I just wanted to say, it's the first time I'm agreeing with you. Man, you are good. This is a very important point to make. The PR value of Prigozhin is very important because this is, as you said, is the first time that the Western media is publishing some Russian real thing. Yes.
I thought Wyatt was about to throw a Dragon Ball Kamehameha wave or something. What were you doing?
Well done, Prigozhin.
Taiwan so bright,
and well done, Putin.
Why is Taiwan so bright?
This is a real thing, though. I mean, this is the question with Prigozhin: is how sincere is this? And what's a bit irritating to listen to, guys, is there is this concept of maskirovka, right? Which is, camouflage. And there's levels of it, right? Like if you've ever played Go and you're trying to encircle someone else's men, you can't do it unless you count to the edge of the board, even or odd, how many stones is it, right? To know whether you're going to succeed or not. And that's what Prigozhin is doing. He's got multiple levels of this going on. I don't think anyone thinks he's completely sincere, and I don't think anyone thinks he's completely insincere.
Of course
the
not.
question is, what is he inducing? What action is he inducing on the part of the enemy that serves his cause? And I think it's pretty clear that he succeeded in getting the Ukrainians to devote men into Bakhmut that probably shouldn't have been in Bakhmut. They're advancing into ruined buildings that have no staircases left, that basically are completely. There goes the helicopter again. You hear that? Got a helicopter flying over me. They must not like this observation.
In Canada.
Yeah. It's so the question is how seriously to take each element of what he has to say. I personally think that it's everything he's saying about people is essentially a put up, and everything he's saying about locations is essentially a trap. So I think it's very insincere.
I think you made an extremely well analysis of it. You put it in a very well described way. I think if you guys don't really deny what Kruto just said, it's amazing the levels of explanation that he was able to condensate in such a short time. I saw Luis denying everything that Kruto was saying. I was surprised because it's really, well, he managed to condensate everything in a few words.
The question is,
the question is that it cannot be Maskarovska or masquerading, whatever you want to call it. It cannot be. It's too big, and also
it's too big.
Has from the content.
No such thing as too big.
Just because he makes a criticism or something like that, what is not true at all. I mean, there is now, especially an issue with the peace movement, for example. They are arresting them and so on. Yes, there is repression in Russia. Russia is authoritarian, but the much of the murders and things like that are very obscure, and it's not clear that such is happening. Putin reigns on the oligarchs. That's or has been reigning in the past, at least. I don't know if he does anymore.
They're not really oligarchs anymore.
Exactly. All said, Kruto. They are not oligarchs anymore.
You're not an oligarch if someone like Xi tells you to sit down and he takes 51% of your company at will. You're not an oligarch if somebody throws you out a window. I mean, there are no oligarchs in Russia or China. The oligarchs are in the United States, Ukraine, Canada. Those are oligarchs.
Maybe, especially to minorities, but it's not the way it's said. And Prigozhin is not just an oligarch. It's, so to say, a leader of a party, not a party, a current of people who is in a strong disagreement on how the Russian military has been managed in the last 10 years, which are the 10 years of Minister Shoigu. That's it. And that's what he said in the DPA relay that you included earlier today, which he was saying that 10 years of his management of the Russian army. That's a very strong political, military.
That's what all hardliners say. That's what all hardliners say. He has two functions. He has two functions. To represent the hardliners in order to shut up them, and secondly, to do exactly what Kruto in such an amazing speech was able to explain. That's what he does.
Luis, you one point here. You say it's too big. Let me say how big I think the big is. If this is like really spun around 2 full rotations plus 180 degrees of deception, as I think it is, then Prigozhin is playing for the prize as follows. He's playing for the prize of the West actually backing him to become president of Ukraine, thinking he's a foil to Putin. That's how big it could be. That's how big it could be. It could be that big. If you think that's crazy, look at Osama bin Laden, who went from a Western-backed mujahideen to running an independent show, to challenging for Saudi Arabia's leadership, to ending up as the biggest terrorist ever. And now Al-Qaeda is essentially an American ally. Don't tell me this public crazy hasn't happened before.
US foreign policy as an example, it's something in your argument is wrong.
What about something?
You're going to have to say what?
I want to ask CRAJU. How can I call you? What that means? How?
He's Craig.
Just call me Craig.
Yeah, but I want to call you by your avatar.
Why? Who cares?
Because I can remember your name.
Crypto. That's not my problem.
Crypto. Then I'm gonna ask you, please. I want to ask you what that means. CRAJU.
It's not important. Why are we talking about this on the stream?
For me, it's important. Please.
It doesn't have a meaning. It's abbreviation.
Of what?
It's
so the CR is correct. Probably.
Draku. Let's talk about the subject we're talking about. Shadowy, you said I had something wrong. You're going to have to say what I got wrong. What did I get wrong, Shadow?
I think you're mistaking something. You are going too far in your argumentation as often. I think one of your main problems is moderation. When it's a good thing to go in the direction, very, very often you go too far in the direction. That's what I think.
Do you guys remember?
I stated an extreme position. I mean, you can actually think that his Maskarovka goals are less than that if he has only, let's say, let's call it a 540-degree goal. Then he just wants Ukraine to commit all its resources to, say, a completely unwise location like the Bakhmut flanks and get completely destroyed because they're entering buildings that are booby-trapped already by the retreating Ukrainians and have no good sniping positions and have already been reduced to rubble and are easy to target and destroy. So he might have a limited goal like that, destroy the offensive. I'm just saying that it's possible that he has so successfully spun the West and got so much attention that a degree of kind of panic faith in him as some kind of a foil to Shoigu, Gerasimov, and Putin could emerge that could lead them to invest in him in some way that is wildly advantageous long term to him.
And then again, you go too far.
Well, everything would be too far to you because you don't understand the level of deception that goes on regularly in military affairs. Military affairs are all deception. Nothing is real. Everything is
Guys,
real.
do you remember these two people? Hey, do you remember? Look at the Ukrainian pendant. Before it was Arestovich, and now it's Podolyak. What do you say about these two people? Sorry, guys, because you completely forgot the perspective.
Arestovich is very interesting, and again, I think there you have to ask: is this the key question? Is it even or odd? And this is the thing about the Go game: is if you count to the edge and realize it's even or odd, that determines whether you're going to win the encirclement or not. So you don't care how deep the deception is; you care that whether the fundamental move that it's going to make you make is accurate or not. So a really limited Maskarovka, say, on Prigozhin's part would be just lie that you're out of ammo and get them to come into your range, right? So with Arestovich, he could be telling, I think Arestovich engages in a kind of what I call even Maskarovka, which is to say he's basically admitting the truth, but he's doing it in timing and in such a way that it causes very different outcomes than it would cause if he had told the truth at a different time, or if he had lied. So I think Arestovich has been very honest recently. For instance, he was very honest about the fact, I think, that Ukraine is perceived as being a serious human rights violator because its officials keep going on TV and promising things like genociding the Crimea. You know, like it's completely indefensible, or using subhuman terminology, like calling Russians orcs officially, like doing that on television interviews. Like he knows that stuff is wrong and disastrous. And he says that it is, and he admits that it is. And in doing so, he's building trust to some degree with people who also recognize that this is indefensible behavior. You can't be in Europe.
What about the new one?
I don't have really that much opinion of him yet. I think Arestovich is playing what I call even Maskarovka, which is basically telling the truth at a time that will make people think that Ukraine is savable because the people saying this stuff on TV or with these goals are marginal and only being allowed to speak out their ass. That would cause people to think, okay, maybe Arestovich is a responsible leader and would rein these people in. Whereas Prigozhin I see as engaged in fundamentally a kind of odd Maskarovka where he's fundamentally deceiving you. I don't have an opinion on the third guy.
No, he's the hardliner. He's really he's the disgusting that you were talking about. Arestovich is playing the anti, and so Arestovich is the anti-Panya.
Ideally, you'd want both. You'd want someone playing even Maskarovka and admitting the truth to get those people who know that lying is going on kind of to listen to you, and then you'd have someone playing odd to kind of tactically at least fool the enemy into doing stupid things. Like those are both jobs.
But wasn't Arestovich first the extremist, and then after he stepped down, he started making his switch.
No, even when Arestovich was in the government, he was saying openly things like either Ukraine ends up in NATO within 5 years, or it'll be a part of Russia. And he said, you know, why would people vote for Zelensky? He's basically an idiot. You'd have to be stupid to vote for him. Like Arestovich, when he was in the government, was saying these things. Like he was engaged in this truth-telling from all along, really. It was kind of blunt.
I really have to say, I didn't hear Arestovich never saying something like this.
Oh, we did. There's videos out there.
Okay. If you say that, because I think Arestovich would be dead if he would have said that.
No, not that simple.
Even say that the so-called...
No. Zelensky is not killing people. So I wanted to ask you if maybe it's possible to take in consideration an option, because I have a problem with this whole offensive. The weakest point that the Russians have is Donetsk, because there are dying civilians. So logical would be that Russia would go on the front on Donetsk with their whole strength to oblige the Ukrainian to retreat from this front, make some sacrifices from the side of the army, winning some quietness for the civilians which are living in Donetsk, but this is not happening. So my problem is, why is this not happening? Because imagine what a big success would be for Putin if they would manage to free Donetsk. Instead of Donetsk, they are making a lot of efforts in Bakhmut, are making some efforts in the south of Donetsk, and in the very north part by Klishevka. So, do you think the Russians are not concentrating on Donetsk because Donetsk is like an engine for this conflict, just to keep the conflict alive? Or what would be another alternative to that? Because
first, I will agree. I agree with you that actually it's in the Russians' interest, given that they are winning big at de-dollarization, winning big at taking prejudiced institutions at the UN like ICC and defeating them. They're winning at that. So, and they are holding time for China to basically arrange a reunification of Taiwan. So a longer conflict is, in my view, in Russia's interest, and they could well be kind of keeping public support by keeping Donetsk in play. I agree with that, but I'll also say they have another priority, and that priority is with the Turkish election going on, they cannot be certain that the Dardanelles will not open to NATO ships. And I guess it could have been today, but 2 weeks from now when the Turks have their runoff election. So in order to if they had an unfriendly government in Turkey that was willing to open the straits, they would absolutely have to move Odessa immediately. So they have to prioritize that.
So by the way, guys, this was a question.
You're asking too many questions, Draco.
No. This was a question for all of you.
Well, I want to answer your question. Your question. Let me a minute. The question is: for 8 years, Ukraine has fortified the line in Donbass, not just in Donetsk, also in Luhansk, but the Luhansk line fell. And it's extremely difficult because of the fortifications, of the masses of troops that Ukraine has, of the civilian human shields that Ukraine has, for Russia to actually overcome that line. Especially if Russia, as it is the case, is most concerned on not having many casualties. At least that's the position of the Ministry of Defense, not having too many casualties and keeping its manpower almost intact. and not having the demoralizing issue of getting a lot of coffins going back to Moscow or Vladivostok or wherever they go.
Okay, Shadowy, please. Your turn.
No, I just wanted Luis to speak.
Just about Avdiivka, which is just in front of Donetsk. It's certainly one of the most fortified area of all that front line. So it's not that easy also.
Imagine a line.
It's not that easy also. It's even more fortified than Ugledar or Bakhmut, or it's really fortified. It was really fortified since 2014. They never stopped fortifying that area because it was next to Donetsk also. So
do you think
and
this
maybe
is impossible?
to make Avdiivka like a mature food to collect, you need first to get rid of Bakhmut. Maybe. I'm not
Okay, maybe it's like strategically Bakhmut sustain Avdiivka, because this was also an idea that I said 2 or 3 weeks ago, that maybe when the Bakhmut fall, then the Donetsk will fall too with Bakhmut together, or maybe there is the possibility that the Russians are managing their possibilities and are looking for management between losses and winnings by Bakhmut to imply this in the front of Donetsk in the future. I don't know, but this is very weird for me because it's clear that the weak point of the Russian special operation is Donetsk and not everywhere else.
Yes, I agree with the Draco. Slaviansk and Kramatorsk are very important goals. Until these goals are not achieved militarily, it's indifferent what it happens.
Yes.
It's indifferent what it happens. I also agree with Crew for a long time that the goal of the Russians is to let go because they have a geopolitical interest on eating, because as long as this war goes, strong geopolitical change happens. The EU will not be able to hold economically this problem. And then I wanted to just remember you guys, I think Drew already introduced the thing, which is about the Turkish elections, which are almost all counted, and there was not a 50%, over 50% result. That means there will be a second election, a second term. But it's very interesting to see that Erdogan almost won the 50%, and the opposition candidate was not so well voted. It was 44%. And the third most voted is an ultra-nationalist. So Erdogan just needs to make some accommodation for the Ata movement, and he probably will win. And also coming back to Crew, I think we discussed it before. I find it very hard for Turkey to really turn its Russian connection. And also by treaty, Turkey is obliged to keep the Dronels closed in case of war inside of the Black Sea. But yeah, it was the question. So, Vaughn, you wanted to talk. Vaughn, he doesn't want to. So who wants to jump in?
I was gone for like 15 minutes, so I don't want to jump into something I really didn't catch a whole lot. But I agree with a lot of the points.
We are changing. We run out of matter here. You can introduce a new topic, which is great.
Then no new topic. Then
no new topic.
It's gonna be 5 hours. We can do closing.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think we wasted the thing with Pirogin. We wasted the.
No wasted. We speak a lot of the Ukraine war and the Bakhmut. Very good. A lot of emotional damage. So
emotional damage. That was cool.
Luis, you are muted. We cannot hear you. Have some
Luis,
ping-pong.
Luis, you are muted. Your microphone, Luis, Luis, your microphone is muted.
Everything started
You
in
are talking, but we
Slavians.
can't hear you.
Everything will end in Slavians.
Yeah, your microphone is muted. We can't hear you.
He's
Yeah,
reading
sorry.
lips.
I
He's
just
reading.
mentioned. Was just mentioning that I was looking for an election map of Turkey online, and apparently this time Erdogan did not rig enough the elections in Kurdistan, and the opposition candidate won in that area. The numbers are still more or less fair, although Erdogan may win. Just that.
So it seems that the election in Turkey is not totally rigged.
So
I have seen that before, and not just in Turkey. But in Turkey, it has happened before that the Kurdistan region apparently voted massively for Erdogan, who they hate. So it's not real. It's ballot stuffing. But this time, it seems it was not enough ballot stuffing, so it's more closely.
If we take into account
you have also to add the Turks who are living in Europe, which can also vote for the Turkish election.
Yeah, but we are 93% counted now. It doesn't
Most
change.
of the Turks living in Europe are pro-AKP, pro-Erdogan party.
Yes.
But not the Kurds, who are also living in Europe in many cases.
Yeah, but the thing that Drew pointed out, that is the possibility of a financing of a civil war in Turkey, is that if Erdogan plays by the book, if there is no rigged election, then it will be very hard for that to happen. I think if that was the point, the results now are really good. Erdogan will go. They will go for a second turn with the KK and Erdogan, and Erdogan wins because 5% for the radical right will go for Erdogan. It won't go for the Atatürk party. And you can't rig the elections, and nobody can claim a false winning. And that's great. And but Drew made a really good point, saying that there is a real probability or danger that the U.S. is going to finance a fake or induced civil war in Turkey, which I would not believe, but who knows?
No, Turkey is a way stronger country to see a civil war there. Yeah, you can't talk about civil war in Turkey.
They haven't been able to do that.
That country has too strong from the foundation. It's not Syria.
Errol,
it's not Syria.
Sorry, Errol. It's very easy to provoke a civil war somewhere.
No, you can make an ethnic war between the Kurds and the Turks, but not amongst the Turks.
Are very difficult to stop it.
That's not possible.
So okay. Enough. Why we keep repeating the same topic over and over again? Like we just keep going round and round. All right, so let's do closing. Yay! Because it's got the 5 hours. So let's start off with Luis. Closing statement.
Well, just wish the best for the Kurds and for Donbass, and I still think that there is less deception and more facts in what people is saying. For example, Prigozhin or whatever. Even the guy of Ukraine you mentioned, what's his name? Arestovich. That guy also sometimes speaks pretty honestly, in my opinion, even if he's not my kind of guy.
Okay. Shadowy.
I would have a thought about the people, the soldiers who are going to fight or not fight in the next Ukraine big offensive. Because honestly, I think they are going to need all the help God could give them. Because it's going to be a really, really sad story for the poor guy in the trench and what to fight for these wars.
RL.
So it was nice to be here, talking with nice people. and especially new faces. So yeah, as usual, DPA Open Mics rocks, and keep up the good work. We talk a bit about war. We talk a bit about economics and geopolitics. Yeah, it was great. So see you next time. Voila.
Mr. Lambo.
Yeah, we talked very well about Wagner and the shit, and I was more hoping talking about the propaganda about the hypersonic missiles that they shut down, and was more interested in that, you know. But we need to stay keeping very serious about everything, you know, just talking very seriously about everything. See, very seriously. That's Wagner, by the way, and Drew from the movies as Putin or somebody else. I don't give a fuck. But yeah, that is what just thing. The propaganda is so hilarious, and I'm feeling that everybody in the West is becoming more stupid and believing everything. You know, you have a platform that's called Google. You Google a type of bomb and another type of bomb, and then you can compare the two with each other. You don't gonna miss between a bomb that's 2 meters high and a bomb that's 4 or 5 meters high. A missile. That's not welded, of course. You need to understand things. So maybe Wyatt, I can ask you. Maybe I dropped today on the chat on Telegram the link of the awesome guide explaining very well about how hypersonic works and the tactics they're using and how everything is worked about. So if you can put that in your description of your YouTube channel here, of the open mic here, to learn the people that watching us how hypersonic just work, to give them correct information, because that is what we're trying to do, is giving people correct information. So I think it's very important that the people need to know how hypersonic work, because it's something new, and it's just so they just putting that on the news that they shut down a hypersonic missile that isn't a hypersonic missile because they never can be able to do it. People need to understand that there is a real big problem for the West. If one day Russia go in the Third World War, all the aircraft carriers of the US going to explode directly because these hypersonic missiles, because they have nothing about to do an air defense against it. Very important. I'm just getting sick about the propaganda and how the people can trap in the propaganda so easily by showing the most stupid images, like Prigozhin does. That's the whole thing. Prigozhin say anything. Here in Belgium, they copy and paste, and then they're gonna ask to an ex-colonel that is a specialist in everything about his opinion. And that fucking asshole also telling the biggest bullshit, a fucking ex-military guy that's playing within the propaganda. You just can't understand things like that. So that is worrying me the most for the moment, is how people easily trapping in propaganda. It's becoming so stupid. And the people, sorry I say that, I hope the chat is not stupid, but people get more and more stupid. They believe in everything it's told, and they're discussing it. That's also the reason why I joined DPA, is to find the truth. So please guys, like and subscribe, because we are trying to tell you the truth, or our opinion, what's going to happen and what can happen. It's very important to understand that. Just don't believe anybody. Do your research and try to find the truth that goes best for you. You're never going to try to say you need to believe that because we are telling that. No. You just need to try to believe or try to understand what we are explaining. It's very important. So voila. I wish you all a great end of Sunday. And I'm going to do we're going to work tomorrow. Voila.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Vaughn.
Hey, I just want to say it was a good show. There's a little bit of a rough spot. I enjoyed all the topics. Probably could have covered the hypersonic thing more. I think the whole Ukrainian operation this last week is a flop. I don't know what they're really trying to do. And the only thing I'll say is like a wild card prediction is maybe this week we will see our first destroyed Western tank, whether it's on the battlefield or in a warehouse, or we may see rounds from the depleted uranium that was supposedly hit in that huge explosion. Maybe somebody will take pictures of these saddle round pieces laying around because that explosion was huge. There's no way they could pick up all the shit that got blown out. So maybe you'll hear something about radiation in that area. Maybe someone will find a picture of a Sabo round, or maybe we'll see our first destroyed Western tank.
A trio.
Yeah. So today's open mic was interesting, but like Mr. Lambo said, we missed some main topics, and then maybe me and Lambo can talk afterwards to provide Wyatt with some crucial details on the Kinzhal, because we have been investigating back and forth behind the scenes in order to provide some clearer pictures and investigations that could help clarify certain aspects of how the rockets work. I come from an aviation background, so it is easier to catch up on some things and the aerodynamics that come with it, but that's a side note. Other than that, like and subscribe.
Do if you guys have any like an article or anything, I can also put it on the DPA website and the links, whatever, I can share it on the Twitter and all the different social media channels that DPA have. So we can actually make this and even do a video on it. So I think that would be helpful for many people. Craig.
Well, we did miss some stuff. I don't know if anybody got into Africa and the implications of Wagner's shift to Africa, or the increasing transparency of American intervention, like Victoria Nuland goes to Sudan and they're in a civil war like within weeks, right? That kind of thing. There's a lot to say on that whole topic of the CIA party versus the BRICS party in literally every election. Thailand is one that we're going to have to look at closely, and Taiwan, obviously. But with respect to Turkey, it looks like we dodged a bullet. I think Prada called it exactly that, and I think the Russians will make the same calculation. There's not going to be any risk at the moment to Odessa, and so Odessa and Nikolaev will go off of their list of urgent targets, and they'll be able to redeploy, and they'll be able to think about targets like another decapitation strike at Kiev, or potentially a final encirclement of Kharkov, or plowing through Donetsk if that turns out to be the best way to do it. That's a tactical set of decisions, and I think they're just trying to grind the men down. I don't think the kilometers matter at all. I think retaking junk buildings is perfect. Let the Ukrainians do that. They're already wrecked. You can bomb them again. It won't cost anything. But for this group, I want to first of all congratulate you. I think I heard 3 people mention the ethnic cleansing element of this war. As the Ukrainians get more desperate and they tell more ridiculous lies, and they become less and less tenable as a country because they simply can't be trusted to tell the truth about anything or keep to a treaty after the Minsk mess, they're going to get more desperate. And that means more Zakarpatian Hungarians, more ethnic Russians, more of everybody thrown into the mix and thrown in the front with, guns at their back. And I agree with Vaughn, like at some point it breaks and they start shooting their officers and surrendering en masse. And the West's reaction to that is going to be critical. The West is going to have to say at some point, okay, this is over, actually surrender before it becomes a general bloodbath. And we should keep pointing out that ethnic cleansing element to the feints. And, if Ukraine's shoving in a lot of people and losing them, it's because they want to. They want to take 20-1 losses in places where they've shoved an undesirable ethnicity to the front. And that's an ugly moral component of this war that informed people have every obligation to repeat over and over. Who's dying? Why are these people shoved in, dying in large numbers in places like ZNPP crossings or potentially Kherson? It's because they're supposed to be eliminated, and innocent people are being grabbed off the streets, thrown into these units and killed. And this is all fine with the West, who knows damn well that the whole area ends up in Russian influence long term. they're happy to have their Soviet Civil War finally. And if the population is depleted as hell and there's anger between Slav Ukrainians and Slav Russians and the ethnic people like Hungarians who were eliminated, that's just fine. The West doesn't care about any of that. But we have to care because we're actual human beings. We're not doing cynical calculations of who has more people at the end of this to flack up against NATO. So, you know, I compliment you all for your moral attention to that, and also your epistemic attention to the plain nonsense that's been told about Kinzhal missiles, Snake Island, Ghost of Kiev, and Bucha, in which only 50 of the 400 casualties have actually been shown to be due to the Russians. If we keep pounding on those facts and those truths, and we keep standing up for those innocent people, Donetsk civilians and ethnic minority conscripts, then the results of that can't be, you know, as bad as if we didn't. So that's what I you know, compliment you guys for doing, and it's a privilege to be in the company of people who will show their faces and do that, as opposed to what the rest of the media is doing, which is, you know, tell a bunch of lies for profit. The Julian Assange and Smedley Butler theory of war, that is all being carried out cynically for profit, is being very validated by this war. And it's changed my mind about a bunch of things. And, you know, I just hope it reaches more and more people that this is an ugly, cynical, for-profit enterprise.
Thank you so much, Craig. Oh, that was epic. Then, Prata, you're muted.
Welcome to Monday to everybody. Yes, it is Monday now. So, well, at least in this part of the world. We had a very interesting open mic today. Especially because we were able to discuss very professionally the 6 o'clock in the morning. Wait. We were actually able to discuss in a very professional way a bit of the intrinsic reality of the Turkish elections. It was not much, but it was sometimes better than what we can read in the Western newspapers. I think we wasted a bit of time in the racial stuff, but at the same point, like Crew was just pointing out, it was the fact that at this moment, nobody cares about the people that died, and they should. But David was a bit right in trying to bring this to the point. Somewhere in time, we will have to be confronted with all the mistakes, with all the people that died. The numbers will be morally very heavy, and the West will have to carry it each time it will be in a negotiation table. Each time that will be, it will. Each time they will be in the G20 and present themselves as the moral kings of this world, they will be called out names. And that's where Shadovi is not listening to me, but okay, we have very important fora coming in. I don't know if we are going to be at the point of really discussing a peace talks, negotiations before the last G20. I hope it will. I think I'm seeing signs that in the press there is some afraid of what is happening. That the global South will start calling names to the Western countries and say, you are so much guilty of everything that's happening. And this is happening slowly. As much as it should be faster, and then we could save more people, because this is pretty much about saving people now. Nobody cares about the dead, even the Russians. We must tell the truth as well. Even the Russians, although the Russians care more about their soldiers, at least, but there's still many people dying everywhere. So I had a very good topic today studied, really like lines, which was the BRICS currency and what it really means. I studied a bit, or we were talking about it all the time in the backyards in our lounge, and I noticed there is a lot of misinterpretation of what is really going to happen, not going to happen. So that's the point. I hope we will discuss it in the next open mic. to go back to what does it really means, these BRICS currency, and if it really makes any point about the dollar disappearing or not disappearing. What does that mean? Thank you, guys. Great talk with you.
Thank you, Prata. And
Sorry, too long.
Hey guys. So there is nothing much left because almost all the things that I wanted to say were already said. Because my point was, I think, in my opinion, we are talking a little too much about things that we believe. So we should stick more to something that we know, and we should talk about facts, because and the facts are to see always, but the real facts are to be it's not that simple. So that's why we are talking also about things that we believe. So it's not a problem actually, but we should sort. We should choose in our topics the topics that we know more. That's my opinion, RL. So and otherwise, I wish you all to be loved like I am loved now, like this from this guy here, which is my beloved dog. To be loved.
Oh.
Yeah, this is alive.
Your beloved wolf.
You're my beloved wolf. Look at
Is it all? It is alive. That was a who was that?
That's my beautiful dog. So
beautiful as well, Drew. Don't worry.
She's loving. She's loving me like I don't know for her life. So it's a very good feeling to be loved by someone. But so that's why, please, guys, I wish you to be loved, and I wish you all the love in the world to come on up on you and on all this fucking world. I say, yeah, I think the love is the problem that we have in this world. We don't have enough love. So, guys, subscribe and give likes.
Thank you
bye
so much.
Bye.
Yeah. Hi guys. And it's also important to share, because it's just say bye first. Wait, I continue alone. Okay, I gotta remove. So thank you everyone for watching. I just want to add on, not just sub and not just subscribe, not just like particularly if you are watching on Rumble, you need to follow as well, and do subscribe. And for those watching on the main channel, on the the black color logo DPA, go over to go to the channels, go and find the open mic channel. Do subscribe over there. And I think it's also very important that you guys need to share and need to spam the open mic to your social media and whatever, or you talk to people, introduce them to the open mic, because open mic is really hard to get into for the uninitiated. Like most of you guys watch the open mic because of my reporting on the Ukraine war, but this can go much further than the Ukraine war reporting, because this is where discourse can happen and the discussion can happen, and we can all fact check with each other what is exactly happening in our respective country, because whatever we read in the media cannot fully be trusted. That is the problem we have today. When we have people from all around the world in this DPA community, I think this is a very, very precious thing that we can actually have. Like even on Twitter, we can't even trust Twitter. We don't even know who is behind the Twitter. He can say that he's from Belgium, but who knows he's from Belgium or not? But on the open mic, we can clearly see the person. We can we over time we know, we can hear the accent, we can know the things that they experience. So it helps to really trust them, and over time we know who to trust, and they provide insights from the ground, like what is exactly happening in Germany, what is exactly happening in United States, so. Or in France, France is always very messy. We have so many French speakers here, so it's brilliant. So this is very important. But it's really hard to grow this channel because this channel is it's an acquired taste kind of thing. It takes time for people to get used to it because it's such a new concept to get normal people, so-called normal people. But you can clearly see that we have a lot of very talented and very, very smart people around. But normal people to come on and to talk together, this is so rare, and which is why people don't understand it. So I think this is important to help together. We must grow this channel because Ukraine war wouldn't go on forever. So this thing, open mic, is the one that would likely to be able to go far. Anyway, I am so just to update regarding the things that is happening behind the scene for the open mic channel. There is the video editor who is the walking tour. If you happen to see him on the chat, like he has edited like literally everything else, all the open mic from all the way to the very, very first few episodes. So I have hundreds and hundreds of videos to post, and I'm so swamped by other work, like the Ukraine war stuff. So I haven't started posting, and I will also be posting shorts. So I will be putting a lot more efforts into growing the channel via all the smaller videos. So this is one thing. There is also some like the private chat for the open mic speakers is called the open mic speaker lounge. Is a Telegram chat group, and this lounge has most of the open mic speakers in it, and they talk a lot, like non-stop. It's literally impossible to read everything they talk about, and they are organizing their own open mics kind of thing. It's a closed mic where open mic speakers can come in and talk, and then they talk. So they talk a lot more than I actually know. So they are also initiating this plan to try to record it, and then we'll publish it. Our DPA will try to publish it. We're still figuring out what's the best way to do it because I cannot be around all the time to record. So this is one of the problem. I'm the bottleneck. So we shall see how this goes. If it goes well, then yeah, you will have even more content to and you can actually have even more insights of the things that they are discussing behind the scene, where it's not really part of this open mic. I think it must be quite nice, but I don't really have time to go and listen. So yeah, it's already beyond what I can do. So we are trying to figure out. You'll be recorded. We'll post it, and it's going to be called the Lounge Talk, the DPA Lounge Talk. So that's the title of this series of content. But we'll see how to figure that out yet, because when they talk on Telegram, the problem between that and this platform is called Streamyard. Streamyard, I can adjust volume. I don't think I can adjust people's volume on the Telegram chat. So the Telegram voice chat might have this up and down volume differences. So it may not be the best place to organize this kind of thing. So, but I think it can go up to a lot more people than 10 people to talk at the same time. So yeah, I will try to figure out what is the best way to do this. Yeah, because I have been really busy. There's a change of all this content strategy in terms of the Ukraine reporting and stuff. So yeah, the in term it is so far it's looking good. And there's a lot of support from the on Patreon. So I'm very, 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 very grateful. And it's really building a very good foundation for me to build on it. And I think that the 1 day, it's actually not even 1 day, it's like a half day delay of the sit rep. I think it still works well. So everything, yeah, is looking decent. The main channel receive is now 65,000. We just reached there. very, very hard to reach there. I don't know. It's just like painfully difficult. And DPA War Channel just passed 30,000. So yeah, it's still a long way. No, when you combine everything, it sounds like 100,000, but it's like no, it's still a long way. Especially the open mic channel is only like 4,000. So we have a long way to go. So it's a community thing, and on my part, I will do whatever I can to try to grow this thing so that it becomes an asset for everyone. So anyway, thank you guys for watching. Sorry for rambling non-stop, and thank you for the super chats. And at the super chats, I will just thank the people. We have Do, NGS, Logizen, Rambo Gamble, TV Reese, and NGS. I think I said NGS twice. Yeah. So thank you guys. They are always the people who always super chat for open mic. So open mic, we only have like 200 over viewers, but we have all these very hardcore supporters that continues to fund the editing for the open mic. So so I feel grateful for all these things. Most of the money don't really go to me, I think, for the open mic super chat, because the YouTube will take 30%, 70% will go to me, but then I will pay the video editor, and usually it shouldn't be enough. So anyway, it helps to build the channel, so it's okay. Over time, I think with the ad revenues and everything, I think it will work out pretty decently to build as a foundation, and hopefully someday. So this is projecting way beyond now. I'm hoping maybe someday to hire someone to be the host, if we are doing more than one show. So because I last week I talked about focus open mics, but I haven't have a chance to do it because like I said, for those that missed the opening, the reason why the open mic was delayed one day was because I was too tired. I cannot wake up. I need to sleep, and then when I sleep, I cannot get up because I'm just burnt out. Because I have been sleeping only like 5 hours a day for most days of the past week. So I'm burnt out, and so if I'm already that busy, there's no way I can do the open mic. So hopefully in the longer term future, maybe the midterm or maybe short term, I don't know. No, I'm not too sure, but when the time is right, I probably will get someone to help to host some of the open mics. So we can have more than one open mics per week, maybe 2 or 3 even, or even 5. Like team pools, team cast IRL, where maybe every day is a different kind of topic. So then I can hire someone to help to run this, do the hosting. Then it must be someone I can trust, because this person will have rights to control the channel, but it will unlikely to be streamed to so many places. So this thing I will figure out, because not everyone is me. So the way how I manage things is a bit crazy. So anyway, there will be a host, and host some of these open mics. I'm repeating myself. Maybe I'm sleepy. Yeah. But with that, then we can really fulfill a lot of the desires for a lot of people to want to come and talk. Because, like for example, one open mic for 3 hours, purely talking about Ukraine war, or purely talking about economics, I think it will be useful. So anyway, but that is further in the future. For me, I just want to share a bit more about my philosophy. Is that everything must be able to pay for itself. This entire venture cannot be loss making. Like, cannot be, because I'm not rich enough to handle a loss making venture. So everything must be able to pay for itself. So that's important. And if not, if it's through initial investment, but eventually it will still have to pay for itself. So everything must run. So that's why I'm very conservative. So I slowly build, and then when we have the revenue and the ability and the resources to hire, we will hire. So anyway, I just keep rambling. Yeah. So anyway, thank you guys for watching the DPA Open Mic number 29, and do press like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next update.
I don't mean kill, I mean just stand.